Yo, 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 yo. What's going on? Another reaction video to a TikTok video turned fatal when a female shoot a homegirl. We finna get into it, y'all. Like, comment, subscribe. Like, comment, subscribe. Let me know what y'all think in the comments. Let me know how y'all feel about this reaction video. And we're gonna go from there. Let's get it.
May 24th, 2023, a Jacksonville, Florida sheriff's deputy observes a car going 90 miles an hour blow through a red light on Atlantic Boulevard. He notices that they have their hazards on, and he follows them at high speeds. And when they turn on University Avenue, which is en route to the hospital, the deputy puts it together that they were likely in an emergency situation. He was right. They were on their way to the hospital, and there was certainly an emergency taking place. As they pull into the hospital's emergency entrance, they inform the officer that in the back seat of the car was a woman who had been shot. That woman is 19-year-old Anaya Womack. She had a single gunshot wound to her abdomen. The driver of the vehicle is named Antonio. We won't talk much about him, but the other passenger we will be talking about. This is a case of lies and deception, and I challenge you to see if you could find all of the lies in this one. These days, everyone seems to want to become a social media star, and that is no different for the subjects in this case. Only the path that they took would turn out to be a deadly one.
At Florida Cyber Charter Academy, we know your child
Already
is
getting
one of a kind,
spicy.
and their school should be too.
It's already getting spicy, y'all. Let's see what's going on. It's already getting spicy, man. Good NFL Sunday game going on tonight. Tampa Bay versus the Commanders. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Hello, all you couch detectives out there. My name is Lee, and I will be conducting this investigation with you today. We bring you new investigations every single week. You can join the agency simply by hitting the subscribe button below so you don't miss any cases. Okay, enough rambling. Let's get into it. But first, let us have a moment of silence for the victim in this case. The subject in this case is the passenger of that vehicle, 20-year-old Mariah Clayton of Jacksonville, Florida.
Womack was dropped off at Memorial Hospital around 12 a.m. Wednesday by two people who police have not named. Womack went into emergency surgery for a single gunshot and never made it out.
Obviously, Mariah and Antonio are the two anonymous people that drove Anaya to the hospital that evening. They initially told police that they had found Anaya walking on the side of the road in a strange way. So they stopped, like good Samaritans, to see if she needed help. Well, here is their story. I'll let you hear it directly from them.
So y'all just picked the lady up?
Yes, and we just seen like her limping, like she looked at, like, you feel me, like we thought she was gonna fall, but
know, like on Monument when you come out, but we can't cross the street. You feel me? She already limping, like she almost like she about to fall over, but you can see the red on her shirt.
Right.
And you see, but you can see like a figure up the road. You feel me? But like we not thinking nothing. None of them pick up and like gotta take her to the hospital.
yeah, like she like help. We just like, oh, okay, like we finna get you there. Like just stay up, like don't die on us.
Right.
So we
Okay.
just put her back, took her here. That's
Got
we
you.
weren't trying to speed, but I'm telling
No,
you,
I got you.
to
I
get
figured
her
something was up when you was.
to get her here. Like you feel me?
So after realizing that she was injured, they helped her into the car and they rushed her to the hospital. They told the officer that they did not know Anaya. Officers seemed pretty suspicious of Antonio and Mariah's story, as it already started raising a lot more questions than answers.
I don't know, man. I don't know about this. She got no shoes, no phone, no ID on her, no wallet, and she was just walking down the sidewalk, shot.
Well, they were on the right track because officers got more information on what actually happened.
Yeah, so a girl over there goes by Molly. She got like a red writing on her neck right here. Yeah. You saw it? Yeah, that's her. So she was with her during the shooting. And this girl, so sister, was on the phone with the girl who owns the apartment, and she was on the way back from Orlando. And she was on the phone with Molly, which was that girl over there, and they were doing a TikTok with guns, and the gun went off and hit her in the stomach. And Molly could be heard on the back saying it was an accident, but I don't know what happened.
That's right. Anaya was not picked up on the side of the road. Mariah or Molly or whatever. We will stick with Mariah from now on. Witnesses place Mariah.
Damn, she fucked. She fucked. She finna get hit with manslaughter, bro. That's crazy. Because at the end of the day, you doing a TikTok video. You done fucked up by lying and saying that you didn't even know her. And then you got the girl's sister that already identified you, bro. Like you booked. And the dude booked too. Both of y'all booked.
Mariah with Anaya when the shooting occurred.
Yeah.
There was a little get-together at the Novo Apartments off of Kendalltown Boulevard. Apparently, Mariah and Anaya were filming a TikTok video inside the bathroom at the apartment where a gun was used as a prop. A real gun with real bullets in it. According to statements, Anaya filmed while Mariah was trying to look like a badass with an AR-style rifle. At some point, that rifle went off and struck Anaya in her torso. Anaya was taken to the hospital where we are now. Officers realized that Mariah knows a lot more than she is telling. The stories are just not adding up. They decide to detain Mariah and Antonio until they figure out what is going on.
So they're all friends. So we don't detain her.
Yeah. So detain her, and then probably detain him too, because
He drove?
he drove and he's telling the same story.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure she told him what happened.
Yeah. We'll detain them both. Miss Clayton. You also go by Molly? Yeah.
Like,
As a street name?
yeah, tell her.
Okay.
Like, my name, I'm like, you okay? Okay, say my name. Say my name. Want me to come, like, wake up. Like, should you go? Say my name so I know you know.
Yeah. But you were also with, yeah. Do me a favor, stand up for me.
Well, I'm getting retained or something?
Yeah, you're getting detained. Stand up.
The
Come
two
on.
buffs.
Both of y'all. Well, because y'all were, I know you were there.
Who, me?
Yeah, so turn around, put your hands behind your back.
Yep.
I ain't even do nothing, bro.
You were just being detained because you drove. Alright, so we're going to figure it out.
So
I'm not going to jail.
No, you're detained.
I'm
Detained
going
is
to jail.
No, you're detained until I find out the truth.
You gotta figure out the truth.
Because the truth is a lot more powerful than an accident. So if it's what it was, that's what it was. But until I find out the truth, because you wanted to give me a bullshit story at first, now I'm gonna have to detain you until I get the real story. So let me get your phone out your armpit here.
I call my people.
Yep. After I figure out what the truth is. Come on.
Officers again question Mariah to see if she will tell them more. She has already lied to them. Let's see if her lies continue. I would like to take a moment to thank all of you for watching today. Up to now, Couch Detectives has not taken on any sponsorships. That being said, we appreciate the detectives out there that have gone above and beyond to support the channel. It really helps us continue, and we are forever grateful. Our Patreon channel allows early access to all of our videos and podcasts. It's also exclusive content, extra case information there as well for those that like a deeper dive.
One of those crowns I have here fell. I put some like kind of a cement.
To Orlando. I know that she called her sister, the owner of the apartment, Gibson, called her Womack's sister, right?
Yeah.
And you were in the background saying it was an accident, it was an accident.
I never got to talk to Couture because we too busy. I never got the chance to talk to him.
So, with all that being said, I need the truth. It was an accident, it's an accident, okay? You were filming a TikTok. But we need to know the truth. Okay? So I'm going to give you one opportunity to tell us the truth. If not, I'm going to shut the door. You're going to go downtown, and you're going to get talked to by a detective, and then they're just going to arrest you because you were there, and we know you were there. And you have some sort of involvement, and you're refusing to say it. Okay? So, be honest. That's it. I know he doesn't have much to do with it because I'm sure all you did was call him and ask for a ride up here.
No, he pulled up to the apartment.
He pulled up
Yeah.
when she was shot?
Yes, I was not the only person there at the apartment.
So he was already there.
No, I'm saying though, like, no, I'm just saying, like, you talking about at some point,
Yeah.
No,
So let me ask you this. Why did you tell my partner here that you just found her walking down a sidewalk, hunched over, and then decided to give her a ride and she was a complete stranger? Let me ask you that. Why lie?
because she was walking, like, limping.
Why are you going to act like you don't know her?
Because, like, where is we going with this? Like, you saying I'm not arrested, I'm arrested. I'm confused. Like,
You're not arrested right now. But if you keep lying, you're going to be arrested.
like, yes, I was filming a TikTok.
Okay. And what happened? Just tell me what happened. It's not a big deal. If it's an accident, it's an accident.
You're only 20 years old. Don't throw away nothing. Just tell the truth.
I was filming a TikTok.
All right. And I'm sure she was in agreement to film the TikTok with you. Like, you didn't hold her against her will to film this TikTok. I'm sure she was doing it with you. So what happened? You drop a gun? Did it go off? But just give me the details. What happened?
I ain't never hold no gun, but something went off and I just seen her hit the floor. And everything just got in motion. Like,
You said you never.
So she never had the gun. She just heard the gun go off and she hit the floor. Oh man! So now, Buddy got to say what he know because she already said he was there. So everybody was there.
You never held the gun? And so,
something
like,
just went off. Just a loud noise.
Mhm.
I heard loud noise. My ear drove off.
was it just you two? Huh? Who else was there?
The people in the apartment.
Who else was there?
Like, people I barely know. Like, I just met her yesterday through Couture.
All right. But Couture said she's the you two are the only ones that she left there.
It's not. It's not a lie.
All right. I'm gonna ask you one more time. How did she get shot?
I don't know, like, something went off. Like I said, a gun went off. I don't know, like, it went off.
Was
And
it
I
in
just
your
seen her-
hand?
No.
Where was it?
I don't know, like, I just seen her drop, like, it just, pow, and everything just like this.
So who had a gun?
I don't know, it was, like, different people in the bathroom.
Different people in the bathroom.
Yes, that's why I just said Couture around about other people being there. There was other people there. Not lying. Not.
Then tell me the truth, because we're getting nowhere here.
Okay, I'm telling you the truth. You said Couture said me and her were just only there. No, that's a lie.
She
Me
said
and her-
that she left y'all there.
Yeah, she left
You
me
went-
and her there, but it was not just her there.
Okay. So who else was
Just me and
there?
her there. It was
Just
the other
random
girl.
people.
Yes. Random people.
Don't worry
We
about it.
was partying and we was partying, something went off and she hit the floor. I didn't leave her up. I just grabbed the girl. Tell her to help.
So where he come into play?
Seen her. No. He seen her and he just helped.
So he was there too.
I said, I seen him.
So he was at the apartment partying with y'all.
And he went over to help when she dropped.
He wasn't partying with us.
So how was he in the apartment?
I just see him in the parking lot. Like,
But
get her out of the apartment. I just see him in the parking lot. Just, you feel me? I see the other car running, so that's the first car I went to. Help. He helped.
So you know him?
Huh?
You know him?
Just seen him.
Bruh.
Do you know him?
Do I know him?
Yes.
Like, by his, like, know him? Like,
Yeah,
like,
do you know
like,
him?
Grew up with him?
Do you know him like a friend? Do you know him like an acquaintance?
Yes, a friend.
Friend. Okay, so you know him.
He wasn't just somebody you first saw, you flagged down. You know him.
Yes, I didn't just flag him down. Yes, I know him.
Okay.
But he went there. He was like in the parking lot.
Why was he in the parking lot just sitting?
I don't know. He just came from somewhere. I don't know. Like I said, everybody was just partying. Something went on, dark down. Her. I just him though.
Alright, bet. Watch your leg.
You said bet.
Yeah, watch your leg.
You said bet as in like I'm lying or something? Or like what's up? Because bet means a lot of things. And I don't want you to think I'm lying. Like you just said I'm not.
I'm gonna let you think about what you think bet means in my head. So watch your leg.
Alright.
Damn, she booked.
Mariah clearly does not want to give officers any more information than she feels that she needs to.
Yeah, she
And
booked.
we will see how that works out for her. Now officers question Antonio to see what his story is.
Do you know the U.S. solar company's nasty
Antonio for
little
sports.
secret? It turns out if you live in Florida, they have to give you solar panels for absolutely no.
Antonio for the snitch.
Same thing. All right, bro. Listen, here's the deal. You're not under arrest, but we got some new information, so I'm going to read you your rights before I ask you any questions because this is a case. All right?
Antonio for the snitch.
All right. So let me just tell you what I got so far, and then I'll ask you. All right. So Molly here, we knew she was there. Okay. We knew she was with the girl that got shot, and we know that she knows whoever owns that apartment, right? We know that she was shot in the apartment. We know there was whatever was going on there. They were trying to film a TikTok, blah, 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 whatever, right? And we know you were there, okay? So now,
I'm gonna tell you, sir.
I'm gonna ask for the truth because the truth can do nothing but help both of y'all.
Sir, I'm telling you now, I was never in that house. I just pulled up. I just left the bank and I just left Gates gas station. Like for that, I swear to God, I can't tell you nothing. I was not in the house. I don't know what happened.
All right.
Like for real, like all to the side.
Do you know them though?
I don't even know her name. I swear to God, sir. They came outside and was asking me, can I take them to the hospital? I don't.
So what were you doing in that apartment complex?
I just pulled up out there.
For what?
For what?
To be honest,
Yeah.
Smoke some weed.
Okay.
You know somebody there?
Dude named Sean. That's the
Nate Sean? Sean?
Yeah. I just meet him in the parking lot. I ain't been in no house. I know that's the name Sean. I know about the area where my girl work at. Not this area over here, but over there on Monument, my girl work at like a little mental thing for like autistic kids. That's how I know about that area. And that's how I met Sean. Before I had me being in that house and all that, wasn't there. I can't tell you.
So you're saying they came out and just ran straight to you and said,
no, I was coming in. They were screaming. I need somebody to take us to the hospital, call the ambulance.
Okay.
Did you ask what happened?
Girl bleeding to death.
Okay.
Only thing I'm thinking, I'm taking them to the hospital.
So let me ask you this. When I asked you what happened, why you told me that lie over there?
Because I didn't know what happened. That's what she was saying the whole ride here. See, that what you say.
So she said that you just saw her hunched over.
Yeah, but why would you just say it back? How that make any sense? You told me You saw her walking by 121.
Silly man.
Yes, sir. Yes, I did.
And she was hunched over, holding her side. You talk more than she did over here. So, if you don't know them from Adam and Eve, why you lying for them?
Sir, y'all, I just really ain't know what happened. And you can ask that girl in there. They don't know me. I don't know them. I don't. I'm not lying to you. I don't know them.
That ain't what she said.
Man, she can't tell you my name. Besides from when we just said it right here.
She said y'all friends. And how y'all was sitting all covered up over there.
That girl was just sitting there on
What?
Listen, bro, if that's your side, I don't care. I'm not going.
Dog, this nigga here just said some shit, man. He said she said y'all friends. And dude was like, man, I can't tell how y'all was cuddled up over there. It's 1900. It's 1900. Look at it. Oh man, he fouled, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, he fouled, bro. No, he fouled, bro. He fouled, bro. Nah, he knows something going on, bro. And it's an older nigga with a pack of Newports right here. Chilling. She probably like 20, 21. He looking like he about like 30, 35. The man said he don't know her. She don't know my name, bro. Like, you should have. Why are you lying for these? Oh, man, he played. Nah, he played. He played the radio, Jake.
Don't tell your girl.
I'm not.
When I asked you what happened, why you told me that lie over there?
Because I didn't know what happened. That's what she was saying the whole ride here. She said, that's what she said.
So she said that you just saw her hunched over.
Yeah, but rewind what you just said back. How that make any sense? You told me you saw her walking by 121 credit union.
Yes, I did.
And she was hunched over, holding her side. You talk more than she did over here. So, if you don't know them from Adam and Eve, why you lying for them?
Sir, I just really ain't know what happened. And you can ask that girl in there. They don't know me. I don't know them. I don't. I'm not lying to you. I don't know them.
That ain't what she said.
Man, she can't tell you my name. Besides from when we just said it right here.
She said y'all friends. And how y'all was sitting all covered up over there.
All right.
Listen, bro, if that's your side, I don't care. I'm not going to tell your girl.
I'm not. That's not my side. I'm keeping it straight.
You don't know that girl, why y'all cuddled up on the bench?
She was talking to me. Asking me, do I need to call my mama and all this? And I ain't really sitting there. I was texting my old lady the whole time right there, telling her I'm on my way home. I told you why I was even on this side. If I would have just kept going, I wouldn't even be in this. But the girl probably could have died.
Dog. How in the hell you think you finna go home and you just brought somebody that died to the hospital in your car, bro? You know, this investigation that's gonna go on all night. I wonder how old this dude is. I wonder how old he is. Because he don't seem too bright.
And I'm telling y'all, like, all jokes aside, I don't know them. I just went with the flow. I apologize. I lied, but I don't know what happened. I don't even know the girl in there. Like, all jokes aside, I went to the bank, went to Gates gas station, and came out there. And when I came out there, before I can park, that's what they saying. I ain't lying. You think I would have came up here if I would have knew all? Like, I know the rules. I ain't green. Way older than they born. 30 years old.
Obviously, there's a lot more to this story, and Mariah doesn't seem to want to fill in any of the blanks. So she's taken down to the station for questioning. For those of you that are interested, Mariah's police interrogations are available on Couch Detectives. You can simply scan this QR code now or click the link in the description below this video to watch them. Right off the bat, Mariah explains why she lied to police to start with.
Okay, go ahead. I took her to the hospital first. We lied and said that we just picked her up because we didn't want to get involved. I told him I was scared. I ain't never been in a situation like this. So we just said that. But when the other police officer came to the car, he yelled at me, but he was just all like, it's better to tell the truth. And then the other police officer said, you only 19, 20, you got to have a life ahead against you.
Told her she 19. That nigga 30. He 11 years older than them. And this nigga here dumb. You 30, you in your 30s, bro. Bitch, you ain't know you finna go in? The fuck you thinking? You going to fucking jail. You 30 years old. She 19. She done got you caught up in the whoop-de-doo. She done got you caught up in the whoop-de-doo. Silly ass, man.
So I was just telling him straight up, the reason why I lied, because I never been in this type of situation.
She then asked the question that has likely been on her mind all night.
Relax, right?
I'm relaxed.
Okay. And start us from the beginning, from your night and how we get to this point. Okay, that's what the tip can.
Like, is she dead?
She is dead. All right.
Eventually, Mariah goes into the story about what she claims happened in the bathroom while they were filming that TikTok video.
Protect your wealth by spending physical gold, not paper money that grows weaker by the second.
We was about to make him a TikTok. All of us was playing with guns. You know, them guns ain't nothing to play with. You know, we laughing and jump. You know, we done hold, each one of us done hold the gun or whatever. And then the boy Jamaican that I called, after I got done holding the gun or whatever, they say you only 19, 20, you gotta have a life ahead against you. So I was just telling them straight up, the reason why I lied, because I never been in this type of situation.
She then asked the question that has likely been on her mind all night.
Relax, right?
I'm relaxed.
Okay. And start us from the beginning, from your night and how we get to this point. Okay, that's what the tip can.
Like, is she dead?
She is dead. All right.
Eventually, Mariah goes into the story about what she claims happened in the bathroom while they were filming that TikTok video.
We was about to make him a TikTok. All of us was playing with guns. You know, them guns ain't nothing to play with. You know, we laughing and jump. You know, we done hold, each one of us done hold the gun or whatever. And then the boy Jamaican that I called, after I got done holding the gun or whatever, he was basically trying to say let me show you how to hold it or whatever. He took the gun and I guess he was trying to do something on the clip thing that I was watching. He was holding it. He was something on the safety. I guess it could turn on safety or off or not or whatever. He was trying to show me what I was he basically was showing me what I was watching him do it on the gun. It was not pointed nowhere then. So that's why I said he wasn't pointing in it nowhere. It was just like he was holding it and I'm like looking, trying to see what he was. And then it's just like, I don't know, you know, it went off. Like, you feel me? I ain't see nobody pull no trigger. You feel me? I didn't pull no trigger. It's just like, I don't know, the gun went off. You just heard a pop.
Apparently, Mariah watches a lot of true crime shows as well.
Y'all don't know what went on. I'm telling y'all. Why would I want to play with my life like that? I watch Investigation Discovery Stories 24/8 and First 48 24/8. Like, look at this shit every day on TV. You think I ain't never think I'd be in no homicide room facing on it like this.
I guess she thought lying to detectives about things that were always going to be easily proven wrong was a part of her comprehension of these shows. Mariah even gives a little reenactment of the incident.
Okay. So where are you standing in relation to the mirror, the shelves?
After I got done playing with the gun, I got right here and he got behind me. And when I was holding the gun, he came behind me. Like you see?
Like this?
Yeah. And then when he was all like, let me show you, I was like,
oh my God,
let go.
Crazy.
I let go. And when he was showing me, I'm looking at the thing, and then when he clicked the
taking
thing,
a picture.
It just went,
Taking a picture.
So it's facing this way.
But it's not up though. It's like
Who taking
like
a picture?
down.
Yeah.
He don't got it face pointed on the like, so it's just like down.
Oh
Like you
man.
feel me? He was all like, "Let me." I was
Who taking
holding
a
it, but he
picture?
was all like, "Let me show you." But then when he said, "Let me show you," I let go of the chair to see like what clip thing he was doing. But it's like down. It's
Who taking
low.
a
Like
picture?
you feel me? He's
Yeah,
short. It's low, so it's not pointing nowhere. It's just like low. So when he clicked the thing, it's just bow.
So it's you're facing the mirror, guns pointed that way, it shoots this way.
And I was
So you're standing right there in front of him.
But detectives are already finding reasons to question what she is saying.
So he's over around you. You drop your hands, but he still got his arms around you.
Yeah, but it's like he not like behind me. It's like he like. It's like he like this, like he's short. So it's like he not like this behind me, but it's like I was like this, like you feel me?
All right.
The gun low, like you feel me?
So
but it's
how-
not called behind, like, but he holding it, and I'm trying to see what he like doing when he did it. It's just wow.
So the question is, if you're standing right there, now this gun is, I can't say upside down because it's firearm, it doesn't really have an upside down. But the selector switch, that you're talking about the safety switch, is on the thumb side. So that would be up, right? How does he hold a rifle? If he's behind you and he's got his big old rifle right here, and you're standing right here, your face would literally be, just the way you showed me, my arms would be over your shoulder. Even if it wasn't, I'd have to go like this and not see anything. So
You can show the example now. It's going to be.
it'll be generally the same. So this butt stock and then a little shorter barrel. All right. So this is, you show me how you were holding it.
Oh man.
I'll be in the mirror with the gun like this. Make sure my face.
Holy
Because I know the trigger right here.
What would, these are your actions with the gun?
Yeah, like while we look.
Holy
like,
shit.
I have it in the mirror like this.
Holy
Hold
shit.
it. Make sure I grab it with 2 hands.
Holy
And
shit.
then when I came over, he's like, y'all not supposed to be playing no guns. I put it back on the thing, on the little shelf thing.
Okay, so you put it down.
Yeah, and then pick it back up. Like this, how you supposed to hold it.
Who picks it up?
Jamaican.
Okay, and so this is you holding the gun right now?
Yeah, I'm like, what?
Okay.
Hold it like what?
And he comes behind you?
Come behind me. I'm like holding it like what? And then like it's low though, like I'm like holding it like what? And then so when he grabbed it, like this. Like grab it like how you finna, like you holding a gun. Yeah, like and I'm looking like what?
This girl
But
is
it's close. I'm
retarded,
like,
bro.
what you doing? And I guess this the little thing right here. Yeah, like he messing with it or whatever, like holding it, like holding it. He messing with it, trying to flick it. So I'm like, what?
So he using his thumb?
Yeah, like when he yeah, like that. Like when I'm looking at it like this.
Yo, this girl is so dumb and retarded, bro. This is crazy, bro. A 20-year-old little girl just lost their life, bro, over stupidity. And we don't even know what really went down yet. But, like, you know what I mean? It don't take a rocket scientist. You don't need to be an investigator. You don't need to have 10 years of investigation experience to know this little girl here is fucking fried. This little girl is fried, bro. She's fried. I guarantee she the one who pulled the trigger, bro. But she finna bring everybody else in because all the ass was there. And nobody called the police. Nobody reported it. Everybody scattered. So all the ass going to jail too. Buddy finna go to jail too because that's probably one of their guns. But not time to tell, I bet she the one who pulled the trigger.
You feel me? I ain't behind him, but I'm like this, like what? And then when that bit went over, you feel me? I seen that bit go the other way, and that bitch just said, like, wow.
Are you worried that using your home address for business puts your privacy at risk? At iPostal One, we can help.
So here's what I want to show you. It's a little bit hard. Not that I'm a super gun nut, but I know a couple of things about guns. This right here, if he's flicking this, it's kind of very awkward to be pulling the trigger and flicking that down at the same time.
Yeah, but he holding it though.
And it's I'm telling you right now, this is a very awkward position to be holding a gun, especially if I got someone your size right there where I can't even see what's going on.
So as you can see, they're not quite understanding how Mariah's explanation of the incident adds up. Now they ask if this Jamaican guy might have a different story than hers.
So you want to know why that we asked, like, where you were seated, where you were standing, everything, like when this rifle went off? Well, I'm about to show you. Did you see that?
Describing it.
You know why I'm supposed to be in there?
That ain't it. That ain't how it went. That is not why. That ain't how it went. On my grandma's soul, so that ain't how it went.
And that's why I asked.
Like when you run DNA, that shit gonna show you, bro. That's not how. That's not what's going on. That's not like my girl. I don't even know. I'm not even that close to that girl. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She ain't my girlfriend, bro. It ain't that, bro. I promise you.
But who is that, though?
That's a girl at the green over there.
Okay.
That's one had in her hand.
So what she's showing me is wrong. It's false.
It's false, bro. It's not behind her.
Okay.
Yeah, you put me as me, you being me, then you.
That's what she said.
Hell no.
That's why we had to come ask you. Like,
it's not that, bro. I promise you.
Okay. But that's why I asked if there's any. So when I run the DNA on that dress, ain't nothing coming back.
No, sir.
Okay. I hope not. Like I like to think that you're telling me the truth.
So you can run it, not lying, bro. I know like you about that, bro.
All right.
So everything I know, bro, I ain't listen, bro.
I got you.
Hell no, that ain't it.
It's clear that he does not agree with the story that Mariah told detectives. At the end of this interview, Mariah was arrested, but not for anything regarding the death of Anaya Womack.
All right, so we're all done. Appreciate you talking to us and stuff. I do have some bad news, though. All right, you do have 2 warrants. It's not from us. It looks like, it's from JSO. It's not from us. It's not for this incident. It looks like you have a violation of probation for, I think it was what you were telling me, the criminal mischief or whatnot, vandalism with a car. It doesn't tell me what you violated. It just says the statutes, criminal mischief, which is vandalism. So you got that warrant, and then I think it's via violation of probation and a failure to appear for a petty theft.
Call my mom right now.
He's going to hook you up. My phone's all the way at my desk. I'll let you call before we get in.
Where's my phone? You gotta be killed.
Yeah, it's me. Download it. You good at that?
Keep your hands like that so they don't. I'm gonna lock these so they don't wrench up on you.
It's crazy. I'll go back there. Yeah, this is
And Mariah would remain in jail until the next time detectives brought her in for questioning. This was about a week later on the 1st of June.
Ms. Clayton, here's the thing. All right. In these investigations, we do our due diligence to speak with everybody, okay?
Yeah, like you said, he got to anything he missing his boss. You gotta go, like what you just said, basically.
And with that said, okay, when we speak to a lot of people, we look for consistencies, correct? So you want to be consistent in what you're saying, and you want everything to line up with what facts we have in the investigation, for the most part, right?
Right.
Would you agree to that? Wouldn't you want that to happen? All right.
Right.
In this scenario, or in this investigation, the arrow comes back to you, okay, inside of that bathroom, okay? So we need the absolute truth from you. Hey, listen to me. None of this craziness or bullshit about, I told y'all the story before. No, that's not happening, okay?
I know, and I'm saying that y'all.
You know what I'm saying? If again, when we was in the other room and I said, hey, look, this shit just get fucked up because y'all around there playing with a gun on TikTok. It is what it is, okay? But at the end of the day, like we said before, this family needs some answers, okay? And we not here to bullshit and to play the game of somebody played and came the gun, you say they reached around you and the fucking gun went off. That's not what the fuck happened.
As you can see, these detectives are not buying what Mariah is selling with her story of the gun going off in the way that it did. Now, Mariah gets very emotional in this second interview with detectives, feeling like she's being singled out from everyone else that may have been involved.
All that, like, I'm the only one that still stay here. Like I feel like I'm the only one that still feel like I'm the only one. Feel like I'm the only one that tried to save that girl life when I was in the back of that car. Like, come on.
But ultimately, it was much of the same. She stuck with the original story that the man she calls Jamaican was the one that had his hands on the rifle when it went off and struck Anaya Womack that evening.
I did not pull that trigger. Like that's basically what you're trying to say. Like I did not pull that trigger. That nigga should grab that gun. He was trying to show me. He got behind it. My hands got off the gun. He was in that finger thing and it went off. I'm trying to tell you that 1,000 times.
Mariah even goes so far as to request a lie detector test when detectives press her about her previous lies.
Oh shit.
But about that girl life, I'm telling the truth.
What? How do I know?
I'm telling the truth. Do a lot of sentences, please. Sit the little thing on my arm. Do that, please. Do that. Something. Do something, because you just keep asking the question. I'm gonna keep saying the same thing because I'm not lying. I'm not lying about that girl life. I'm not lying. So please get a lot of sentences. Something. Do a lot of sentences. Something. Put that joke up my arm. Please do that. Like something.
We'll be right
Like,
back.
I gonna keep saying that. Like.
We'll be right back.
Take a job, okay?
He said, I'm not lying.
We'll be right back.
Y'all trying to get me on my release day at all. Fuck, like that shit aggravating as fuck. Like, fuck, I know I ain't take that girl life. Fuck, I ain't pull that trigger.
Now,
this is my favorite tuning plugin for vocals. Here's why.
If you're so in love, then why?
Reason number one.
For that, right
Now,
back
she clearly starts to second guess that decision when detectives call her bluff and give her what she asks for.
Come show up here Monday or Tuesday. Whenever we get the date, I'll call you. Say, hey, Tuesday at 3, I got you a date. You come in, you take that test.
Like, why y'all gotta do that? Like, why y'all not believing me?
You told us. You offered it.
But still, like, it shouldn't take that much, y'all. Like, it shouldn't take that much for y'all not to believe me. Like, why y'all not believing me?
You yourself said, strap me up, sit me down. And we're willing to
I
oblige.
don't take a lot of sentences because I know the words that's coming out my mouth that's saying to y'all is the truth.
There you go. So you have nothing to worry about, right? All right, so we're going to do one. All right.
No, that doesn't mean doing because I know the words come out my mouth is telling the truth. Like, why y'all all of a sudden want to do something because I done said it? Just because I said that.
You offered it.
That's an example. That's an example. I offered nothing. That's just an example because it's just like, dang, I got to take a lot of sentences just for y'all like to feel like I'm telling the truth.
Yes, because this is serious, okay?
Now y'all saying yes.
We're going to set it up. All right, and we'll let you know when it's ready
I don't
to
want to
take.
do it like that's just too long. Like, I don't want to keep coming back to this.
Okay, so if you don't want to do it, is there something
Y'all
that you need? If there's something else that you need
if I
to
don't
tell
want
us,
to do it, if I don't want to do it now, I'm high. So now it's that.
if it's something that you need to tell us,
No, it's that. That's basically how you
Go to
coming.
jail.
what you talking about?
That's basically how he come. If I don't want to do it now, I'm high and so.
No one said that.
You can't do it now. We have to set it up, man.
But I'm saying if I don't want to do it, period, y'all gonna feel like I'm high and something. I'm not.
Mariah's second interview ends with her pleading her case, but it really just falls on deaf ears. They have heard this story enough. Mariah was released from jail, and she was able to go on and continue to live her life for a while, about 4 months. And apparently during this time, she continued to make TikTok videos of her and her pals holding guns, which would not bode well for her in the future. On October 6, 2023, Mariah would be brought back in by detectives to talk again. This time, Mariah is very combative and seemingly inconvenienced throughout this interview, which can be found in its entirety on our other channel, Couch Detectives. This is ultimately how the interview concludes.
What's your fascination with guns? Like, why do you like to be around guns?
I don't like to be around guns. I never asked nobody to come pull up on me with a gun.
Not like that.
Dudes carry guns.
Why do you hang around dudes who have guns? That a situation like happened when you had a gun and when you was around the gun happened. So why do you continue to hang around people who have? We got pictures to show it.
Okay, but I don't hang around nobody who have guns. There's somebody who's having their own gun.
Let me speak.
They're coming around me. I don't hang with nobody around guns. I don't hang with nobody around guns.
The crowd that you associate with possesses firearms, right? At some point, when y'all all get together and y'all start doing,
I never know when
yeah,
somebody
you know.
I never know when somebody have a gun unless they pull it out in front of me. I never know. I never like. Come on now, like don't know boy, not no boy.
Let me ask you this.
Oh, I have
Can
a
I
gun.
ask you a question? Like when you're around,
I don't want to answer any more questions.
When they,
I don't want to answer any more questions.
all right, well, we have a result for you then.
Being arrested for manslaughter. I got a warrant for you yesterday. It was signed off by the judge. So be booked in tonight on manslaughter.
And booked she was.
An arrest in the death of a 19-year-old dropped off at Memorial Hospital in Jacksonville. We told you back in May when Anaya Womack died at the hospital. And tonight, the woman's family says there's been an arrest in their daughter's death. This is Mariah Clayton. She's charged with manslaughter in connection to a shooting. Clayton is set to be in court tomorrow morning.
It took 135 days for Anaya Womack's family to finally get some answers. And on March 8th, 2024, after pleading guilty to the manslaughter charge, Mariah Clayton was sentenced for her role in Anaya Womack's death back in May of 2023.
Why'd you post the pictures after?
It was I reposted what my other friend posted, Kevin Owens, a TikTok that we've been made with different videos inside the TikTok on my story.
Was it with guns?
Yeah, regarding to other people that was in the video.
Do you think that was smart?
No, ma'am.
Do you see how it hurt her family, knowing what happened to her?
Yes, ma'am.
Has it sunk into your head at all?
Yes, I think about my consequences every day.
I'm assuming that's from the time period that the bullet pierced her body, went through her organs, ended her life, and then you are still on social media posting those things?
No, ma'am.
I'm talking about from May to October.
Yes, ma'am.
You were still on social media posting those things.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to be very, very frank with you. It is extremely, extremely hard for me to swallow this. Okay? I'm looking out a gallery full of people with tears in their eyes for someone that didn't deserve to die that day. Okay? And they've had grace with you. They've had mercy on you. And partly, grace is one of those things that's given without being deserved. That is the definition of grace. The mother asked for some truth, okay? So when you lay your head down at night, okay, and you think about what you've done, you will bear the burden of this, what you've done, okay? Social media is eroding our community. Being portrayed or portraying yourself like you are cool because you have a gun, because you have drugs, you can see what dire consequences it has. And you can say that it's an accident all you want. But the truth of this whole thing is that if you weren't hanging out, messing around with guns, this would have never happened. So there wouldn't have been any accidents. My understanding from the family is that you don't necessarily agree with this. Is that right? But you understand it? Let me put it to you very frankly. Miss Clayton is young and obviously extremely immature. This is not just 5 years. It's 10 years. It's 5 years in, it's 5 years out. If she violates in the 5 years, she subjects herself to the maximum.
So Mariah received 5 years in and 5 years out with 154 days credited. And I'm sure many people will be on either side of this one, but I know there is one thing that everyone can agree on. Guns are not toys. Guns are not props for social media videos. They are extremely dangerous and should be used with respect. According to the Gun Violence Archive, as of the recording of this video, there have been 1,333 unintentional shootings in 2024. Don't become a part of this statistic. If you are interested in interrogations, we have a ton of them that you have likely never seen before on Couch Detectives, including those of Mariah Clayton, the subject of the case that we just investigated in this video. New cases coming every single week, so make sure you're part of the agency. Hit that subscribe button. We will see.
So he uses his athleticism to get outside of that pressure, and now he has time to think and see and look. And generally, when that happens, he makes things like that. The game winner in the Super Bowl, your first quarterback, Zach Ertz, game winner in the Super Bowl. Fun to watch these offenses, and I know that the NFL is changing. I mean, it really is. We're seeing so much more of the college style of offense come into vogue here, and maybe there's a good reason why the Cliff Kingsbury is having so much success. 1 minute here, this opening quarter. Runs, 5 gets his defense. Like a
YFN Lucci is officially coming home this month after serving 3.5 years.
I've been busy. Score on down the stretch, especially in the second half of games.
I can't really tell you what it's like. I haven't been to the penitentiary area. Thank the Lord. I'm just going based off what everybody says.
Down the stretch, missed 4 games for concussion.
This year, it was finally announced that before.
You're watching Wild Card Weekend, powered by Verizon.
You already know that this business is a success in Brazil, but what you still don't know is that now you can be our licensee in Florida. The mini market.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right. You all also have plea sheets. All right. Yes, if you could. Yes, that'd be great. Thank you, Mr. Banks. Let me take a look at those. Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. So I have the indictment and the plea sheets. Is there anything we need to take up before we begin the colloquy? And is there any particular preference in order? Safe.
Judge, we prefer, since we have a matter that's a bit outstanding on Defendant Stanley, we'd like to go ahead and take Mr. Bennett's first.
All right. All right. And you all can stay, remain in place there. Just use the microphone. All right. All right.
And I'm gonna be right there with that chopper waiting to check you like I bet to him, but
Everybody can remain seated. And if the lawyers would like to use the podium, that's fine, but it's preferable that you can easily remain seated in the conference.
touch that nose, young boy, homie. Tell you when the young boy come home, he gonna be right there with that chopper, that stick to protect that boy. Ooh, bubble bebo. Don't y'all boys know the fans be listening?
This morning, but again, to contextualize it with the court's permission, we understand that we are in the third week of jury selection. However, the record should reflect that the court has, from very early on, been encouraging the parties to continue having face-to-face meetings on various issues concerning outstanding motions. And as a result of that, and talking through those issues, there's been a free exchange and a constant exchange of thoughts about a lot of the issues that we can anticipate that would come up through the course of the trial. As a result of that, and the free exchange of, for example, although we don't have the burden, we were forthcoming on what our evidence would be, what our experts would say. As a result of that, and the encouragement of the court to continue those discussions, we now come before you with this negotiated.
Free that boy YFN Lucci, man. That boy on his way home this month.
What's happening?
Yes, sir.
And as I said
Only
to you
right.
yesterday, Mr. Finley, I appreciate the context, and I think it helps to establish a clear record.
That goddamn Finley be on
I appreciate
everything,
the
bitch.
offer and the context you've given.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. All right. We're ready to swear in the defendant at this time.
Yes, sir.
Let me get a Deputy Green.
I do. Rayshawn Bennett, RAYSHAWNBENNETT.
All right. At this time, Mr. Bennett, Assistant District Attorney Christian has questions for you. Please speak loudly and clearly into the microphone in response to her questions. Ms. Christian, the witness is with you.
Thank you, Judge. Are you at this time under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or any medicine?
No, ma'am.
Is there any medication that you normally take that you haven't been given today?
No, ma'am.
How old are you?
32.
How far did you go in school?
I got my GED.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you're charged with the following offenses under indictment 23 SC 188921? Count 1, violation of the Racketeering, Influence, and Corrupt Organization Act, which carries a minimum sentence of 5 years, maximum of 20 years. Count 68, violation of the Street Gang Act, which carries a minimum 5 years, maximum 20 years. Count 69, violation of the Street Gang Act, that's minimum 5 years, maximum 20 years. Count 72, violation of the Street Gang Act, minimum 5 years, maximum 20 years. Count 73, violation of the Street Gang Act, minimum 5 years, maximum 20 years. Count 76, violation of the Street Gang Act, minimum 5 years, maximum 20 years. Count 77, felony murder, that's minimum life, maximum life without the possibility of parole. Count 78, aggravated assault, that's minimum 1 year, maximum 20 years in custody. Count 78, aggravated assault, that's minimum 1 year, maximum 20 year. Count 80, aggravated assault, minimum 1 year, maximum 20 years. Count 81, aggravated assault, the minimum is 1 year, maximum 20 years. Count 82, aggravated assault, the minimum is 1 year, maximum 20 years. Count 83, possession of a firearm during commission of a felony, that's 5 years consecutive. The minimum is life with the possibility of parole followed by 5 years consecutive, and the maximum you're facing under these charges in the indictment would have been life without the possibility of parole plus 220 years followed by 5 years consecutive. Do you understand that that's what you were initially charged with in the indictment?
Yes.
Do you understand that the state has agreed to no pros counts 1, 68, 72, 73, 60, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, and 83?
Yes.
So, Ms. Christian, the only charge under this recommendation is count 69. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Excuse me.
Have you reviewed this charge with your attorney and been advised of the minimum and maximum for the charge that the one charge that you're pleading to?
Yes.
And do you understand that you have the right to either plead guilty or not guilty to this charge? And if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial.
Yes.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorneys, Mr. Finland and Mr. Banks, about all the facts and circumstances known to you regarding the charges, including any potential defenses?
Yes.
Do you need more time to speak with your attorney?
No.
Are you satisfied with their services?
Yes.
Do you waive a formal reading of the indictment, Mr. Finland?
Yes.
Do you waive any all defects in the indictment?
Yes.
Do you understand that this is a negotiated plea, which means the state will recommend a sentence of, under count 69, the recommended sentence is 20, serve 10, balance probated, and the special conditions of probationers are no street gang activity, no contact with any known street gang members or associates, no contact with the co-defendants, Reginald Carter, Artez Carter, Justin Ushery, DeMonte Thomas, Tydrekus Glass, Rayvon Boyd, Leroy Pitts, Rondavius Hawkins, and Derek Adams. No guns or replica guns, no gang affiliation or conduct associated with gangs on social media. You must be gainfully employed and no further violations of the law. Do you understand that those are the conditions?
Yes. And Ms. Christian, I just wanted to make sure that the record is clear. You said this is a negotiated plea. This is a negotiated recommendation, but it's officially and formally a blind plea. Just want to make sure the record is clear.
Yes, Judge. Okay. Do you understand that those are the statutory conditions of your
Yes.
situation? Do you also understand that you are to have no violations of state or federal laws while serving out any portion of your sentence, to include any period of incarceration, to comply with all the rules maintained by county jail where you're housed prior to being transported to any facility within the Department of Corrections where you're designated to serve out your sentence, comply with all the rules maintained by any facility within the Department of Corrections where you are designated to serve out the remaining sentence. You waive a right to appeal any and all terms and conditions of this plea agreement and the sentence imposed, as well as any right possessed in connection with OCGA 244410. And if you violate any of the special conditions, that the state is free to revoke the sentence and recommend any penalty allowable under the law, including that you be sentenced to the maximum for the charge in which you plead guilty.
Yes.
Do you understand that in exchange for this plea, the state has agreed to write a letter to the Board of Pardons and Parole stating that the state would not object to the defendant being released from the Department of Carcerations the first time you become eligible, or after 1/3 of the sentence has been served, whichever comes first. And you must comply with all lawful authorities of law enforcement while in custody and have no further incidents from the date of this plea in any penal institution.
Yes.
And the state is recommending you get credit for time served at the time that you voluntarily surrendered yourself into the Fulton County Jail on January 13th, 2021 to present, to include any time spent on house arrest as required by law.
Yes.
You understand that that is the recommendation that the state is making to the court?
Yes.
Do you understand that the judge does not have to accept this recommendation and can sentence you to the maximum?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you're currently on probation. Your probation may be revoked based on you entering a guilty plea.
Yes.
Do you understand that if you are placed on probation of any kind, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any government unit or special conditions of probation without being subject to revocation of the balance of your sentence?
Yes.
Do you understand that you're not allowed to possess or use a firearm while on probation?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, a guilty plea conviction will affect your immigration status and will result in deportation, just like a conviction at trial would? And this is true regardless of any advice your attorneys has given you.
Yes.
Do you understand that there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be from a conviction for trial? For example, your guilty plea may affect your right to vote, your right to hold public office, your right to serve on a jury, your right to obtain a passport, your right to receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or your ability to obtain employment.
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, if you receive, possess, or use, or transport a firearm, you'll be guilty of a felony which carries a sentence from 1 to 15 years in prison?
You can repeat that?
Yes. Do you understand that if you plead guilty to a felony and you use, receive, possess, or transport a firearm, you will be guilty of a felony which carries a sentence of from 1 to 5 years in prison?
Yes.
Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses by entering a guilty plea?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you went to trial, you would have the right to a trial by jury, the right to see, hear, and confront witnesses called to testify against you, the right to testify yourself or remain silent and not incriminate yourself?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up the following rights: the right to trial by jury, the right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself, the right to confront witnesses against you, the right to assistance of counsel hired by you, or for court-appointed counsel if you couldn't afford counsel at the trial of your case, the right to the presumption of innocence, the right to testify on your own behalf and present other evidence, the right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence, the right to have the charges against you proven beyond a reasonable doubt, the right to appeal if convicted after trial.
Yes.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to enter this guilty plea?
No.
Is it your decision to waive these rights and enter a guilty plea because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
How do you plead to count 69 in indictment 23 SC 188921?
Guilty.
Is this guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with full knowledge of the charge against you?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have 4 years from today to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness of your plea?
Yes.
Your Honor, had this case gone to trial, the state would have shown that on December 10th, 2020, this defendant, Mr. Bennett, was gifted a 2021 Mercedes-Benz Maybach by his record label. The defendant drove that vehicle and picked up his co-defendants, Rayvon Boyd, Leroy Pitts, and the decedent, James Adams. Boyd, Pitts, and Adams traveled up from Miami, but were visiting the defendant, Mr. Bennett, in Atlanta. The defendant then drove around the city of Atlanta in that vehicle. Although Bennett himself did not personally possess a firearm, he was aware that there were firearms in the vehicle, to include 2 assault rifles. At some point, defendant Bennett drove to the area of Dimmick and People Street, located in Fulton County. While traveling down Dimmick Street, after passing several individuals who were standing on the street, this defendant stopped his vehicle. The individuals on the street and the individuals in the inside of his vehicle began shooting at each other. This shooting is captured on surveillance video, and the video reflects that after defendant Bennett stopped his vehicle, co-defendants Boyd and the decedent Adams opened the door to the car and began firing assault rifles at Kevin Wright, Nathan Bedford, and others that were on the street at the time. The video shows Nathan Bedford and Kevin Wright and others shooting back at the vehicle. During the exchange of gunfire, the decedent James Adams sustained a gunshot wound to his torso that caused his death. After shots were fired, defendant Bennett drove off in the Maybach, which then turned onto People Street. The individuals in the vehicle attempted to pull decedent Adams' body back into the vehicle, but were unsuccessful. As a result, they left his body on People Street and left the scene. After leaving the scene, he drove the vehicle to his father's house to conceal the vehicle following the shooting. The facts and evidence would further establish that defendant Bennett is an associate of the Bloods, a criminal street gang operating here in Atlanta and elsewhere. Defendant Bennett demonstrated his association in part by appearing in rap videos with members of the Bloods while displaying gang signs and wearing gang colors. The basis of the state's reduction, Judge, is essentially this defendant has no criminal history. We have spoken with the family in this particular case, and they have maintained throughout the course since this incident occurred that they are on board with the recommendation. They are more than amenable to the defendant's request at this point. And they have also, as you are aware from the facts, is the defendant's level of culpability in this particular incident. He was the driver of the vehicle, and he didn't have a weapon during the time of this incident. And this is out of the 80-something counts in the indictment, Judge, this is the one incident that this particular defendant is a part of. So given those things, we did take that into consideration, and that's the recommendation that we are presenting before the court.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Christian. Mr. Findling or Mr. Banks, would you like to tell me anything about your client and share anything about the plea?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, as you've heard, Mr. Bennett is 32 years old. And of course, we've been to you through the course of years. We've been together on this case with Your Honor for years. He is the father of 4 children who he assumes the task, the welcome task of being their sole provider, and he takes that seriously. It's well documented what his profession is, and that is that he is a professional entertainer. I want to be clear with the court that we just didn't talk to Mr. Bennett and just take his words on these things. We've talked to literally corporate executives in California about him. We've listened to his music. You know, we've been talking to these jurors about listening to rap and hip hop, and we have spent countless hours watching videos and listening to his music, trying to see the connection it has to the case. We've employed the best experts in America on that issue, on the lyrics issue. We've employed the best experts in America on the gang issue. But most importantly, for purposes of our conversation today, and not too dissimilar from really what was presented to you by Ms. Christian, I actually appreciate her explanation of December 10th. And I would ask the court, December 10th, 2020, to really harken back to some of those hearings. I think that the court will notice that Ms. Christian's explanation of it is very different than the state's explanation 3 years ago before she was on the case. I credit her with the accuracy of that description. I will tell the court, as we've shared with counsel, we hired literally the best civil engineers in America to analyze what transpired on December 10th. And I think it is fair to say from that, number one, not only is it impossible to with 100% certainty say who initiated shooting, but I think it's fair to say that the argument can be made by professionals that these other people actually initiate the shooting based on expert testimony. But what's critical about that and what is transpiring, we've been very open with the court, and the state has acknowledged, and that is the other folks that were involved, some of the names, I'm not going to besmirch their reputations, as the court has heard, now have literally open murder cases going to trial. One of them had been charged with criminal attempt to commit murder. These were these other folks. And so there was a lot going on in that particular area at the time. And these are all the things that contextualize why this plea came to fruition at this time. We have really gotten to know our client's family. The court will note that his family has literally sat in that back row, dedicated to him, paying attention, being courteous to the court, and being respectful to the court, but being here in support of Mr. Bennett. And I think that's what the court can expect with him moving forward. There have even been people that are involved in the music world that in light fashion have literally been here, sitting in the back, being courteous, paying attention to these folks, to what has transpired here. Your Honor, given the fact that he is 32 years old, given the fact that, as Ms. Christian accurately said, he comes here with no criminal record. I know it's in the discretion of the court for me to ask for a first offender, but let me give you the logistics behind it. I know others have asked, but they've had a bunch of offenses for which they've entered guilty pleas to. Mr. Bennett comes to Your Honor, out of the 13 counts, 12 of them will be null pros. He is going to enter a plea to one of them with the court's permission. I philosophically had the honor of my first assignment was to be assigned to Judge Daniels Courtman, who wrote the book on criminal law, the original book that we all look at. And he used to say, when I was a public defender, he used to stare at people and go, "It's my honor to give you first offender because everybody deserves a chance to get on the other side. Of course, if you commit any faux pas during that period of time, you will pay the price dearly." First offender is the proverbial sword of Damocles, and it will hang over Mr. Bennett's head for a long time. What's interesting about this offense, this plea, excuse me, is that there really will take 2 decades for first offender to ultimately inure to the benefit of Mr. Bennett. And so I think that it kind of serves kind of a double purpose. One, it incentivizes him, but two, it's just not that sword of Damocles that's there for a 3-year theft by receiving probation, but something that he will have to live with because his probation, as the court is well aware, his probation literally does not kick in for approximately 7 years. And so then he's got to go 7 years and then get on the other part of that probation for first offender to kick in. I want the court to know that we, his lawyers, have made sure he understands that first offender can be problematic. We went over the negative and positive consequences of that. Now, as with any other profession, a first offender gives you the chance professionally, and it is important in his line of work. Hopefully one day he'll be freer to travel, to try to get back to where he not only was, but really a whole nother level. And first offender would give him the ability to travel in places, quite frankly, but for getting first offender, he may never get the chance to travel. As the court knows, with felony conviction, international travel becomes extremely difficult. And maybe it will take 10 years for him to go to those places. But that would be, that would be very, very important for him moving forward to be able to go to different venues he would not necessarily be able to travel to contractually have relationships with morality clauses he might not able to otherwise be able to contract to. There's just a plethora of reasons it would be important. I also, Your Honor, want to say that I think that this process has really served a purpose. This case is unique. It's a RICO case where his charges were 13 in number, but I know ultimately had 11 people in the case, and and cases like this are not the normal single defendant, single count case. Unfortunately, with the complexity of a case that can last as long as three months, it takes a while for all parties, and I include our colleagues from the state, to get to the point where a resolution makes sense. And so this is really not a statement on Mr. Bennett that we're taking this, in this third week of jury selection, but really the process. And as I said in my opening remarks, this court has encouraged, I know, you have your phrase of knee to knee, but you have encouraged us to remain in conversation while never saying specifically about this issue. It's been about all the other issues in the case, and all parties have taken that seriously. I think, as I said to you yesterday, if the parties look red-eyed, it's because other than the legal work we've been doing, we've been literally talking with one another to all hours, in person, on the phone, trying to bring a resolution. With all that being said, I think that Mr. Bennett truly appreciates where he is right now, and would very much, on his behalf, we'd ask that the court accept the plea as negotiated between the parties, and we're available for any questions from the court.
All right, thank you, Mr. Findling. Mr. Banks, do you wish to go on the record as well?
Judge, I would just simply say that these are very difficult cases. Having been the former director of the gang unit in this office, there are always challenges when you try these type of cases with these multi-defendant cases involving gang charges. Mr. Finley has really adequately described what has occurred between the negotiations of the parties. This was going to be a hard fought battle, and the state knows that. We knew that, and as a result of that, Judge, I do believe that we were able to have those kneecap to kneecap meetings and come to this resolution. I do think it's appropriate. This is not a slap on the wrist by no means, because of the hard fought battle that was going to be fought. Having said that, he's here, he's ready to accept responsibility, and I would submit, Judge, that you should accept the party's negotiated recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Banks. What's the state's position on the first offender request?
Thank you, Judge. We, as the court knows, we've had several negotiations. This has been a point of discussion, and we were aware that this would be a request, and not just on my behalf, but after speaking even with the DA regarding this particular issue, Your Honor, the state objects to first offender.
All right, thank you, Ms. Christian. All right, Mr. Bennett, based on the presentation of Ms. Christian, the Assistant District Attorney, I find that there's an adequate factual basis for the charges against you. More importantly, based on your responses to her questions, I find you're entering your plea in this case knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily. At this time, before sentence is imposed, you're free to make a statement, but only if you wish to do so. Would you like to make a statement at this time?
Yes.
All right.
First off, I want to say my heart goes out to my friend James Adam and his family. Also, I want to apologize to my family and my friend for putting them through this stressful process. And I would also like to apologize to the court. And that's it.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Bennett. Let me just confirm with the state that the only pending charge in this recommendation is count 69.
Yes, Judge.
And what is that charge?
Violation of the Street Gang Act.
All right. For count 69, Mr. Bennett, violation of the Street Gang Act, your sentence is 20 years to serve 10 years with the balance on probation. All other counts will be null prost. There are several conditions to this plea agreement. There are special conditions and conditions on the state. The special conditions are that you're to engage in no criminal street gang activity. You're to have no contact with criminal street gang members or associates. You're to have no contact with your co-defendants, Derek Adams, Rondavius Hawkins, Rayvon Boyd, Leroy Pitts, Artez Carter, Malik Stanley, Reginald Carter, DeMonte Thomas, Tadrikas Glass, Justin Ushery, and Victor Meadows. You're to have no guns or replicas of guns. You're to participate in no gang affiliation and or conduct associated with gangs on social media. You must be gainfully employed. And for purposes of the definition of employment, since you are an entertainer, self-employment would come under the context of employment. You're to have no violation of any state or federal law while serving on any portion of this sentence, including any period of incarceration. You're to comply with all rules maintained by the county jail where you are to be housed prior to being transported to a facility within the Department of Corrections where you will be designated to serve out this sentence. You're to comply with all rules maintained within any facility of the Department of Corrections where you will be designated to serve out this sentence. You will waive your right to appeal any and all terms and conditions of this plea agreement and the sentence imposed, as well as any right that you possess in connection with OCGA section 24-4-410. I'd like to ask both Mr. Findling and Mr. Banks if this term is agreed to by counsel as well.
It is, Judge.
All right. If you violate any term or condition of this agreement, including the special conditions, the state will be free to revoke this sentence and recommend any penalty allowed under the law, including but not limited to the maximum sentence provided by law. As a condition of this sentence, the state has also agreed, and I believe this is the first time I've ever seen this, the state has agreed to write a letter to the Board of Pardons and Parole stating that the state will not object to you being released from the Department of Corrections the first time that you become eligible for parole, or after serving 1/3 of your prison sentence, whichever comes first, if you comply with the following conditions. You're to comply with the lawful authority of any and all law enforcement. You're to have no further incidents from the date of this plea in any penal institution. You are to receive credit, and I don't do the credit from time served, but what I will acknowledge is you have been incarcerated since January 13th of 2021 to the present. Is that correct, Mr.
Did YFN Lucci win the war? YFN Lucci won the war. That's crazy.
Christian?
Yes, Judge.
And Mr. Finley and Mr. Banks, do you agree with that date, with those dates?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Have I adequately detailed the recommendation, Ms. Christian?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Finley?
Yes, Your Honor. I just want to ask just one fact on the first offender. I know there was an issue with a co-defendant, but the court would note that co-defendant had to plead to a voluntary manslaughter charge, which the court in an uncomfortable position for a request on first offender on voluntary manslaughter. That's a difficult ask. We're not similarly situated.
All right. And the court has considered the first offender request, and the court is denying the request at this time. All right. Anything else? Have I adequately detailed the recommendation, Mr. Banks?
If I may, Judge, as a part of the negotiated recommendation, the state has agreed to null pros indictment number 22 SC 180737, as well as decline to prosecute case number 23 CP 216278.
Is that correct, Ms. Christian?
Yes, Judge. I was going to present that at the end of this.
All right. So is there anything else before I bring probation on to get further instructions from the state, Ms. Christian?
Nothing else remaining on this.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Finling or Mr. Banks?
No, Your Honor. It's just been no.
All right. Officer Smith, go ahead and unmute your microphone, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Before Mr. Bennett when he is placed on parole or when he is released on parole, he'll be given reporting instructions at that time. If he resides in another state, they will process the transfer of the case to the other state, but he will be given full and complete reporting instructions prior to his release from the Department of Corrections.
All right. Thank you, Officer.
ex-gunman and told the kids to run. Fort Lauderdale police say their victim was shot multiple times.
At this time, we don't know their relationship, if any. We don't know if there was arguments.
Police tape crisscrossed the park. Evidence markers dotted the parking lot.
Bobo hails from Dillard Park.
I know the real devil. I'm pulling up on niggas like Bobo on real stuff. I'm a real killer, real hitter. Pull out his shit.
Introducing Bobo the Real Devil, also known as the Boogeyman. Palacio Valdez Farley, a notorious figure from Broward County, Florida. Bobo is widely feared by everyone. His reputation as a hitman and drug lord precedes him. Bobo hails from Dillard Park, but later moved to Shallowside/Slaughter Hill in his early 20s. He is closely associated with Kodak Black, SG/KDB/1800/ZMF, and Extentation, Deepside/Slaughter Hill/members only. Bobo is not someone to be taken lightly. He would kill for payments of $10,000 or more and has a history of extorting, beating up, and even torturing individuals who owe him money. He doesn't just target individuals but goes after their entire bloodline, leaving no survivors. Just as there are white serial killers, Bobo demonstrates that there are also black ones. It is believed that Bobo is responsible for the deaths of numerous individuals, with at least 10 known victims. One of his most infamous killings occurred on October 13, 2016. The victim was Disco Dave, a well-respected football coach. Bobo approached Coach Dave earlier in the night, intending to extort him. Despite Bobo's threats, Coach Dave refused to comply. This act of defiance proved fatal, as Bobo returned shortly after and brutally murdered Coach Dave.
Police in Fort Lauderdale have a murder mystery on their hands this noon. A man was shot and killed.
Conspiracy continued.
Is known as his name, David Williams.
Bobo approached.
I ain't gonna lie, man. How the fuck they know he did it though? That's the crazy thing about it. How the fuck they know he did it?
Coach Dave earlier in the night, intending to extort him. Despite Bobo's threats, Coach Dave refused to comply. This act of defiance proved fatal, as Bobo returned shortly after and brutally murdered Coach Dave.
Police in Fort Lauderdale have a murder mystery on their hands this noon. A man was shot and killed last night at a park. CBS 4's Donna Rapato has been working the story all morning long. She is live at Mills Pond Park with the latest. Donna?
Yeah, Elliot, we're learning that this man was Coach Dave. That's what he was known as. His name, David Williams. He was shot and killed here in the parking lot at Mills Pond Park last night at about 8:45. And we are just learning from Fort Lauderdale police that he was approached by several black men earlier in the night. And then a while later, there were several gunshots that rang out. This is Dave Williams, a longtime youth football coach here at Mills Pond Park. Friends tell me he coached the Fort Lauderdale Hurricanes here at the park, a coach for about 12 years. Last night, with kids practicing football nearby and soccer and baseball fields not far away, someone shot and killed Williams right here in the parking lot. Fort Lauderdale Rescue happens to have a station at the park entrance, rushing Williams to the hospital, but he didn't make it. Police have not said much since the shooting. Investigators processing the scene and gathering evidence. Police have not said what may have led up to the deadly shooting or who they're looking for. We went by the family's home about a mile from here earlier, where many family and friends are gathered, not wanting to speak to us as they grieve.
Now at noon, the search for a shooter after a coach is shot and killed at a park in Fort Lauderdale. Local 10 News reporter Laren Livingston joins us now live from Fort Lauderdale with the latest on this investigation.
That's right, and just within the hour, just at the top of the hour, Fort Lauderdale police confirmed the name of the victim, Dave Williams. We're told he was approached by several men right here in this parking lot, unidentified men, and then multiple shots were heard ringing out. And this all happened in front of a lot of young kids. In fact, you can see one little kid's cleats are still right here. This all happened after a football practice. Thankfully, none of those kids were injured in any of this.
A representative with the Fort Lauderdale Hurricanes tells us Dave Williams, better known as Coach Disco Dave, has been with the Youth Football League for 12 years now, coached the 7-year-olds. We're told he was coaching last night at Mills Pond Park, where practice was finishing up. He was walking with a group of those young athletes, reportedly saw this gunman and told the kids to run. Fort Lauderdale police say their victim was shot multiple times.
At this time, we don't know their relationship, if any. We don't know if there was arguments.
Police tape crisscrossed the park. Evidence markers dotted the parking lot. Police say the shooter took off. This morning, a grim reminder of last night's violence. Firefighters forced to wash the victim's blood from the pavement. This morning, we stopped by this car wash on Sunrise Boulevard. We're told the victim owned the family business named for his deceased grandmother.
I can't believe it. He was such a nice person.
Crystal Christie works in the salon next door, tells us Coach Dave was a regular.
And their employees still come over here to get their hair done. We wash our cars over there all the time. It's sad. My heart goes out to the family.
And she hopes the shooter is brought to justice.
Bobo was notorious for his attempts to extort money from hustlers. One individual, Disco, found himself trapped in Bobo's web of debt. Rumors even circulated that Bobo had murdered people in other states. However, amidst this backdrop of criminal activity, a chilling incident unfolded on September 5, 2016. In a display of utter ruthlessness, Bobo mercilessly took the life of a man named White Brown. Shockingly, Bobo callously sniffed out the lives of White's girlfriend and their innocent son, all within the confines of their own home on Labor Day. The motive behind Bobo's actions remains a mystery, although it is said that White owed Bobo money and disrespect Bobo. Yet, the truth behind this senseless and horrifying act continues to elude us.
Now, triple murder mystery, 3 people dead, and tonight we're learning the killer is still on the loose. Lauderhill police are now releasing disturbing information on this case.
Officers call the crime scene unique and report the killer executed the victims. CBS 4's Tiani Jones live from Lauderhill with more. Tiani.
Well, like you said, 3 people dead, still no arrests. But tonight, police released to me shocking details in hopes that someone will come forward. It began as a death investigation on Labor Day. For 2 days, Lauderhill police combed through this home in the 3600 block of Northwest 3rd Street. They released little information, but worked methodically, and yet still no break in the case. This week, police are releasing more details.
We know at this point that one of our victims was bound during this incident.
No longer a death investigation, police are calling the deaths of Dwight Brown, his son Denzel, and Dwight's girlfriend Lisa Foreman an execution. All 3 shot multiple times.
We're fairly confident that the perpetrator or perpetrators that did commit this execution specifically targeted that house. We believe this was an isolated incident in that community. We do not believe that the community is at risk at this point.
Investigators won't say which victim was bound, only that the crime scene was unique.
Because of the uniqueness of the crime scene, we know that somebody in the community must know something about what happened to this family. And we're asking the community to do the right thing and step forward and help the investigation move to the next level.
Police say the family was targeted and there is no immediate threat to their neighbors or the community at large.
An exclusive story on Local 10 here about the investigation of a gruesome triple murder in Lauderhill. Now more than 1 year after the crime, detectives still have not made an arrest or even found a motive.
And the victims' family members, they are desperate for closure and justice. Here's Local 10 News reporter Erica Rako with her exclusive.
Who went into this home and murdered 3 very loved people? And why did they do it? More than a year later, the case is cold, and those questions still puzzling detectives and agonizing 2 families.
I lost my mother, who was everything to me. You know, it's just like having somebody for 35 years, and all of a sudden one day they're gone.
Lisa Foreman, a mom and grandma, a Broward clerk of courts employee for 28 years. Dwight Brown, Lisa's boyfriend, a father, a longshoreman. Denzel Brown, Dwight's son, a student becoming a master electrician. All 3 of them executed, tied up on Labor Day of 2016.
He was just the best kid ever. You meet him, his personality was out of this world.
The nightmare replays in Michael Smith's head. When no one heard from his brother, he went over.
I was trying to wake him up, but nobody moved.
All 3 of them were shot multiple times, gunshots throughout multiple parts of their bodies. Yet neighbors claim to have heard and saw nothing.
I definitely believe that there's someone or multiple people that do have information.
Lauderhill detectives have interviewed more than 30 people. They learned more than 3 people are involved, and they believe those people are still in South Florida.
The more time that passes by, the less interest people have, and less interest people have of doing the right thing.
Although it is widely believed that Bobo is responsible for the murders of Dwight Brown, his family, Coach Dave, and other individuals in Broward and Miami, he has not been charged with any of these crimes. If you were involved in hustling in Miami or Broward in the past, it is said that Bobo would make you pay rent. Bobo is so despised that when Broward rapper Kodak Black posted a picture on Instagram with Bobo, he faced severe backlash. This criticism compelled him to swiftly remove the photo from his Instagram account.
Just seeing your thing, I just woke up, man. I'm so tired of you pussy ass niggas, man. Every time I turn around, y'all running line to these police, telling these police this, telling these, mentioning the nigga name. Like, man, y'all niggas need to stop, man. Like, seriously, man. Like, y'all niggas just done got really on some, like, real bullshit. Y'all got these crackers chasing the nigga. Y'all lying on him.
It is crucial to acknowledge that Bobo has a long history of criminal convictions, having been sentenced to prison a total of 11 times. The first instance occurred when Bobo was convicted of armed robbery, where he utilized a firearm during the commission of the crime. Consequently, Bobo served a 5-year sentence, beginning on August 24, 2005. Additionally, Bobo found himself incarcerated once again for the offense of cocaine sale. His sentence for this crime amounted to 3 years, 11 months, and 21 days, beginning on June 11, 2008. Furthermore, Bobo faced legal consequences for cocaine possession, resulting in a sentence of 1 year, 6 months, and 27 days, commencing on November 1, 2010. Bobo's criminal record includes a conviction for attempted first-degree murder, which earned him a 1-year sentence, followed by 1 day of probation. Bobo, one of the 2 men accused of robbing a Cincinnati Reds pitching prospect outside a Cuban restaurant April 20, 2017, is the same man wanted on attempted murder 2008. Furthermore, Bobo faced legal consequences for cocaine possession, resulting in a sentence of 1 year, 6 months, and 27 days, commencing on November 1, 2010. Bobo's criminal record includes a conviction for attempted first-degree murder, which earned him a 1-year sentence, followed by 1 day of probation. Bobo, one of the 2 men accused of robbing a Cincinnati Reds pitching prospect outside a Cuban restaurant April 20, 2017, is the same man wanted on attempted murder charges out of Broward County. He's also the same man who wrecked his car and injured himself in April 2017 trying to escape a fugitive arrest, police said. On the afternoon of April 20, 2017, Palacio Farley, age 36, robbed Vladimir Gutierrez, age 21, and his girlfriend outside Cesar Latino restaurant on Mason Avenue. Farley and his accomplice were interrupted by the restaurant owner, Luis Surubia Escalona, who exchanged gunfire with them as they fled. The second suspect in the shooting has been identified, and charges will be filed against him. The investigation led to the arrest of Bobo after he crashed his car outside the Walmart on West Granada Boulevard in Ormond Beach on the morning of April 23, 2017. Bobo has been charged with robbery with a firearm and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon in connection with the shooting outside Cesar Latino. Gutierrez, a pitcher for the Daytona Tortugas, and his girlfriend were being robbed at gunpoint when Escalona intervened. Nobody was harmed in the incident. Bobo's accomplice in the robbery was shot before escaping. Escalona heard a woman screaming for help and saw a man pointing a gun at her. He yelled at the suspects, and one of them fired a gun at him. Escalona returned fire. Both suspects escaped by jumping a nearby fence. 2 days later, an anonymous caller tipped off the police that a man named Bobo with a warrant out of Broward County was in Daytona Beach. The caller described the suspect's vehicle and mentioned that he was armed. The police followed the vehicle, and eventually, Bobo crashed his car near the Walmart parking lot. He was seen hobbling through the parking lot, and a gun was found inside his car. It was later confirmed that Bobo was wanted on 2 attempted murder warrants from Broward County. During the arrest, Bobo's passenger, Walter Tillman, was also injured and had an outstanding warrant from Broward County. Tillman's injuries were more serious, and he was trapped inside a burning car before being rescued by firefighters. Bobo and his accomplice robbed Gutierrez and his girlfriend, stealing Gutierrez's watch, bracelet, and wallet. Cordova, Gutierrez's girlfriend, was thrown to the ground when she called for help. Escalona, armed with his own handgun, confronted the suspects and exchanged gunfire with them. One of the suspects fell to the ground during the exchange. Bobo has a record of robbery convictions in 1997, 2009, and 2011, which has attracted the attention of the FBI. The restaurant's co-owner expressed relief that Bobo has been jailed, as they were concerned about the possibility of the suspects returning. Bobo, who served time for attempted murder and recently was charged again with attempted murder, was arrested April 23, 2017 after crashing his car in Ormond Beach. Police said Palacio Farley, age 36, drove his black Hyundai Genesis into a tree line along the Walmart parking lot at 1521 West Granada Boulevard. And when police caught up to him, he was lying on the ground with a severe leg injury. According to the Daytona Beach Police Department, Bobo has 2 open felony warrants out of Broward County. The charges are attempted first-degree murder and armed burglary for the first warrant, and attempted murder with a deadly weapon and illegal possession of a firearm for the second warrant. Records show a passenger in Bobo vehicle, Walter Tillman, age 29, also suffered a severe leg injury. He, too, is wanted in Broward County. His listed charges were carrying a concealed weapon and cocaine possession. Police said both men were transported to Halifax Health Medical Center. Daytona Beach Police were first alerted April 22, 2017 about Bobo whereabouts. An anonymous call was made alleging that a wanted felon named Bobo was at Volusia Mall. The caller described Bobo vehicle, but it was not found, and neither was Bobo. Police said shortly after 3 a.m. Sunday, a police officer on patrol saw Bobo vehicle traveling west on Mason Avenue. The police officer followed the vehicle after it turned on Williamson Boulevard heading north. According to an arrest report, the vehicle increased its speed after it crossed LPGA Boulevard, and the police officer lost sight of it as it got closer to West Granada. But moments later, smoke could be seen in the area of the Walmart parking lot where Bobo crashed his vehicle. Police said a firearm was discovered underneath the driver's side floor mat. According to the report, prison records show Bobo has served more than 9 years in prison for robbery, cocaine, and attempted murder charges. His latest conviction was in October 2014 on charges of burglary and commission of a second-degree felony while wearing a mask. Police said Thursday, July 28, 2022, a federal district judge in Miami sentenced 42-year-old Palacio Valdez Farley to over 14 years in prison for conspiring to traffic marijuana, Utalone, and MDMA, as well as conspiring to launder proceeds of the illegal drug activity. As part of his guilty plea to the charges earlier this year, Bobo admitted that from about 2016 to 2019, he organized and led a 6-member South Florida drug trafficking organization, DTO. The DTO obtained marijuana from co-conspirators in California and MDMA from a South Florida co-conspirator, then distributed the drugs in Florida. Bobo also admitted that on August 3, 2019, while he was serving a prison sentence at Jackson Correctional Institute in Jackson County, Florida, another member of the DTO was arrested while attempting to smuggle marijuana, Utalone, and MDMA into the prison. The plan was for Farley to distribute the drugs to inmates. As to money laundering, Bobo admitted that he conspired with members of the DDO and others to conduct financial transactions intended to disguise the origins of the drug trafficking proceeds. Thereafter, the Hobbs Act conspiracy continued. In and around November 2017, Bobo enlisted co-defendants Liseland Flood, Karen G. Omar Williams, Joris Still, and Nadiel to rob a victim in Southern California. To set up the robbery, Bobo told the victim that he would send one of his representatives to pay a drug debt and buy more marijuana. On the night of December 5, 2017, Flood, Williams, R. Still, Nadiel, and an unidentified male co-conspirator met in a hotel room to prepare for the robbery. R. Still, Nadiel, and the unidentified male Don Black. Lisa Flood loaded the 9mm pistols and gave the firearms to R. Still and Nadiel. The group then drove to the victim's neighborhood. At approximately 11:30 p.m., Flood knocked on the front door of the plug and was let in. After a brief conversation, Flood excused herself to return to her car and get money. A moment later, R. Still, Nadiel, and a third man burst through the front door. They pointed their guns at the victim, tied the victim's hands and feet with zip ties, and confined the victim to a room. One of the robbers went upstairs and pulled the victim's wife out of bed, put his arm around her neck, stuck his gun in her back, and marched her downstairs to the den, where they tied her hands and feet and put a plastic bag over her head. The robbers then ransacked the victim's house, stealing marijuana, jewelry, and currency. On March 22, 2024, Bobo was sentenced to federal prison following his convictions for conspiracy to rob drug traffickers of their narcotics, money, and other property. U.S. District Judge Roy K. Altman sentenced Bobo, the leader of the conspiracy, to 240 months, 20 years, in prison, which will run consecutively to a 169-month, 14 years, federal prison sentence for conspiracies to commit drug trafficking and money laundering offenses that he is currently serving.
Hey, listen, man. Y'all already know what's up, man. Kill Bill, man. Listen. Right, man. Free Bobo, you know what I'm saying? Free Bobo. Free all the real nigga behind that can. You know what I'm saying? Big B-double-R shit, MBK,
You
Purple
put
Heart.
that house on with the fuck up.
Yeah. Y'all already know what's up.
The hospital, which was like a block or so from where we was at, the Superdome, in the Hammerland. So I didn't see him until we went to jail.
Okay, Diesel. Tell me about the situation from your point of view.
We was on our way to the fair. I didn't want to go. My little brother, he wanted to go. My little brother liked them. Heart too big. Think nobody not gonna do him nothing. But I didn't want to go. He kept saying, I'm going. I said, I'm not going. I said, but guess what? The boys gonna be there and they gonna be ready. I said, you know something? Let's go in this kitchen and get these knives. So we went in the kitchen, got knives, and we went on top of it. That was destination. So we get to the fair. I already know they're gonna come because they're gonna shoot.
Gunman and told the kids to run. Fort Lauderdale police say their victim was shot multiple.
Let me show you why I stopped paying for all my other sample libraries. This is Arcade by Output. This thing has sounds, samples, instruments, effects,
Nobody wins when the family feels.
It get lonely at the top, it get lonely. It get lonely at the top, it get lonely. It get lonely at the top, it get lonely. It get lonely at the top. Man, one ain't helping. Man, one ain't stepping. I love you like a brother, and I wish I was there for you.
4 shooting incidents here in Dania Beach. One of them, of course, the high-profile shooting of this little boy, 8 years old. You can see his friends now gathering around the very same spot where he was shot down. Arvis Brown is the man believed to be behind several Dania Beach shootings.
Arvis Brown has just bailed out of a vehicle in Tallahassee.
Part of a vicious gang responsible from everything to home invasions to murders. That's how the feds describe these men who are now facing federal charges tonight. NBC6 reporter Jamie Garola.
This is part one, because I have some interrogation video that I'm going to later play for you guys. But in today, we're going to talk about the Broward County boogeyman who turned state witness with the help of his crew, including the rapper. On one of the last videos we did, we talked about the Broward County, Florida rap beef that left 2 mothers deceased. Now, since that incident, there's been a lot more information that I had discovered, mostly just public facts. And what I quickly discovered is that this Florida rapper who we're going to discuss not only have enemies from the opposite side, but also within his own camp. Not to mention, this rapper gave a statement to authorities when he was first arrested in 2015 that was later used to indict his crew in 2021. So without wasting too much time, remember family, I don't give you no angle, I just give you the story. So with that being said, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. We're going to jump right to it. On 2021, 3 people was indicted on RICO charges in Florida, Broward County. They was a part of a gang allegedly called On Site. And the 3 people who was in that indictment was Eric Hunter, aka E, aka On Site Eno, Derek Slade, aka D, aka Soldier to the left, and Gregory Stickney, aka Gucci Greg. And according to the indictment, Eric Hunter, aka E, was the ringleader. Now, out of the 3 people indicted, can you guess how many turned state witness? All but one, which was Derek Slade. Now, I want you guys to stay with me, family, because the ringleader was Eric Hunter, according to the indictment. He ended up telling on 14 different crimes that he was involved in and his crew members, step-by-step detail. Now, as we mentioned, the indictment came in 2021, but they was referencing crimes dating back to 2015. Check out the news clip.
Part of a vicious gang responsible from everything to home invasions to murders. That's how the feds describe these men who are now facing federal charges tonight. NBC6 reporter Jamie Garola is in Fort Lauderdale with the details.
The U.S. Attorney says 3 violent criminals are off the street tonight behind bars after years of terrorizing Broward County. These 2 men are alleged members of a violent gang called On Site. Court documents obtained by NBC6 say the On Site gang lived up to its name to, quote, reflect the willingness of enterprise members to commit acts of extreme violence, including murder, without hesitation. 28-year-old Eric Hunter, a.k.a. E, and 27-year-old Derek Slade, a.k.a. D, arraigned today in federal court. Hunter is the alleged leader who planned, organized, and supervised the gang's criminal activity. Slade and a 3rd person arraigned earlier this month are alleged to carry out the crimes. The indictment says the criminals, quote, engaged in multiple acts of violence to intimidate victims and reduce likelihood of resistance, engaged in drive-by shootings to engender fear, and while incarcerated, maintained contact with others to achieve the goals of the enterprise. The feds allege the gang also used social media to, quote, maintain virtual presences and to establish and enhance the perception of the enterprise's violent nature and to recruit potential members and threaten other rival gang members. They allegedly used social media to post pictures of their crimes or potential victims. If convicted, they could face life in prison. In Broward, Jamie Garola, NBC6.
Now, Eric Hunter, according to the indictment, even though it wasn't in here, he actually ended up beating the M1 back in 2011 when he took the life of his good friend, Dijon. Now, Dijon was from Hollywood and Eric was from Dania, but they was real tight. Eric ended up taking his life, and I made a mistake on the last video and said it was for Briscoe, but it was over a female after later confirming to a close source. Dijon Brown, older brother, was locked up when this happened. Arvis Brown got out, and in 2016, he caused havoc trying to get retaliation for the demise of his brother, leaving 2 people shot and having an 8-year-old lose their life on the scene. May he rest in peace.
Breaking a case involving a number of shootings in Deerfield Beach, including the death of an 8-year-old boy. Police caught up with a suspect here in South Florida.
And they also made arrests in Tallahassee. Local 10 News reporter Hatzel Vela joins us live with details. Hatzel.
Janine, they're telling us now that their man is Arvis Brown, 19 years old, recently out of prison, now arrested, caught up in Tallahassee. He, they say, is believed to be behind 2 of the 4 shooting incidents here in Dania Beach. One of them, of course, the high-profile shooting of this little boy, 8 years old. You can see his friends now gathering around the very same spot where he was shot down. Arvis Brown is the man believed to be behind several Dania Beach shootings.
Arvis Brown has just bailed out of a vehicle in Tallahassee.
Brown, 19 years old, just got out of prison in early November, locked up 6 years for a Lee County shooting. In the middle of the news conference, Sheriff Israel gives an update.
Arvis Brown is in custody.
Investigators believe Brown is responsible for the shooting death of 25-year-old Christopher Jordan on Christmas night. They think Jordan was killed in retaliation for a 2011 murder where Arvis's brother, Dijon, was killed. Wednesday evening, witnesses say a man gets out of a car's passenger side, face covered, pulls the trigger, killing 8-year-old Rashid Cunningham. Rashid's cousin, Brandon Cunningham, the intended target, was shot several times as he tried to shield the children, more than a dozen, who were simply walking home from a nearby birthday party.
It is absolutely time to stop burying 8-year-olds.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel. Rashid's grandmother, who in the past 2 days has not held back on emotion, talked to us outside once again.
Why he doing my baby like that? He got me so empty.
The family knows Arvis Brown, but still not sure why they were targeted, as they claim not to be part of this vicious cycle of crime.
My grandson got shot 2 times in the chest, 1 time in the head. He didn't deserve it.
This is a pickup truck that deputies say they have in their possession. A pickup truck they say was used in the Christmas Day murder. They are hoping to figure out who was driving, who may have been passengers inside this truck. If you know anything about that truck and who may have been inside, you're asked to call Broward Crime Stoppers. That number, 954-493-TIPS. We're now reporting live in Dania Beach, Hatzelvella, Local 10.
Now remember, all this is because of Eric, but he ended up going to jail for Dejon's demise. Now he ended up getting out because no state witness, and he was released after about 5 years. Now, before we talk about all 14 of the crimes that Eric had confessed to, I want us to talk about one in specific at this very moment. It was the 11th crime that Eric Hunter had admitted to on November 25th, 2015, during his plea on 8/26/2022. Counts 1 and 2, robbery/kidnapping, August 25th, 2015. On that date, Eric Hunter, Gordon, and co-conspirators. Remember the word co-conspirators. Now, before we continue, that co-conspirator been all through Eric's indictment and his confessions, but he wasn't indicted. But that's going to later play key to the rapper. But as we continue, they say they kidnapped the victim in Dania. The victim was known in the community as a large-scale drug dealer. Hunter, Gordon, and the co-conspirators surveillanced the victim for several days. They observed him riding a bicycle to the local grocery store. Hunter, Gordon, and the co-conspirators were in a vehicle. They hit the victim with the vehicle and thereafter assaulted him. They forcefully placed him in a vehicle at gunpoint. They drove him around, during which time he frequently passed out. Ultimately, they forced him by means of assault to place a phone call to a criminal associate. The associate brought $30,000 to an agreed location. Hunter and a co-conspirator retrieved the money and then they released him. Gordon would testify that approximately 4 drive-by shootings were committed by Hunter and Gordon and a co-conspirator in order to intimidate the victim and a neighbor of the victim who was a potential witness in the kidnapping case. But it was somebody arrested for that crime back in 2015, later getting 5 years of probation after cooperating. He wasn't mentioned in this indictment or his name. That person go by Kimbrell Smart, aka Psycho Bob. But in the indictment with Eric and the on-site crew, it seemed like Psycho Bob was a part of that crew but didn't get indicted because of his statements. Now, this timestamp from the court was September 22nd, 2015. And before we count and describe the statements from each count, according to Psycho Bob giving the detective, I think you got to understand, for him to get that plea and not be an indictment, there's no such thing as giving a plea without giving a confession statement about everything that happened. They don't give it to you just because you was the first one arrested, which explains why his name wasn't mentioned and was used as a key word like most witnesses do in indictments. Now, when Eric and Gordon had confessed to that robbery of that man for $30,000 holding him for ransom, it seemed that Psycho Bob was the passenger for that same incident. Now, the victim wasn't named in the indictment, but according to Psycho Bob arrest record, aka the co-conspirator, the victim was Toby's Barfield, which was the same details that Eric had to admit to. Count 1, robbed with the firearm, who was Toby's, the big-time drug dealer, to deprive the victim of his property by inflicting fear and physical force. Count 2, they battered Toby with a motor vehicle, aka hit him. It caused damages to his arms, legs, and buttocks. Campbell Smart, aka Psycho Bob, he later battered Toby with his firearm, causing additional damage to the victim's forehead. The first count was robbery with a firearm. The second, aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. Count 3, they detained and restricted the movement of Toby against his will while inside the motor vehicle that Campbell Smart was passenger in. False imprisonment as an adult for count 3. Count 4, they forced Toby from his bicycle and into the motor vehicle to transport him against his will from the city of Dana Beach to Florida to the city of Oakland Park, Florida, and charged with kidnapping. And if Psycho Bob disclosed that he was the passenger, best believe he disclosed who was the driver and whatever else that they asked in order to keep him out the future indictment and these recent charges by just getting 5 years of probation. Now, this was sealed on the 21st day of September in 2015. 6 years later, his crew on site, excluding him, would be indicted. Now, his confession of his interrogation has been done, requested. The jail phone call from Campbell Smart, aka Psycho Bob, 5 disses, has been requested, and a jail call of Braxton Davis. Now, Gregory later found out, as well as Eric, that Psycho Bob is the one that's cooperating in a case because he wasn't indicted. He was listed as co-conspirator, and they know that he. But instead of standing strong, it seems Eric, the one they called the leader, he would testify and be a witness and still get life in prison. Gregory, he would get the same. And Derek was the only one to take it to trial just 3 months ago. He ended up still getting found guilty, but just getting 20 in the feds and 10 in the state. The only statement he made in court was this: I do want the court to know that in spite of the jury's verdict, that I still proclaim my innocence. And I know, and God from the beginning told me to salvation through the certification of the spirit and belief for the truth. As far as the 14 crimes of the 14 victims that the ringleader allegedly admitted to doing harm to, one of those robberies was even at a lower league football game when they robbed a guy who was named Joe Gaddy after seeing him bet on the game and exposing his money. And when you sit back and you think about it, this gang took themselves out, doing all this harm, even at a little league football game, possibly taking out mothers, all to tell on themselves, all to have the person that's the rapper give them information to the authorities, rather, years before their indictment. He get to walk away from that. He's serving 5 years in the feds for a firearm as a convicted felon right now. It's crazy in itself. All in all, we send prayers to all the victims, anyone who was affected by the series of events that we talked about. But in this video, we found out that the boogeyman of Broward County was the biggest state witness. Not to mention, his crew followed suit after the rapper was the first to give information. That's AKA the co-conspirator. Family, let me know how you guys feel about this one in the comments. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Until then, I'll catch you guys on the next one.
Goddamn, Psycho Bob a rat, huh? I gotta pull up his paperwork tomorrow. And I'm posting it. Psycho Bob a rat. And you know that. Goddamn, Psycho Bob a rat. But everybody gonna act like that shit ain't real though.
Street rappers unfortunately get killed all the time. But what's going down in Florida right now is wild. Kodak Black's homie, Psycho Bob, got the tragic news that his own mother was shot and killed. And today we're breaking down the shocking beef that has ops sliding on each other's moms. Psycho Bob came up in Broward County, Florida. Not much is known about his early life, but he's allegedly been in the trenches since he was a kid. He's been dropping music videos since 2018, but he never really popped off in the industry, even with help from his homie Kodak. And that's why he's allegedly still been active in the streets. Before we get into the shocking and tragic news about Psycho's mom being killed this week, let's dive into how the situation got so crazy. It's not exactly clear how it all started, but rumors say it involves another Florida rapper named HMT Trey and his mom. Back in 2021, a woman named Misty Hopkins was walking back to work at her nail salon. It was around lunchtime on a Friday, and Misty was on the phone with a friend while she was headed to the shop. That's when a dude in a black hoodie rolled up on her. The friend Misty was talking to her to say, "Wow, oh, you scared me. What are you here for?" That's when the dude upped his strap, and the last thing Misty's friend heard was the shots going off through the phone. It was a brutal murder that went down in broad daylight, and it was clear from the jump that Misty was definitely the target. She wasn't robbed after the shooter killed her, but showed everyone that the only goal was to take her out. Misty was loved by everyone in the community and didn't have any enemies, but it's a different story when it comes to her son, HMT Trey. He's from a hood that has issues with Psycho and his people, and a month after Misty was killed, someone tried to take out Psycho. Psycho and two homies were driving down the road when a black BMW pulled up on them and started letting off shots. Whoever was driving the whip Psycho was in tried to floor it and smash off, but they ended up crashing into some other cars and stopped. That's when the BMW rolled up again and the dudes inside let off more shots. Someone in Psycho's whip shot back and the BMW drove off. But that wasn't the end of the story. In August 2021, HMT Trey and his homie Liberia Sig linked up for the track FTO, and Liberia took shots at Kodak and his homie Wiz the Wizard when he raps, "He a dead nigga. What the fuck I look like beefing with a red nigga? Get up on his ass, aiming at his head, nigga." And Chopper knock him out his element. Them niggas vicious. They're protected by the president. And I got proof. They know we spinning, so they slime bulletproof. And talking magic make you disappear like poof. Catch that famous ass nigga in them hanging out that roof. Then just a couple weeks later, things took a brutal turn. On September 17th, 2021, someone was walking their dog in Hollandale Beach around where Wiz the Wizard grew up. When they passed by an abandoned house, they noticed something laying under a yellow tarp in the front yard. And underneath it was the body of Wiz the Wizard. According to the police, he had been beaten to death and probably dropped off at the house later. It was already a crazy situation, but then a text leaked from someone who allegedly saw the body, and rumors started flying that Wiz the Wizard's head was cut off and his body was chopped up into pieces. Wiz's murder never got solved, but he had all kinds of enemies in the streets. By the time he was 17, the police claimed Wiz was running a crew of over 100 dudes who was kicking in doors and robbing homes all over the county. He got booked on burglary, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, grand theft, and resisting arrest back in 2015. Then 1 year later, the ops caught his brother Wajid on the street and killed him. After Wiz came back home, the first thing he wanted was to get payback for his brother, and he started hunting down a dude named Denzel Williams. Williams told the police that one night he was walking down the street and noticed a black Nissan following him. He turned around and saw Wiz in the car, and that's when Wiz started letting off shots. Williams made it out alive and went to the police. He said that Wiz thought he was involved with Wajid's death and had been following him a few days before that too. There's a good chance that Wiz would have been locked up after the trial, but the case fell apart after the only witness turned up dead. In August 2020, Denzel Williams was standing outside of his house with his dog. A woman named Amber Campbell, who lived next to him, came over to pet the dog, and they started talking. And that's when the shooter rolled through and started letting off shots. Denzel and Amber were both killed, and the case against Wiz the Wizard got dropped. Rumors say that Wiz was killed as get back for Williams, but it turns out the situation might be way crazier than that, and tie right into Psycho Bob's mom being murdered, and could even involve Kodak himself. Wiz and Kodak met for the first time when they were both in juvie.
I met Kodak in the juvenile detention center a long time ago.
They was tight from the jump, and after Wiz had his attempted murder charge dropped when Williams was killed, Kodak signed Wiz to a sniper gang label. Linking up with Kodak in the rap game was huge for him. Wiz had the opportunity to make it out of the streets and get some legit money, but issues behind the scenes came out almost immediately. Yak only gave Wiz 30 racks when he signed a sniper gang, and Wiz wasn't happy about it. They started arguing on social media about the situation, and everything got messy. Wiz said he wanted to buy out his contract and said he had $100K that he was ready to give Yak. Wiz even told his fans that Yak had blocked him. Kodak obviously wasn't rocking with how he was handling things. He dissed Wiz for airing their business out on social media and said they still had homies they could link through, but Wiz was just clout chasing. They was obviously having some major issues, but Wiz went live on IG and tried to claim there wasn't no real problems. According to him,
Me and bro, like, that's my nigga though, man. It ain't no crazy shit, man. Like I said, if it was that deep with a fault, it ain't no crazy shit. It's just, at the end of the day, business is business.
but it turns out that the beef might have been so serious that Yak sent hitters after his own homie. We'll take a look at how Kodak is allegedly linked to all of it in a second though. Less than a week later, a video came out showing Psycho Bob getting into it with someone inside a mall. According to reports, it was HMT Trey who was clowning Psycho over his homie Wiz the Wizard's death. That's when Psycho clapped back and dissed Trey's dead mom. Ever since Wiz died, there's been rumors HMT Trey and his homies were involved. But some people think Kodak had him killed, and it's all connected to a brutal murder that went down this year. On March 28th, The police responded to a call about an SUV on fire at around 6 in the morning. According to news sources, there was an explosion in the street, and that's when everyone in the neighborhood looked outside and saw the whip completely on fire. Firefighters showed up to put it out, and that's when the situation took a shocking turn. Inside the back seat was a body that got shot multiple times and burnt so badly that they couldn't even tell if it was a man or a woman. Plus, there was an empty gas can laying right next to the SUV, so everyone knew it was a hit and not an accident. The body inside was a rapper named 26 CJ. CJ had been dropping music since 2020, and rumors say he signed a deal with Kodak just a few months before he died. But after allegedly signing with him, CJ hopped on social media and said he was going to air out everyone who's been playing internet games and not keeping their business in the streets. He ain't call out Yak by name, but CJ threw a subliminal at him by saying he wasn't going to beef with anyone who got shot and never got their get back. Then he tagged Psycho Bob and said, "First Psycho Bob, now me? You still want him or what? Let's not get too messy." Some people think CJ was talking about the time Psycho got hit up on the highway, but he could have been referencing the gun charge Psycho got booked on last year. The cops pulled him over for speeding and smelled weed in the car, and when they searched inside, they found a loaded strap between the seats. It sounded like CJ wanted to expose Yak for something, but was killed before he got the chance. And it probably involves Wiz the Wizard too. After Wiz died, Kodak gave a speech after donating $20K to the daughter of a cop who died from COVID-19. During the event, he talks about Wiz and said,
"You know, I just lost a friend, a very close friend for we've been friends for over 10 years. I just lost him yesterday."
What made the situation really sketchy though is when Yak dropped the track Back for Everything and rapped, "Yeah, Double M gang, but I ain't talking Rick Ross. Double M gang, I took that shit from Wiz. Rest in peace, my nigga, but it's his fault. The way you let them kill you like a jit. Talking to Wham, you saying the same, did you like a lame. Sending a shot at his dead homie was crazy." Then Yak added fuel to the rumors he was involved with Wiz's death when he hopped on Kendrick Lamar's track Silent Hill and rapped, "I caught a bail off a Google lap. I'm the type to get my shooter waxed. I had to survive off a tuna pack. 5% tin on the whip, like, who was that?" Wiz the Wizard and CJ were homies, and CJ released one of their collab tracks after Wiz died. But according to rumors, Kodak paid CJ to snake his own homie. After CJ died, the ops dissed him, but also posted pics of Wiz the Wizard and said, "Long live Wiz the Wizard." Wiz's cousin, Wham Spin the Ben, hopped on line 2 and said, "Nigga played with Wiz and got set on fire. Couple more you fuck niggas finna get the same treatment." It's not clear how Psycho Bob was involved with any of the beef between Yak and his other homies, but now he's dealing with his own tragic loss. A few days ago, the news broke that his mom, Dorothy Smart, was shot and killed while she was sitting in her van at her house. Just like HMT Trey's mom, Misty, this looks like it was a targeted hit and not an accident. Someone rolled up on her and started letting off shots in the middle of the day. And so far, the police have no idea who pulled the trigger. After the news broke, HMT Trey's homie, EBK Hatch, posted Psycho Bob's track Stepdaddy on Instagram and wrote, "I heard a lady who's about 50 got hit up with them switches." Stepdaddy's a diss track aimed at Liberia Sig, where Psycho claimed he was hooking up with his mom. Psycho also talks about Sig's mom on social media and said he can't diss him while his own mom is hooking up with him.
A nigga can go fuck a big baby mama, old lady, whatever. You can't talk to nigga fucking your mama. I don't care what you do. You can do 1,000 gangster shits and nigga fuck your mama. Well, how can you beat that? That's your mama. You can't mock that coochie, boy.
Right now, nobody has any idea who murdered Psycho's mom or why, but the situation in Florida that's going down right now might be the craziest wave of violence in rap history. Most street rappers just beef with the ops, but now mothers are being brought into it and tragically losing their lives too. Kodak hasn't spoken on the situation at all, but everything going on with his homies beefing with each other and dying in brutal ways is real sketchy. There's nothing directly tying him into it all, but at some point, the truth about all of this will definitely come out and we'll know for sure.
Starting today, anyone can monetize with ads. As part of the all-new Beehive ad network, thousands of newsletters have already monetized.
Kodak Black and Jack Boy were day one homies who came up in the trenches together. But instead of taking over the rap game together, they sparked a crazy beef that almost got Jack Boy killed. Kodak and Jack Boy met when they were both living in the Golden Acres projects in Pompano Beach, Florida. There's not a lot of opportunity out there for poor kids living in the hood. So Kodak and Jack Boy both ended up getting active in the streets early. Kodak was always rapping and would go to a local trap house after school to record music. But at the same time, he was neck deep in the trenches. He got kicked out of school for fighting and got booked for stealing the whip when he was still in middle school. And after that, he really started going hard in the booth. Kodak joined a rap crew called Brutal Youngins when he was just 12 years old. And a few years later, he came out with his first solo project called Project Baby. The tape got a little buzz on his name, but Kodak's real break happened in 2015 after Drake posted a video where he was dancing to Yak's song Skirt. But even after Kodak started making waves in the industry, he's been in and out of jail ever since. Jackboy started getting booked at a young age too. He hopped up the porch and started breaking into houses and getting into credit card fraud. And when he was around 14 years old, he got sent to juvie for 4 years. A lot of fans don't know how tight Kodak and Jackboy really were before all the beef started. According to Jackboy, Yak was the only person besides his own mom who was holding him down while he was locked up. During an IG live session from back in the day, Jackboy said Yak is the only dude who ever checked in on him while he was locked up and put money on his books.
Let me tell you what Kodak was doing when he was 14. This nigga was writing me every week, y'all. At 14, juvenile program, you can't send no money at that point. Him and my mom, the only person that sent me money.
Jackboy came home from juvie, and Kodak was already working hard on getting his rap career popping. But instead of hopping in the booth, Jackboy ended up back in the streets and went down with a 4-year prison sentence. While Jackboy was behind bars, Kodak was on his way up in the rap game. He signed a deal with Atlantic Records and started his Sniper Gang label. Kodak was working with massive artists and was featured on the XXL freshman class in 2016. And by the time Jackboy got out of prison, Kodak was one of the hottest new rappers in the game. When Jackboy came home, he hopped in the booth and started making music too. Kodak signed him to the Sniper Gang label, and fans thought they were going to take over the industry together. Everything was cool for a while, but then Kodak's issues with NBA Youngboy sparked a wild beef with Kodak and Jackboy. Kodak Black and NBA Youngboy are two of the biggest rappers in the game right now. But before they were superstars, they linked up together on tracks like Water and Chosen One. Fans were rocking with the collabs. But then in 2017, Kodak allegedly sent a shot at Youngboy on the track Time Never Mattered and rapped, "But I hope that I don't go broke again. Nigga, I'm killing young babies. Kodak never going broke again. Nigga, you a free agent." NBA Youngboy didn't respond to the track, but his homie Quando Rondo hopped on IG Live and burned a Sniper Gang shirt. That's when some Sniper Gang affiliates posted a video pointing guns at the camera and burning NBA Youngboy merch. Kodak responded on Instagram and said he forgave Quando about the situation though.
It's alright, y'all. You know what? I forgive you niggas, man. I forgive you niggas, man.
And after that, it all calmed down. When Kodak got locked up in 2019, Youngboy even dropped a track called Letter to Kodak and raps, "I've been in it for so long, but still can't get it right. Follow my heart, I'll never let no one control my life. Kodak locked up and I miss him, so I'ma send a kite." Kodak was facing some serious charges back then. He had just been arrested on a gun charge because he lied on the documents while buying guns. The judge handed down a 46-month sentence, but Yak was still facing another charge from when he got arrested at the Canadian border with a Glock. Even though he was locked up and facing major time, Kodak was still tapped into what was going down on the outside though. And that's when his beef with Youngboy really popped off. And allegedly when Jackboy and Kodak fell out too. Youngboy used to date Floyd Mayweather's daughter, Ayanna, back in the day. And after they broke up, the situation got messy fast. Ayanna allegedly slashed his tires, so Youngboy dropped the track, Dirty Ayanna, and raps, "Protect my heart with that rod. I'm running far out your reach. I mean as far as the stars. Might have to cancel my cards. Don't come out after dark. I say she won't leave me alone. She slashed the tires on my car." Then in 2020, Ayanna showed up where Youngboy was staying and started fighting his baby mama. Youngboy's security kicked her out, but then she snuck back into the crib and started fighting her again. According to reports, Ayanna was losing the fight, so she grabbed a knife and stabbed Youngboy's baby mama. The cops got involved and a report came out saying that Youngboy is fully cooperating with authorities. When Kodak saw the news, he hopped in the comments and aired Youngboy out over the situation. He tagged Youngboy and basically called him a snitch and said, "Shaking my head. I see him have to write you a letter and tie your shoes for you, little bruh." NBA Youngboy clapped back on IG Live and started yelling at Kodak about how he's not going to take advice from anyone who's locked up in jail.
These niggas watch me from a jail cell and be on my dick so bad, nigga. Niggas bitches. Niggas be writing academics about me, man. I ain't telling academics to post shit about me. Niggas hoes. I ain't never paid attention to a nigga, especially from no motherfucking cell, nigga.
Then Kodak clowned Youngboy for wanting to be like him and called him his son. While Kodak was locked up, Jackboy was holding it down for Sniper Gang and was basically the face of the label. Kodak and Jackboy have been homies since day one too. So any beef Kodak had, Jack Boy was gonna be right there with him. After NBA did Kodak on live, Jack Boy hopped into the beef and started sending shots at Young Boy and his whole team.
Look, man, I see his homeboy telling him some fucking a bitch. We ain't worry about fucking no bitch, man. We niggas ride foreign, man. This is my car, man. Get your dog a car, man. Get your dog a motherfucking car, man. This my shit, man. I paid for this, man.
Young Boy ended up dropping the beef and moving on though. And that's when the drama with Jack Boy and Kodak all started. In 2021, Kodak Black got a major break after Donald Trump granted him a pardon and got him released from jail. Fans were excited to see Kodak back in the rap game, but nobody was expecting what happened next. Kodak started sending subliminal shots at Jack Boy on live.
And I'm the only one could get us the bikini bottom. You know what I'm saying? We slide the bikini bottom. You know what I'm saying? Type shit. I'm driving the boat though. Niggas will try to throw me off the boat. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, off some envious shit, just jealous and just I don't know what these fuck niggas be thinking. You know what I'm saying?
Jack Boy responded and said that Kodak needs someone to help him drive the boat.
I need 2 drivers on my team, man. Cause it be like one driver, nigga be driving for 8-9 hours, all sleepy and shit. I know you tired, but niggas just keep on going. Like, you need somebody else to help you drive sometimes. I don't want no nigga driving me 8-9 hours. Nigga, know you tired. You trying to be the only person driving. Like, god damn, like, you'd rather nigga crash than somebody else drive, ain't it?
Jack Boy was keeping Sniper Gang running while Kodak was locked up. And rumors say that when Kodak came home, Jack Boy thought he would still have some control over the label since he was the one holding it down while Kodak was locked up. At first, they were just sending sneak disses and had fans confused talking about who was driving the boat. But then Kodak called Jack Boy out by name on IG and wrote, "Just made an M off Lil Jack. Thanks, Lil Bruh." And took long enough, but that business must be stood on. Jack Boy responded by posting the Kevin Gates track called Vouch, where he raps, "Put the folks in my business, gotta set court appointments, gotta suit up with lawyers, damn, this how we rockin'. They copyrighted my name and wanted $1 million. The label laughed in my face, I had to pay out of pocket." Then Kodak clapped back and said that he wasn't gonna get into internet beef.
Taxes was waiting and wondering.
Beef with anyone and said that Jack Boy owed him money because Kodak is the only reason he has anything. It looked like things were about to get crazy, but Jack Boy went on IG Live and said that Kodak was his brother at the end of the day, and he wasn't going to explain anything to the fans or feed into the drama.
Nah, that's my brother at the end of the day. Everybody know, like, as far as day one, Jack Boy a real ass nigga. So I'm not gonna go into detail or explain shit to nobody. Like, I don't care.
Kodak was pressing Jack Boy for some money he allegedly owed him, and he acted the disrespect to another level when he posted a video online of him throwing $100K cash into the ocean and even flushed more money down the toilet. Then Jack Boy went on IG Live and started airing Kodak out. Back in 2019, the rap game was shocked when Nipsey Hussle was shot and killed outside his Marathon store in South Central LA. His death had a major impact on everyone. And that's why people were surprised when Kodak made some wild comments about Nipsey's girl, Lauren London. Right after Nipsey died, Kodak was on IG Live and said that Lauren was going to be single and he was down to smash, but that he would give her a year to cry.
She's gonna be a whole widow right here. I'd be the best man I could be, fuck. I'd give her a whole year. She might need a whole year to be crying and shit. The dude, though. I ain't trying to shoot at her. I'm saying, listen, look. No, she could do 2-3 years, but I try to be that guy. I try to be like, if you need a friend to holler at us, so does me, you can call my line.
The backlash on Kodak was wild, and even stars like T.I. hop into the situation to check him over it.
Kodak Black, you out of pocket, nigga. Fix that shit. Quickly. Expeditiously, nigga.
But according to Jack Boy, Kodak wasn't just getting pressure from the internet. Jack Boy let Kodak join his IG Live session back in 2021, and they started screaming at each other like crazy.
Hey, what it is? Don't hang up. Don't hang up in that.
I'm not about to be on this lame ass shit with you. Hey, so I had your password?
Let's just rap.
I had your password, yes or no?
They started off beefing about some claims Kodak made about the YoungBoy beef. Kodak had gone live and claimed that YoungBoy was about to sign with him. But Jack Boy started the beef because Jack Boy had Kodak's IG password. Kodak claimed that Jack Boy was the one who made the comments about YoungBoy cooperating with the cops during the Ayanna Mayweather situation.
YoungBoy was ready to sign the FG back then. Like, YoungBoy was ready to sign the FG back then. Brothers on some shit. Nigga post on my shit. When I was in prison, nigga had my Instagram. Yeah, he told me he was gonna post it.
But it didn't make any sense because the beef between Kodak and Youngboy started 3 years before any of that went down. Jackboy pressed Kodak about it on Live. Then he claimed that he beat Kodak up back in the day. That wasn't the only wild shot Jackboy took at Kodak though. Later in the Live, Jackboy claimed that Kodak had to join a new gang in prison because of the Nipsey Hussle situation. According to Jackboy,
What about that shit that you had said on the internet last time? And when you went to jail, niggas wanted to see about you, about that shit, about that gang shit. That boy had to join a whole nother gang in jail because of that. Behind bars.
the beef with Jackboy and Kodak was getting hotter every day. But then Kodak reached out to Jackboy after one of their homies was brutally murdered. Wiz the Wizard was another Florida rapper who was signed to Kodak's Sniper Gang label and was tight with Jackboy too. Wiz had a crazy come up in the streets, and the police claimed he was running a massive crew of goons when he was just 17 years old and they were kicking in doors all over the place. Wiz ended up getting hit with an attempted murder charge for allegedly trying to kill a dude named Denzel Williams. Williams picked Wiz the Wizard out of a photo lineup after Wiz allegedly shot at him and was supposed to testify in the trial. But Williams didn't survive long enough to make it to the courtroom. Right before the trial was supposed to start, Williams was shot and killed outside of his home, and an innocent woman got caught up in the situation too and was tragically murdered. After Williams died, the case against Wiz was tossed out and he signed a Sniper Gang. Just like Jackboy, Wiz the Wizard and Kodak had been homies since back in the day. They met while they were locked up in juvie and got close fast. But then their relationship fell apart when Wiz tried to get in the rap game. Wiz and Kodak started beefing about how Kodak allegedly only signed him for $30K.
I ain't even know I signed for $30,000. The whole time I signed for $30,000, I ain't even know it.
And Wiz said he just wanted to pay Kodak to get out of the deal. Wiz the Wizard said he would give Kodak $100K to let him out of the deal. But apparently Kodak blocked him on everything, so Wiz couldn't even talk to Kodak about the situation. Kodak clapped back and said Wiz was just clout chasing. But Wiz hopped on IG Live and said there wasn't any real beef and they were just having some industry problems.
But yeah, man, me and bro, like, that's my nigga though, man. It ain't no crazy shit, man. Like I said, if it's that deep with a fault, it ain't no crazy shit. It's just, at the end of the day, business is business.
It looked like Kodak and Wiz were about to squash the beef and move on. But then something shocking went down that changed everything. On September 17th, 2021, Wiz the Wizard's body was found under a tarp in front of an abandoned house in Florida. Nobody saw what went down, and the police believed that he was beaten to death, and then his body was dumped thereafter. The cops never booked anyone for the murder, and all kinds of crazy rumors started flying around Wiz the Wizard's death. A lot of people think he was still in the streets, even though his rap career was popping off, and that the ops caught up to him. But there was another wild theory going around too, that claimed Kodak was involved with the hit. There's no evidence to back it up, but this is the rumor that some people believe. After Wiz died, Kodak was giving a speech and said that he had just lost a very close friend and that he's been dealing with losses his whole life.
I just lost a friend, a very close friend for we've been friends for over 10 years. I just lost him yesterday. He got a beautiful baby girl too. So it's it's crazy dealing with losing loved ones and stuff like that. It's hard. I've been dealing with loss my whole life.
It seemed like Kodak was hit pretty hard by the news, but then he dropped the track Back for Everything and dissed Wiz with the line, "Yeah, Double M Gang, but I ain't talking Rick Ross. Double M Gang, I took that shit from Wiz. Rest in peace, my nigga, but it's his fault. The way you let them kill you like a jit. Talking to Wham, you saying the same, did you like a lame." Kodak did some Wiz like that was weird, but he tried to use the situation to squash the beef with Jackboy. After the news broke about Wiz dying, Kodak hopped on Twitter and told Jackboy they should use it as a wake-up call and said, "Shit get real crazy quick out here, unexpectedly, and fuck this distance love, nigga. Come give me a hug, nigga." The peace didn't last long though, and just a couple months later, Kodak said he was gonna sue Jackboy for breaching his contract with Sniper Gang. According to rumors, the real reason Kodak started beefing with Jackboy when he got out of jail is that Jackboy signed a major deal with Empire Records while Kodak was locked up. When Kodak got home, he went live on IG and said that Jackboy had been telling everyone he was gonna give Kodak $1 million.
I got an M for him when he come home. Soon, boom. I came home early. Some niggas like, "Oh yeah, bro, about to come home." All of a sudden, niggas just get ghosts. Nigga move. Now I'm saying, nigga move. Nigga just go again strange, homie.
At the same time, Jackboy had allegedly signed a deal with Empire and was buying Lambos and flexing his cash. Kodak said he never made a dime off Jackboy and would have been happy if Jackboy just bought him a watch or something.
I never made a dime off shit. A nigga could have bought me a watch, homie.
But Jack Boy aired his side out on live and said he tried to give Kodak $300K, and Kodak said it wasn't enough.
I got 300 racks for you. This fuck nigga had the audacity to be like, oh, no, that ain't enough. What, you running out of money? What, you ain't have emotion, big guy? 300,000 not enough?
According to him, he thought he was going to have more time to get a meal for Kodak because Yak was supposed to be locked up for 4 years. So when he came home early after just 2 years in prison, Jack Boy didn't have the full meal ready for him, but still tried to make sure he was good. The situation got messy, and then Kodak claimed Jack Boy was trying to sue him. Jack Boy clapped back and aired Kodak out for saying he misses him online and then acting different behind the scenes and in person. Kodak went on the Big Facts podcast in March 2022 and said he didn't know how the situation was going to work out.
You know, I love that little nigga, man. I wouldn't have never, gave a nigga the opportunity to shine with a nigga, to shine with me. I wouldn't have never opened my platform up to you if it wasn't no love.
Then a few months later, Jack Boy did an interview with DJ Academics and gave some more details about the situation.
I guess the beef started, I was in prison when the beef started. I was in prison in Virginia, and I guess the nigga burnt the boxes or some shit. That was how the beef started. Like, a nigga burnt your boxes. That ain't my merch, a nigga, you know what I'm saying? So now you posting and you got people posting on your page all type of wild shit, and then you trying to say, oh, Jack
Boy also told Academics,
on the contract, I guess it said 2,500. My dumb ass, I'm young. I'm thinking you my homeboy. I ain't read not one word. I ain't asked for no lawyer. I just signed. Like this my nigga. I'm good. Like, I know I'm good. So I just signed. Boom.
But later, Jack Boy realized how bad he got played. According to Jack Boy,
I got meals now. You should be happy for a nigga, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. You should be like, bro, you what the fuck? Like, we was broke. Me, $0 in my pocket. You know that. So if anything, you should be like, what the fuck, bro? Like,
do you think there's might be jealousy towards your success? Because I've always said silent to an artist.
I know it is. And I learned that in life.
But talking about the beef with Academics wasn't enough, and Jack Boy had to respond on record too. Kodak dropped the track Super Gremlin and took shots at Jack Boy with the bar, "We could have been superstars. Remember when we was jacking cars? Now it's not safe for you. You switched like a pussy little bitch. Damn, my nigga, you tripping." So Jack Boy clapped back with a remix of Jay-Z's track, Renegade, and rapped, "Nigga, fuck you and your little gang. I've been a thug. You just doing it for the fame. Lame with a name. You ain't Z, you bought your way in. Boy, you ain't no killer. You be crying when you get caged in. Never been on PC. I'm in population with murderers. I was repping your brand, going hard, making sure they heard of us." There were rumors that Kodak even blocked Jack Boy from performing at Rolling Loud after they started beefing. And Jack Boy aired it out and raps, "Had to countersue. You trying to block motion. Want me to be signed to you. Told Rolling Loud, y'all let him come, then I'm not going to be coming through. Hating on my success, hoping that people don't go and work with me." Then he went after Kodak for playing his own artist and said, "You've been a bitch. You try to pull stunts with Wham and Wiz. You the only nigga I know that get mad when they artists lit. You the only nigga faking, acting like you about to spin. Yo ass a federal agent, protected by the president." Then at the end of 2022, Jack Boy said he wanted to box Kodak in the ring and put $2 million on the line.
I will put up $2 million right now to fight Yak in the ring.
The boxing match never went down though, and fans were thinking the beef had calmed down. But it turns out that in January 2023, it almost got Jack Boy killed. On January 16th, 2023, Jack Boy performed a show in Sanford, Florida at a spot called The Barn. The show went down without any drama, but Jack Boy had no idea that a huge crew of shooters were waiting to catch him outside. After the show, 6 whips full of dudes from a Florida gang called On Top Forever, or OTF, pulled up and started letting off shots into the Sprinter van they thought Jack Boy was riding in. They were using high-powered rifles with armor-piercing rounds to make sure they got the job done. But it turns out they hit up the wrong van. The van they shot up was just full of innocent people who didn't have any connection to Jack Boy. 6 of them got hit up, and 1 woman was tragically killed. About a year after the shooting went down, news broke that the cops thought it was related to Kodak and Jack Boy's beef. At first, people on the news were trying to tie Kodak to the shooting and made it sound like he might have put a bag on Jack Boy's head. But that's not how it went down, according to the cops.
The likely motive for the incident stemmed from a very public, high-profile dispute playing out on social media and in the court system involving Jack Boy and a known associate of the shooters, another rap artist, Bill Capri, known by the stage name Kodak Black.
The police think they were trying to get some clout by killing Jack Boy, but instead an innocent woman ended up dead. Jack Boy told Angela Yee in an interview that he got in touch with the woman's family and the whole situation had a big effect on him. Jack Boy said that growing up, he got used to people getting shot and killed, but talking to the woman's dad made him realize how tragic the whole thing was, and it was the first time he felt really bad about someone he didn't know dying. That wasn't the only time someone tried to take Jack Boy out though. In December 2023, someone pulled up to Jack Boy's crib and shot a dude 3 times who was standing outside. When the shooting went down, rumors were flying that Jack Boy had been hit up and was in critical condition. But then Jack Boy hopped online immediately to let everyone know the story was cap. After the news broke that Jack Boy was okay, everyone started saying that his brother was the one who got shot and had to be airlifted to the hospital. But nobody really knows who the victim was. Cops say Jack Boy was the target, and they ended up booking 2 dudes for the shooting. It's not clear why they wanted to kill Jack Boy, but it was a wild hit because they slid into a gated community to get at him, even though there were cameras.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store.
Was everywhere. Luckily, Jack Boy has been staying out of drama lately, but Kodak's been making headlines for all the wrong reasons. Fans have been worried about him for a while after Kodak started looking like he was having some serious drug issues. Kodak went on Drink Champs in October 2023, and after the show came out, all kinds of people were saying he needed help. Fans were worried, and Ray J even said that people need to stop interviewing Kodak and somebody should step in to get him some help instead. Then Kodak clapped back and said he put hands on Ray J and that he didn't need any help. The video was crazy though, because while Kodak was saying he didn't need help, it looked like he snorted a line in the middle of the ramp. A couple months later, Kodak got busted for drug possession after the cops found him passed out in his whip. Rumors were that he got caught with cocaine, but Kodak said he was just high on lean. Kodak admitted that he pops perks too, but he was prescribed them after getting shot in the leg back in 2022.
I was on the lean, I was asleep in front of my family house, bro. That's it. I tell God himself I do perks, you know what I'm saying, and shit like that. But that, and then them was my medicine prescribed to me. I will honestly say that, like as like even before I had got shot and I had got prescribed to him again and shit like that.
Kodak told fans he had already spent $350K on rehab trying to get better. But when he got out of jail on the drug charge, Kodak made headlines again for throwing rocks at a reporter who was trying to interview him. It's not clear if he's going to get hit with any charges for that situation, but Kodak is still facing a drug trafficking case from some charges he picked up in 2022. Jack Boy hasn't been sending any shots at Kodak for a while. And when Angela Yee asked him about the situation, it was clear that Jack Boy didn't really want to talk about anything.
You're like, no, I don't want to talk about him at all. My good. All right.
Jack Boy told Angela Yee that he's focused on positivity right now. So even if Jack Boy is still beefing with Kodak, it's clear he's not going to be dropping any more diss tracks right now. There's still a chance that Kodak and Jack Boy could squash everything and move on. But if the beef keeps going, it's probably only a matter of time before stuff gets dangerous again. Gucci Mane started his first label back in 2007, and it's been clear from the jump that he should have just stuck to rapping.
Generate sampler. All right, so let's see what happens.
The beef with Dirk and the unfortunate situation that led to Von losing his life. So it had always been a plan of mine to do a Dirk documentary, but I think after I did the Youngboy, the Quando, and the Von videos back to back, I just felt a little burnt out on that whole scene and that whole story. a lot of people hit me with those comments saying stuff like, we're tired of hearing about Chicago, or you're just recycling the same video over and over again. So I kind of cooled off on Dirk for a little while, but I kept building up, you know, the details and rumors and all of the stuff I talk about in that video. It's called The Many Murders of Little Dirk. I basically talk about 6 murders that Dirk has been rumored to have had some sort of connection to. Those rumors of Dirk being connected to all of these crimes, they've been going on for at least 2 years in Reddit, in other YouTube videos, in you know, forums, social media, TikTok videos. So I would say that the thing's been in the work for 2 years, but I worked on it flat out for probably like the last at least month or two. I was actually out here in the US when Dirk's case dropped in October, and that was just crazy, because I think anyone that follows Dirk knew for a long time it's really a matter of it's not if but when these charges drop. If you know his lyrics well, you know that he was kind of claiming a whole lot of stuff that was pretty extreme, and it had always just been a case of when is this indictment going to drop on Lil Durk, and that just so happened to be the day. And at that point I went back to all of the research that I had on Dirk and his career and just kind of said, well, you know, I think this really is the story right now, is the actual downfall and the unwinding of Dirk's amazing career through what looks like to be some pretty sloppy crimes.
Behind the scenes, you know, a lot of people had really been talking for years about Little Dirk being arrested. They expected him to be arrested at least 2-3 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, Dirk's had such a strange story over the last few years. As I break down in the documentary, and as anyone that listens to his music will know, like, Dirk's been around death for decades now, right? Before he even was locked in with Von like that, people were saying Dirk was cursed. He'd had 30 friends and cousins and family members that he'd lost to the streets. You know, we're talking like 2018 kind of time. So Dirk's got a pretty messed up track record when it comes to losing friends and, you know, being so close to the streets that, you know, a lot of people he's really loved have passed away. But, you know, when King Von died, you know, not long after the murder of FBG Duck, I think the slide for Von trend and just this whole thing that everyone in the rap game, all of these trolls, all of these fans, people like 6ix9ine, other people on Twitter, were just goading Dirk into slide for Von, slide for Von. And I think that it was never going to have a happy ending, I feel, this story. I feel like everybody was telling Dirk to slide for Von. And that's not just fans and trolls on the internet. I feel like there were people around Dirk, in Dirk's circle, in the gang, in the streets that were close to him, telling him, when are we going to slide for Von? When are we going to slide for D-Thang? And it's really sad to see how everything turned out, but it's not surprising. I feel like the kind of guy Dirk is, the people that he was around, again, I'm not condoning his actions, but it's like he's lost so many people to these scenarios that shit, he felt like he had to slide. And, you know, allegedly he dropped money to have certain things happen in the streets. And, you know, we're going to see it play out in court. But at least if the internet rumors are to be believed, Dirk was really spending his millions to wage war out there and get revenge for all the people he'd lost. And it is one of the craziest and saddest stories, I would say, in hip hop history, as far as like Dirk getting this huge blessing and then throwing it away.
It's gonna be crazy to see how it plays out, man. I mean, this will be like another big O Block type of case, you know, where everybody's just tuned in, and the whole hip hop, definitely the whole drill scene will be tuned in, but you know, probably whole hip hop, because Dirk was, you know, he was huge. I mean, he was one of the biggest guys in hip hop at the time.
Yeah, it's crazy because of the level that he'd gotten to. I think that, well, look, we've had a lot of gangster rappers and killer rappers and violent rappers over the years, especially the last few years. It's really been a trend in drill music that the killers are now the people that everybody wants to hear rap, and they want to hear them rap about the killing. Dirk had never had that reputation as a killer. Dirk was always a street dude. You know, yeah, he'd been arrested, he'd caught firearms charges, he was around that lifestyle, and he'd lost a lot of people to the streets. But it wasn't until King Von came around that real demonic energy of like, the guy that we want to hear rap is the guy that really killed all these people. And I think that when Von died, I think Dirk kind of took that upon himself. And, you know, he really recharged and regenerated his career. Like, I not in a disrespectful way, but Dirk had fallen off big time. Like back in like 2015, 2016, really until Von came around, Dirk had kind of fallen off. He was having fake relationships with Dej Loaf. And, you know, people weren't trying to hear Dirk like that. It was only when Von came back and that really violent type of murder, gangster rap, drill music kind of really came to the forefront, that Dirk kind of got his career revived. And when Von died, Dirk really was at a crossroads. He could have gone the peaceful route and just kept pushing his career. You know, he had the collab with Drake. The J. Cole collab was coming up. He didn't need to make all of his stuff so violent and be waging war in the streets, having people slide, rapping about it. But I think he just saw what was going on with Von and the wider rap game and just said, I need to take on this persona of the kingpin, killer rapper, the rapper that drops bags on people. I mean, Dirk is a lot more similar to a young boy than a King Von. Ironically, I think Dirk wanted that demonic energy that Von was putting out there, but I think actually Dirk probably got more in common with young boy as far as the way that his career and his street conflicts kind of intertwined with each other, I guess is the way I'd put it.
Well, a lot of people are blaming Von for this. They're saying Von is the root of this happening.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that the craziest thing is that FBG Duck got killed in August 2020. That was a couple months before King Von died. But obviously the rumor is King Von put up money for that to happen. King Von and Dirk, they were, showering people that were involved in Duck's murder with attention and, flights on private jets, Moo-Wops on the private jet right next to Dirk holding a bunch of money after the murder took place. D-Thang, Dirk's brother, allegedly was the person that either paid or at least connected the shooters with the location, and that's all there in the paperwork. Obviously, D-Thang ends up dying before he can actually get wrapped up in the FBG Duck murder trial. But there's just so many different connections, but I think it's 100% right to say that this really all stemmed from King Von. I think Von brought that killer energy and that violent energy around Dirk, where Dirk, I don't want to say that Dirk is a phony in any way, but Dirk wasn't somebody that you really thought was shooting people and rapping about it. Dirk was somebody that was maybe next to the shooters. He was related to the shooters. He'd seen some violence. Maybe he'd shot someone back in the day, but Von was the guy that was still shooting people. And obviously everything really went left that night at the Varsity in February 2019, when Von and Dirk essentially caught an attempted murder charge together. And you was not expecting someone like Dirk to be catching a real attempted murder charge like that, and obviously he ends up beating those charges after Von passes away, what have you. But it was Von that was bringing that violent energy around Dirk. And honestly, I think everybody has that question in their mind of what would be going on right now if Von was still alive. If Von was still around, would he be doing life in jail for the FBG Duck murder? Would they have tried to wrap Dirk up even closer to the case if the Von connection was there? If D-Thang was still alive, would D-Thang have gone down for the FBG Duck murder? I think he absolutely would have. His name was in black and white in the paperwork. And shoot, if they got D-Thang officially on the FBG Duck paperwork, maybe they would have got Dirk. He was mentioned not by name, but as the brother of D-Thang in the FBG Duck paperwork. So when a lot of people have been getting annoyed at me recently, being like, oh, you're putting all these bodies on Dirk. I'm not putting these bodies on Dirk. Dirk's mentioned in the paperwork from the FBG Duck murder. Dirk is getting sued by the family of FBG Duck for his involvement in making money and profiting off the murder. That's on paperwork. You know what I'm saying? The Stephon Mack murders come out. That's on some paperwork. He's not been charged, but it's right there. They're talking about, did Dirk give you that money yet? It's right there. And then you got the Lil Pab indictment. So it's honestly, it's just not looking good for Lil Durk. And I would say that you can really pinpoint the moment it started going left for him is when he put King Von on.
Okay, let's go back a little bit. Do you know what happened at the Varsity? Because did you see the video footage? Like, I couldn't really tell what was going on in the video footage. Because you remember there was the cop that got up there and testified. Oh yeah, we could clearly see Dirk and we could see his arm and everything. But the footage that I seen, I didn't see anything like that.
Yeah, I seen the footage. I actually hadn't seen the footage until recently, but I really looked over it closely. And you're right. What I think you can see is that, like, I think the man that got shot, I think his name's Alexander Witherspoon. I think he's in the car with them, and there's a scuffle, and then he's trying to get out the car. They're trying to pull him back in the car. He gets out the car and runs off. He gets shot by someone. You definitely can't see who's doing what. I'm pretty sure that the speculation that I've seen, don't take this as fact, this is just speculation and opinion, but I think the speculation that I've seen is that really it was Von that was doing the shooting. Somebody gets out the car, I think, and chases him down the street shooting with the gun. I don't know if that's Von for sure, but obviously, from what I understand, there were 4 people that night. Von was probably the most on-go person in that little group of people that were there allegedly committing this thing. So there wouldn't be a crazy stretch of the imagination for me to imagine Von was the one shooting. They did say that they could see Dirk shooting from out the window of the car. I personally can't see that in the video. That's not to say that maybe if you looked a bit closer with some forensic technology, you might see a little muzzle flash coming out the window of the car, maybe. But what is true is that dude definitely got shot and robbed, and you could definitely make an argument that they attempted to murder him in the course of that armed robbery. But the big thing that everybody is most interested in is the fact that, the charges got dropped after King Von died. I don't know for sure, but there was always this big rumor going around of, did Lil Durk snitch on Von after Von died to get himself out? Did Durk write a statement to say it was Von was the one shooting, he's not here anymore? Also, AAB Hellebands, who was one of the other guys that was there that night, also ended up dying before the thing could go to trial. So 4 guys in that car, 2 of them are dead, and then Durk's getting off the charges. Now, I don't know whether or not there's absolutely no proof that Durk wrote any kind of statement putting it on Von, but it wouldn't surprise me. And I mean, there's been a lot of debate over the years as to, is it snitching if you tell on somebody that's dead to get yourself out of a charge? I've heard people say before, if I'm dead, put all the murders on me and you get out of it and live your life. So I don't really know how far the street code stretches as far as that goes, but it definitely was miraculous that Von dies, Hellebands dies, and then Durk just gets off scot-free with the whole thing. But also, wouldn't surprise me if the feds maybe let Durk slide with that one, because they're knowing that they're building a bigger case on him down the line. Obviously, the Lil Pab murder's there. The Stefan Mack murder hasn't been officially indicted for yet, but he's being mentioned in some paperwork as a murder for hire related to the 2 guys that did allegedly shoot him.
So what do you know about cooperation from that case?
Right now, it's still unclear if anyone is cooperating, who's cooperating. Now,
it does say in the paperwork, right, that there's some people,
but I don't think it says who. That's the thing, and I think there's been a lot of speculation as to whether the killers are cooperating on Durk to get themselves out of it, whether other people that are involved, whether there's another guy that caught 2 murders. So I think a lot of people, there's this one guy that people have been talking about in that indictment who is on trial for a double murder. I think some people have incorrectly identified him as the killer in that case, when what I think's going on is that this guy that's from the same hood as the guy Stefan that got killed, like someone from that area has gone and caught 2 bodies on some other stuff and is now being wrapped up in this thing.
Oh, that's the guy that they're saying killed D-Thing?
This is the thing. Some people are sort of saying that. I don't think that is the guy that killed D-Thang, but I think that guy was kind of involved. And Lil Durk himself has a lyric where he says, if you were even in the club that night, D-Thang died, we're killing you. So I think that anyone from that group, the Smashville GDs or Dump Street, any of those crews, I think are targets for these guys. I don't know whether I've not seen anything to identify exactly who killed D-Thang so far. There's been 3 people that have allegedly been killed as getbacks for the murder of D-Thang. Obviously, Stefan Mack, who is the guy that's in the indictment, and then the other 2 murders was a double murder. 2 guys, a guy called J-Ski and Oil, that were kind of affiliated with those guys. So it's not clear to me yet exactly who killed D-Thang, exactly whether that person or those people have been avenged, or whether just random affiliates of the crew that killed D-Thang have just been getting killed as getbacks. It's still really unclear at this stage, and I've not been able to find out specifically who done what in my research. But I think all of this is going to come out in paperwork, and I wouldn't be surprised if like several of these bodies get put on Durk over the next couple of years. Like they're saying today, his trial's not going to be taking place till October 2025. That's a whole lot of time for the feds to put more details on him. They're saying they got 20,000 gigabytes. Oh no, they're saying they got 20,000 pages of evidence against him. Call logs, song lyrics.
The discovery includes about 230 gigabytes of digital evidence, such as audio, video recordings, and surveillance footage, and approximately 20,000 pages of reports concerning murders and other violent acts.
So my Lil Durk script's probably like 400 pages. So, you know what I'm saying? Imagine all the info that I had in my video. That's 400 pages. They're saying they got 20,000 pages. So before you want to call me the feds, just imagine how much info the feds have got beyond what I have. People want to say, oh, my, you're putting all these bodies on Durk. Trust me. I think there's a whole lot more coming, and I just think it's going to be bad. And I think when all that info comes out, my video is going to be the tip of the iceberg on what the feds might actually have on Durk, because these guys, unfortunately, it seems like they were extremely sloppy.
What kind of stood out to me was surveillance, because that's what they did to the mafia. They would rent an apartment across the street or a van down the street, and they would survey. They'd have they might have had his house bugged. You know what I'm saying? They could have been parking down the street, listening and Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I think of when I think of like surveillance footage. Like they might really have like went all out to get Dirk.
Look, OTF are the mafia, right? This is the thing. I find it quite funny recently. Like you hear a lot of these things. Like I see it in paperwork. Or I've been reading a lot of stuff about Young Thug lately. And they're like they use the RICO statute. These are things usually reserved for the mob. Like, bro, you are the mob. Only the family. You are the mafia. Like in this generation and hip hop, you don't look like the Italian American mafia, but you guys are moving like the mafia. You're supposed to be moving militant. Dirk talking about how much he hates snitches. There ain't no they are the mafia. There ain't no difference. Like you are the mafia. And I think for guys to convince themselves like we're just rappers, and you know, I think Lil Durk, as I really get into in my video, I feel like Lil Durk was quite just disingenuous with the way that he approached his image, talking about, you know, all my life they've been trying to keep me down, they're trying to taint and tarnish my image. Like, bro, allegedly your image weren't being tarnished. You was really doing that shit. You was out there running around having people killed, allegedly. You was out there, you know, allegedly dropping bags on people talking about, did Dirk give you the money yet? We're doing this hit, we're doing that hit. Like, you are the mafia, bro. Like you are actually doing what the RICO statutes were created for. It's not a case of like, oh, they're trying to keep us rappers down all my life, trying to treat us like mobsters. You are mobsters. You're running like a mob. Only the family, only Trey folks. You are a mob of sorts. I'm sorry. I know some people are going to be mad. Some OTF crew are going to be mad at me saying that. But before the indictment dropped, you guys are rapping nonstop like you're the mob, and you want to be the mafia, and you want to be going out like Al Capone and shit. And now that's what's happening, and you don't like it. And it's messed up, but these RICO laws were invented to take down a kingpin that thinks, oh, I can just drop bags on people and pay to have people murdered and rap about it. And because I'm up here not squeezing any triggers, I'm gonna get away with it. But this is what like people want to talk about, oh, the RICO statutes, they're so egregious and they're just so discriminatory. It's like, nah, bro, this is what they're invented for. They're invented to get the guys that are dropping bags and having people killed and trying to keep their hands clean. That's what it is there for. And unfortunately, that's what Lil Durk's finding out right now.
The thing about the RICO, let me give an opposite of opinion on the RICO, man, because the RICO is so vague. The thing is, if two people decide they're going to commit crimes, they are now eligible for the RICO. Like, that's how easy it is to get wrapped up in a RICO. Like, you don't even have to technically be a gang to get wrapped up in the RICO. And the RICO laws are so just, you can't fight them. It's really hard to fight a RICO charge, you know. And it just, the way it is, I think I think it's unconstitutional. You know what I'm saying? I mean, maybe something like, you know, readjusted, but the way they can use it and they can damn near get anybody with the RICO is just crazy to me.
I mean, I would say low key, like RICO's kind of fire from the Fed perspective. Look, I'm not a Fed, but let's just say from the Fed perspective, right? The amount of comments that I've seen after this Dirk thing dropped of people coping on Reddit talking about, oh, they got no evidence on him. Like they ain't really got him. They ain't got him saying anything other than don't use my credit card to book the flights that you're going to do the murder on. They don't got anything on.
Let me start.
Okay,
that's conspiracy.
Okay, fine.
Right there.
But the racket is OTF. You all basically got together and created an organization that was committing murders and profiting off of it and rapping about it. And like, this is the thing. I get it. Look, we're Dirk fans. I'm a fan of Dirk and I'm a fan of Von. Like, I don't want to see. I wanted to believe all my life. Like, I wanted to believe that shit. Like, he's changed his life. He's turned his life. They're trying to keep him down. But if you're having people murdered, like, I can't condone that. And like, we do need, unfortunately, we do need you off the streets if you're having people murdered. I mean, Lil Pab, he ain't really deserved to get murdered. I'm not saying Quando deserved to get murdered, but Quando was the guy that was on the receiving end of the fist. I mean, if you want to go all the way back, like Von was completely in the wrong, but let's set that aside for a minute. What did Lil Pab do apart from make some tweets and make fun of Lil Vani on a Clubhouse call? Like, he ain't deserved to die. So you're just shooting up gas stations. That gas station, I'm still baffled how that gas station didn't explode. They're shooting up multiple gas stations. There's 3 bodies in my videos that took place at a gas station. You could blow up the whole gas station and kill a bunch of innocent people. We need Lil Durk off the streets, basically. And just because you say, well, he didn't get his hands dirty and he just flew in on the private jet with the guy that organized all the hits and he didn't do nothing and he should just be able to slide. That's what the RICO's for, bro. The guy that flew in on the private jet and said, yo, don't book anything on my credit card, and is basically the catalyst setting the wheels into motion for an innocent man to be killed. Allegedly, if that's true, We're gonna need Dirk off the streets, man. Because I'm not trying to
I
go.
don't think Little Pop was an innocent person, bro. He was a gang member. He's definitely not innocent, bro.
So here's the funny
None of
thing.
them are innocent. Little Tim is not innocent. Quando is not innocent, bro. These guys, like, come on, bro. Like, these are gangsters, bro.
You're talking crazy right now. You're
Why
talking
am I
crazy
talking?
right now.
That's not crazy, bro.
All right,
They were playing the same game as everybody else.
Lil Pab, from what I understand, he wasn't running around catching bodies. So here's the thing. People want to get on my case and talk about, oh, you're insensitive to these guys. They're growing up in the hood. They don't have any other choices. And I actually am sensitive to that. Lil Pab is somebody that grew up in the rough parts of Savannah, Georgia, in the hood, in the rolling 60s hood. He got sucked into that lifestyle. But from what I understand, Lil Pab was on some shipping packs, and he had a pending RICO case for drug dealing in Savannah that he basically couldn't stand trial for because he got killed by, allegedly, OTF before he could stand trial. But he was on some selling weed, selling packs, shipping packs around type shit. From what I understand, he wasn't a killer. Lil Tim, there's been a bunch of rumors about stuff that he may or may not have been involved in the streets over the years. I've heard some people say Lil Tim was like King Von in Georgia. I don't know for sure. But what I will say is I definitely would say that Lil Pab was a troll more than a killer. I don't think Lil Pab was on some having people killed type thing. He was making fun of OTF. He was making fun of them for Von dying and sticking up for his homie. But like, I don't think Pab was on that sort of timing where he deserved to be as a target. Now, Lil Durk's the guy that likes to say, if you can't get the main man, then you better get his guys. Or, you know, I don't want the guy. I want the one I paid for. All of this stuff. I don't think Lil Pab deserves to die. And forget that. If I'm pumping my gas at the local Shell gas station, why should I be ducking bullets because Lil Durk is sending hits to just shoot up gas stations and having innocent people, gas pumps blow up? Like, bro, we're going to have to get Durk off the streets. We're going to have to get him off the streets because he's a danger, allegedly, to the community. And Lil Pab wasn't actually involved. Lil Pab wasn't there the night that King Von got killed. King Von was the perpetrator. And one thing I want to point out that I really dislike, even in the paperwork for Lil Durk's RICO, it says King Von was murdered by Quando Rondo's entourage. That was not a murder. King Von was killed in self-defense because he started a fist fight in a state with a stand your ground law with a bunch of guys that were armed and had guns out. One of them got shot dead by the police. King Von was killed. He wasn't murdered. And that's so important because when they're saying in the indictment, like, yeah, this was get back for a murder, no murder took place. King Von was in the wrong that night, started an unprovoked fight with a bunch of gangsters that he underestimated. We love King Von's music. We all got respect for King Von. But like, this is why I say King Von was really the reason for all of Durk's problems, because King Von didn't need to start that fight. I don't know the backstory of why that guy got shot at the varsity, but all of that stuff shouldn't have been going on. And it shouldn't have been going on around Durk. That violent gangster energy wasn't really a part of Durk's life at that point. Yeah, he maybe got caught with a little gun here and there, whatever. But that's what kind of brought it all around. I don't think Lil Pab deserved to die. I don't think Lil Durk should have been doing those things that he was doing, allegedly. And I think it's a tragedy, and I think that really we're going to need Lil Durk off the streets if this is true.
So you don't feel bad if your documentary helps the police or the feds at all?
I do not believe that my documentary is helping the police in any way. Bear in mind, we've just seen the news come out that apparently the feds have 20,000 pages of information, 200 gigabytes of stuff. My documentary is tiny in the grand scheme of things. Not only that, but like, there's more stuff coming out after the fact that I didn't have. So for example, I was about a week away from uploading my video when the new paperwork got unsealed about the Stefan Mack murder that Lil Durk's implicated in, but he hasn't been charged in yet. And again, I already had that in the documentary. That wasn't some stuff of like, oh, damn, let's add another body. I've been known about that. That's all over Reddit. It's all over song lyrics. It's all over genius.com, wherever you want to find. There are people been knowing Lil Durk allegedly paid for the Stefan Mack murder. But once that paperwork dropped, suddenly we got a whole bunch of stuff that I didn't know. Details about the guys that allegedly did it, pictures of where it happened. I ain't never seen no picture of the shooting or the guys leaning out to shoot the security guard after Stefan Mack got hit. So bear in mind, it's like a little bit of an indictment comes out or a bit of paperwork comes out. Suddenly there's way more stuff than I even knew was possible. So I don't think for a second you'd be naive to believe that my stuff is helping the feds. The feds had 2 years to gather all their research, and like, they got way more than I could have. And trust me, by the time the actual trial takes place, whether it's in October of this year or next year, whatever it is, there's going to be so much more. There's going to be a mountain of evidence beyond what I've got in my documentary that's going to come out. Maybe I got a few things early because I'm smart and I'm a nerd and I'm in the Reddit and I found a few things out before they maybe hit the paperwork. But trust me, the feds are going to have 10, 20 times inside info. They got all of his iCloud messages, bro. We already seen the clipping of the message of Dirk saying, "Hey, don't book any of these flights for this murder we're going to do on the OTF credit cards." Bro, you think that's just the one they've given you? They're giving you a little taste. They're giving you a little hors d'oeuvre of like, "Hey, we got Dirk saying this." They got all of his iCloud. Not only that, Dirk's on songs talking about, "I wiped my iCloud because the feds are watching." Bro, they back that shit's been backed up. They got all your messages, all your iCloud, all your Instagram, all your private messages, all your DMs. Bro, you probably sent messages on MySpace back in the day. They probably got those too, talking about some bodies or whatever. They're going to have everything. I don't think for a second that I'm somehow, like, it would be arrogant of me to be like, yeah, I got more info than the feds. I'm smarter than the feds who are tapping everybody's phones. Like, that would be insanity for me to even suggest that I would somehow have more info and be smarter than the feds. So I don't personally agree with that. If anything, I wish I had Dirk's iCloud messages. Imagine the documentary that I'd put together if I had all of Dirk's iCloud messages on deck before the feds.
I mean, there was a lot of lyrics in the documentary. That was kind of like, damn, you kind of like really brought out a lot of lyrics that I mean, other than the other stuff, that was probably the stuff that I was like, I don't know if the feds are figuring all that out of everything in there. If I wanted to point to one thing, it would be all the lyrics that you were able to decode.
That's an interesting one, right? Because on the one hand, I do agree in the sense that so for example, right, when the little pad paperwork dropped, the first thing I did was I just said, what was the first piece of music that Dirk dropped after this happened? Like, what was the first thing? What was the first release? Like, let me just go check that out. Do a bit of digging. It's the Loyal Bros 2 group mixtape, OTF. Thinking, oh, that's interesting. Like, 4 months after a murder that we now know allegedly the OTF crew were responsible for, y'all putting out the group mixtape. You're putting on the homies. You putting together a little play for your guys. OTF Adidi and them got verses. OTF Jam got his whole song. So it starts to make you think, like, that's interesting. Let me throw on this tape. Let me hear what they're saying on this Loyal Bros 2 that the group album came out 4 months after the murder. I just started listening to that. I was jaw to the floor. Couldn't believe it. Talking about we flying to get you. Talking about we send shots through your car. I'll drop a bag and get someone buried. Talking about they know that we did it. It was just the most self-snitching I'd ever heard. Now, on the one hand, I feel like I could say maybe the feds aren't smart enough to decode lyrics. But again, those lyrics are out there publicly. Like, that's the thing. People really want to act like, oh, the feds were just chilling we were just chilling at the FBI office and we're just like putting the indictment together on Lil Durk. And it's like, should we go back and listen to some of his lyrics? Let's at least listen to the first album he dropped after this alleged murder happened. Like, you really mean to tell me that the feds, they're like, nah, let's not listen to the OTF album that dropped 4 months after the murder. There's probably nothing in there. Or like that the feds are speaking some whole different language. Like, I don't know. It's like, well, you think the feds are just like so painfully not tapped into the culture that the OTF album is like a different language to them. And like when Dirk says we flying to get you, they can't even fathom what that could possibly mean without having like a hip hop interpreter. I feel like they know what's up. I did use a lot of the lyrics, but that was really just on some shit. Like, I couldn't believe how reckless Dirk had been talking. Song after song, album after album, whether it's Almost Healed, whether it's even 7220, like Dirk be claiming all the murders on the songs. He's claiming all the murders on all the songs, and it's actually egregious. One thing that really pissed me off is that I know that in Lil Durk's bail hearing, he tried to say that the lyrics from his song with Babyface Ray, where he says, got location, green light, got the Addy, go, look at your son on the news, he's screaming, no. He had the engineer send in some, this is my personal opinion, this isn't fact, don't sue me, but I think it's complete cap that they just sent a screenshot saying, oh, well, the song file was actually created in January 2022, 8 months before the murder, and Dirk just so happened to be explaining exactly what happened in the murder that he allegedly arranged 8 months before. To me, that's, in my opinion, that's complete cap. I wouldn't be surprised if that they get a perjury charge for that, because that is fucking cap. Absolute cap. You mean to tell me that not only did Lil Durk accidentally say 8 months before the murder, where he got the green light, he got the location, he said go, and he saw son on the news screaming no, completely coincidental, and then he decided to put that shit out like 3 months or 4 months after the murder took place, where he's describing the exact events of the murder. That's bullshit. Just showing me the date that a file was created doesn't prove anything. I think that's bullshit. And not only that, but this is the one area where I feel like I should be the feds, because I feel like if the feds are putting in that one lyric and then the engineers come up with some bullshit story about, oh, well, actually the song was created in January because we've just got one piece of metadata. Like, bro, I can show you documents I've created time ago and I added something onto it last week and I can show you an old screenshot of when I created it. Doesn't prove anything, in my opinion. But Dirk got a bunch of other lyrics. He's got that song with 21 Savage, War About It, where he's talking about, he said, no, I said, let's go to war about it. He said, no, where'd he go? You better know the more got him, bro. He's talking about that murder of Lil Pab, and he's saying no to make fun of Quando Rondo. I can find you 3-4 songs where he's doing that. I did see a
song, or a snippet of a song that I don't think it ever came out, where did he take part of Quando Rondo saying no and put it in the hook?
Now, this one is controversial because I've seen mixed things about this. Now, my opinion on this one is I think that somebody took a snippet of a Dirk song where he's talking super reckless, put some subtitles on it, and I think another person that reposted the clip to like a Reddit or something put the scream on there. I don't think that Dirk himself used the scream as the ad-lib. As much as he snitched on himself, I don't think he's even capable of those levels of stupidity to actually take the audio recording of the actual no and put it into a song. I think somebody else added that on there and then it's been circulated, and I think maybe some misinformation has kind of spread on some shit to say, because I saw Vlad talking about it, but I don't think Dirk's team and his crew put that no from the Quando scene onto their song. But that said, Dirk been using the no ad-lib himself on his 21 Savage song, on what's the other one where he's talking about no from, it's on Almost Healed, but there's at least 2 or 3 songs where Lil Dirk is doing the no thing himself. But I don't think he actually sampled the Quando saying it. I think even that is too far-fetched of like, bruh, I'm just asking to go to jail if I sample the guy's actual dying screams. I think someone else put that in there and it's been passed around, and I think the info's got a bit muddied like that.
What do you think about the whole OTF Jam situation?
I haven't actually seen any evidence that OTF Jam's the snitch personally. Like, they got one video of him stood in the background of like an OTF interview looking kind of uncomfortable. That don't mean he's a snitch. That don't mean he's wearing a wire. He's come out and denied. He's come out and denied it.
The evidence that he's the snitch is, I want to say, Twin OTF Twin is the guy that posted on his Instagram saying that Jam's been wearing a wire. And then, I mean, that's really the only real evidence. And then the other evidence of it would be, it looks like Jam has fallen out with OTF, right? He had those posts recently, or they say they were his posts. They were really kind of detailed, so it does look legit.
So here's the 2 things that I would say work in Jam's favor on that front. Is that firstly, okay, so from what...
One more thing. Yeah. If he's not the snitch, or at least OTF believes he's not the snitch, why ain't nobody came out and said he's not the snitch? At minimum, they believe it.
So here's the thing. From what I heard, right, Jam got in some other jam and he wanted to get bailed out. He wanted some money. And apparently the OTF or Dirk or whoever weren't playing ball. They weren't trying to front him up the money that he wanted for whatever he was doing, right? Now, that doesn't necessarily mean he definitely snitched, but that's definitely proof for a potential fallout with OTF. That could be him saying, well, fuck you guys if you're not fronting up my bail. Doesn't necessarily mean he snitched, but it also doesn't mean that he didn't snitch, right? He could be the snitch. He's denying it, and what he said in those denials is that he said, you're going to see why I'm not the reason that they took us down. And he kind of infers that there's like, I think he inferred that one of the other OTF members had some underage girl that was in their business that got caught up with something and then led to someone telling. Now, again, keep it real with you. OTF Jam's definitely not known for his writing ability, and some of those long messages that he wrote defending himself was slightly incomprehensible. I was kind of like, bro, I can't even understand what he's saying, some of this.
So I got a completely different meaning when I read that. He said, I'm not the reason we got wrapped up. But he never said, I never cooperated. He didn't completely deny, okay, you might not be the reason that the feds got onto you guys. Okay. But that don't mean, he still never said, I didn't cooperate.
I feel like the vibe...
I would think that he would be like, I never said a goddamn thing. I never talked to nobody. I didn't mention that. That's what I would expect him to say?
Well, maybe the way you're framing it though is like it could be some shit of like he's not the reason that they got onto me, but shit, now things are going left. Why not snitch? And I respect snitches. I'll keep it real with you. I'm not a street guy. I respect snitches, bro. Like if that's the situation and that's how you're going to get out of it, and you can either be doing 55 years and going back to your family, if you could be doing 55 years or going back to your family, bro, like do your thing. Like I don't know. I just feel like I hadn't seen enough evidence for me to be able to really stand on, because I'm all about evidence, and like I really didn't feel like I'd seen enough to be able to stand on it and say Jam is the snitch. Definitely plenty of rumors and like plenty of people kind of like making that argument, but like I ain't seen enough to say that I think he is definitively the snitch and that I would stamp that on him. Like we might need 1090 Jake to come and confirm that one, because like he be stamping people, but I didn't see enough to really put that on him. In the same way, I ain't seen enough to put the thing on Brick Baby. You know, everyone be saying Brick Baby's this, Brick Baby's that, he was blah, blah, blah. I ain't seen enough, and I think Brick Baby kind of playing it to his advantage. But who knows? I could be wrong. But, like, I feel like there's a lot of speculation. I think there's something going on in hip-hop right now where everybody's super obsessed with, like, who's a snitch? Like, everyone's just on this snitching wave right now. And, like, to me, actually, that's one of the least interesting aspects of it. I don't even really care if you want to talk about OTF Jam or, you know, Brick or different people that people are speculating who may or may not be wrapped up in this case. I'm more interested in Dirk snitching on himself and throwing his life away. That's the aspect that's important and interesting to me. Like, I don't really care about who's snitching, and I don't have that disrespect of snitching that street guy would do, because I'm mega civilian and I don't break the law. So,
you know, in the documentary, you talked about Jam's baby's mom or alleged baby mom. You know, is there any new information, or like, you know, what's your thoughts on that?
No, so there's no new information. Obviously, the rumor that was going around was that like Jam's baby mom was asking Dirk for some bail money when Jam got in another jam, and he wasn't trying to give it out. And then this was the rumor, right? But I don't think this is true. The rumor was that it was some shit of like, they don't want to pay any bail money towards whatever you got going on. So they were on some shit like, well, you know, maybe we gonna have to work something out with the police. And then a woman was killed, and a lot of people on Reddit and on Twitter were trying to say, oh, this woman that got shot, this postal worker, is OTF Jam's baby mama, and this was a hit sent by Dirk to send a message for Jam snitching. Now that's all been debunked. That woman isn't OTF Jam's baby mama. We don't know whether it was a random act of violence. Some people are saying, oh, it was meant to be a hit, but they hit the wrong person. It was an innocent woman got hit. It was the wrong mistaken identity. I don't know if I buy all of that. I think it could very easily just be like a teenage crash out trying to rob a postal worker and it going left and someone getting killed. But I think
so. You know for a fact that's not his baby's mom.
That's not his baby mom. Facts. So that's been proven. We done proven that.
How'd you prove that?
Well, basically just like various posts of different people saying that that's not actually OTF Jam's baby mama. That's not what happened. And like the ages don't quite add up with the age of the woman and then the age of, I think one of the articles maybe said like either the age of her spouse or like the age of her child. It didn't add up. It didn't match Jam's. From what I read, again, like, this is the thing. It's like you got a whole bunch of people trying to spread this rumor and say like, no, that's Jam's baby mama that got killed. And then there's a very small group of people that are trying to debunk it and say, well, actually, no, this is bullshit. And then he's kind of like, well, okay, I definitely don't believe you guys. I kind of believe you guys, but also I'm not there and I don't really have enough information to make a definitive answer. And that's why I wouldn't jump out the window and call Jam a snitch, because I just don't think right now there's enough information. You know how these things go, man. In 2 years' time, 3 years' time, we're probably going to have an OTF Jam Vlad interview. We're probably going to have, you know, probably another snitch. That we're going to find out who co-conspirator number 4 is, and like they'll probably be doing interviews if they're still alive, or like it's all going to come out in the wash. It's all going to come out in the indictment and the paperwork. And right now, we're just trying to do our best to piece together and answer these questions with what we have available.
Yeah, right. We still don't know who co-conspirator 2 is, and he's the one that was in on the shooting.
I feel like that's the one people want to say is Jam, because I think people were trying to make out like, yeah, Jam was on the hit and then he flipped later on. Again, I don't know. The fact that he's anonymous and it kind of makes sense, and Jam was involved in a lot of stuff and Jam's mentioned in a lot of lyrics. I mean, I say in the video, like there's damn near 2-3 lyrics where Dirk pretty much says that like Jam was the guy that verified if new killers were like solid. Like he's got some lyric where he's like, oh, he say that he a killer, I send Jam to check his resume. So Jam was somebody on the team of OTF that Dirk publicly is saying he's checking and making sure that you're a real killer before we send you on a hit. So just based off the lyrics, I feel like Jam would probably be on that hit. I don't know for sure, but it would make sense if he was there on the hit. He gets picked up. Dirk don't want to bail him out, and then he turns around and says, "Well, shit, I'm gonna spill the beans on this whole shooting." Can we prove that right now? Nah, but it makes sense. It's logical, and I can see why people would believe it, but I don't know.
You know, one thing that I didn't quite understand in the documentary was the two guys that nobody's really familiar with. Like, who were those two guys?
Yeah, so they were members, like, affiliated of a gang. I think it's called Dump Street, and
oh, that was part of Get Back for D Thing too. Okay.
Yeah. So there was actually these two guys that got killed pretty soon after the murder of D-Thang. And, you know, literally, once again, Dirk has several lyrics talking about when D-Thang died, two N-words died, or whatever, back to back. We thang in, you know, lyrics about slide into the dump. It's like, what was it? Is it Booney Mo talking about they got my brother, next thing there was two of them shot. Just lyric after lyric about these two guys getting killed at a gas station. A Lil Dirk, hella lyrics. Better do what Nardo said because dudes will die for pumping gas. Dirk been claiming it. The day after those guys got killed, Dirk was posting on his Instagram for D-Thang, aha. And that's what the song Aha all about. Talking about these guys that got killed. Talking about getting back. Talking about they said we didn't slide for D-Thang. Well, we did, aha. So again, this is probably the one murder that right now, as far as paperwork goes, has been least connected to Dirk. But lyrically, Dirk's put himself all over this double murder. And again, it's just pretty wild. Like, for you to be posting immediately after these guys got killed for D-Thang, aha, it's all well and good to be naive and say, well, that doesn't prove anything. Sure, but we're talking about Lil Durk's brother getting killed, two other random dudes who you ain't never heard of from this rival gang getting killed, and he's all over posting for D-Thang, aha, and then dropping the song aha, and then talking about two people died back to back with D-Thang in. Bro, it doesn't take a genius, it doesn't take an FBI agent detective to work out that, like, you're letting us know that these guys died for D-Thang, and like, there's not really much more to it. I mean, these these murders that took place, as we now know from this new indictment, you know, allegedly Lil Durk was offering a bounty for any GD that they could kill in the city. They are Dirk was trying to get back for D-Thang. Like, that's the thing, is I feel like sometimes it's like, look, I've put the video out and I've put this information out there, and we're looking at his lyrics, we're looking at social media posts, we're looking at some legal paperwork. Some people are just in denial about the fact that their favorite rapper might be going to jail forever. And, you know, it's just looking that way. These people didn't just die of natural causes. These are guys that are affiliated with the gang that allegedly killed D-Thang. They're getting killed soon after. You've got D-Thang's baby mama posting ESTG lick back and a picture of D-Thang just after these two random guys get killed. Dirk's posting the same day for D-Thang. There's other OTF members posting, like, all about these murders. Again, we don't need the legal paperwork to just let's just grow up for a minute and just say, like, we see that for what it is. Like, people are getting killed in revenge for Dirk's brother that got killed, and everyone's happy about it. It's just very, very apparently obvious what's going on, and you know, it takes the police years to catch up with that kind of thing and to work that out. But just because you post some stuff on Instagram and you didn't say who got killed, the fact that you're posting that the same day as these two random guys, like, realistically, the level that Dirk was at in 2021, Bin had a song with Drake, Bin having hit songs with all different types of people. If two random guys are dying in Dump Street, he shouldn't be posting for D-Thang several minutes afterwards. He should be way above. This is the whole problem with the whole Dirk story, is that it's like, he threw away so much. He'd gotten to this level in his career. He shouldn't have been having people killed. He shouldn't have even been posting on Instagram for D-Thang after random dudes are getting killed. He shouldn't have even been doing that. He was so bloodthirsty and so desperate to show some bravado and let the world know, like, I can't say that we killed people for D-Thang, but I just got to post something to just push out this image, and I just want everyone to know that I slid. And that's what was going on. And that's unfortunately going to be his undoing, because that's out there for the whole world to see. We see these posts talking about for D-Thang. We see these posts, songs, him talking about, no, he left all the clues just like King Von did. And I think that they probably, in my opinion, will probably associate these other murders with Dirk too. And, it just doesn't seem that far-fetched that he's going to get wrapped up in them.
If Dirk does get convicted of multiple murders, 2, 3, 4, I mean, he's not just looking at jail; he's looking at ADX. Like this could be really a nightmare for him. Way worse than just a normal prison. Because I mean, if you're putting hits on people and you're convicted of these things, allegedly putting hits on people and convicted, I mean, this is like you're on like a John Gotti type of level. Like it's not going to be easy prison time for him.
And that's like why we go back to what we were saying earlier about the RICO thing. Is it's like I know what you're trying to say, and it's like he's on like some John Gotti shit. He is allegedly. Like, if he really did this and the evidence is looking pretty serious, look, I know right now I got to say allegedly because we don't know for sure, right? But if he gets caught up with this thing, he is John Gotti. Like, he is doing the stuff that these RICO acts were invented. I know the RICO acts are super broad, but the whole point of them being broad is because basically there was a little period of time where these Italian-American gangsters were outsmarting the system before the RICO Act of like, yo, I'm going to pay you to go and kill him. We're going to get away with the whole thing because I'm over here chilling. And you're doing all the murders, and they can't do shit. That's why the RICO laws were invented of just like, look, we can't have these kingpins. They had to get, who was it? Was it Al Capone? It was like, look, we've got to get you on tax evasion because we can't, before the RICO, we can't even get you on these. We can't even get you on these murders. You've created too many degrees of separation from these murders for us to pin this thing on you. And Dirk was on some, allegedly, kingpin, got a whole army of people. We got a whole army of OTF shooters. That money will make shooters you ain't never seen before pop out. Like, he's lining it up and laying it out on the song, talking about, look, I'm going to take my money. I got 50 million liquid. He's rapping about the whole thing. He's like, 50 million, I really got it. I can put some money on your head. I can put manyan, get you dunyan, knock you out your shoes. Laying it all out. Like, Dirk really was a John Gotti type figure if all of this stuff is true, and that's what the RICO Act is for. And I can't even say that I wouldn't wish jail on anyone, because if Dirk is actually paying to get people murdered, then he needs to go to jail. And that's what the RICO Acts are for. And it's very unfortunate. I definitely don't want to see a young, successful black man being unfairly persecuted. But if you are having other young black people with their entire lives ahead of them murdered, you need to be out of the way. You need to be off the streets. It's not for you to decide whether a Lil Pab lives or dies. Lil Pab was on about to face charges for his own little RICO drug conspiracy that he had going on in Savannah. Who says Lil Durk should be judge, jury, and executioner of anyone's situation? Just because King Von got killed, King Von shouldn't have been doing what he was doing that night. Quando didn't do nothing wrong. And like, really, it's this dark demonic energy that just needs to be stopped. And I love Dirk's music. We love Dirk's music, man. All my life, laugh now, cry. Like, come on, we love Dirk's music. But if he's actually responsible for people losing their lives, he might need to go to ADX and chilling with Larry Hoover and them.
There was something I keep seeing. I see some disagreements between Dirk and 300. And I mean, there's these rumors that Dump Street hangs in Lamron.
Man, there's a bunch. Okay, I don't know too much about that, but I know that there's been a lot of like tension over the years. Lil Durk kind of fell out with Lamron. There's like, there's been a few little internal beefs of Dirk kind of falling out with his crew. There'd also been a little side beef with like King Von and Boss Top and Chief Keef and all of that kind of stuff. I think that in Chicago, there's just so many of these like conflicting, incestuous little beefs that kind of come and go. But I don't know the full extent of that as far as like Dump Street being in Lamron. That's kind of crazy. But I do think that there was more animosity for like after D-Thang got killed and there being an expectation that members were going to slide and get revenge, and maybe they weren't. There was kind of a lot of different groups that ended up getting brought into this whole get back. Not just get back for D-Thang, but the murder of FBG Cash is the other aspect. That one, as I said in the video, that was like business as usual. That wasn't get back. That was just, we hate anyone from FBG and from Tukaville and from 63rd. And when they killed FBG Duck, FBG Cash took the throne as the most popping FBG rapper, and they just wanted him murdered. Same thing. And so like, the alleged group of guys that got FBG Cash out of the way, it was a mixture of allegedly, there's been a lot of rumors, people saying it could be guys from Lamron, people saying it guys from O-Block, guys from Tay-Town, guys from another set that was a separate thing. So it's like, Lil Durk was really just trying to get all the help he could from whoever he could get it from. And I think there was maybe a bit of animosity that like people from Lamron weren't trying to slide, or people weren't getting active the way that maybe they were supposed to after D-Thang got killed. But again, that just goes to prove to you, like, if these alleged charges are true, Lil Durk is a guy that not only was trying to like have people killed and taken off this earth, but also he was trying to send young guys on allegedly trying to send young guys on these dummy missions to throw their lives away to crash out for Lil Durk for really quite small amounts of money.
Man, it's going to be interesting, especially, I mean, if the trial comes in October, that would be pretty fast. Within a year is pretty fast for a murder trial. You know, I know guys who they spend sometimes 2, 3, 4, 5 years waiting for their trial. It seems like the feds, they're okay with getting this. This seems like they're ready.
I heard that the trial was actually meant to take place in January. It was meant to happen straight away. And Lil Durk's team actually said, we're going to waive our right to a speedy trial, push it back to October because of the 20,000 pages and 200 gigabytes. Apparently there was so much stuff that Lil Durk's team was like, yo, we need like 10 months to even read how bad this is. And I think that's not a great sign. Yes, you could go to trial January, could be completely unprepared. You're never going to be able to read 20,000 pages of stuff. But furthermore, they got till October to read 20,000 pages of stuff. They might spend 10 months reading it going, our boy is cooked. And then they might just get to October and just be like, we're going to have to take the best plea that we can get because we are straight cooked. I don't know how bad them 20,000 pages are going to be, but like.
Well, if they got surveillance footage, you know, you're kind of insinuating you were surveilling him, which means you probably have audio of him too. So who knows what they got him on audio saying?
Not only that, right?
Plus, possibly somebody wearing a wire.
They got his iCloud. Every message that he sent into his whole crew. Facts. That's not a good look already. Probably bugged his phone. I don't think it's difficult for you to subpoena a wiretap on your own phone. They're probably monitoring Durk's calls. Probably. Wouldn't surprise me. All his phone calls, jail calls. That's going to be a whole thing. Then social media, private messages. Story goes that Durk was messaging FBG Cash on the Instagram DMs before he died. Durk's got lyrics talking about like, you know, what's that line that he's got? He's got like 2 lines that come to mind. He's got one where he's talking about like, you know, I still read our thread, but he can't text back because he's dead. Or like FBG Cash saying on No Jumper that like Durk dared him to go and take the picture in front of the Von mural. I think the feds would definitely have a good time reading Durk's private messages with the likes of FBG Cash in the lead up to him getting killed. And then if someone's wearing a wire, someone from OTF's wearing a wire, bruh, you don't even need to wear a wire. They got filming themselves. Like after the FBG Cash murder, you got Durk and what was it? Durk and Booney Mo and Lil Vani, all drunk off pills or whatever, looking high as hell, talking about, yeah, they know that we did it. You know, you better keep your gun for Boone, better keep your gun for me. You're gonna get left by that tree. We did it. Like we don't even need to tap your phone. You guys are hopping on Instagram live off a perk, talking about we did it. You got left by the tree. You know we did it. So God knows how much information they're gonna have from an actual wire, like from someone wearing a wire, from them listening to his actual personal phone calls, reading his iMessage. I mean, to even message, like to think. So the fact that Durk said on his iMessage to what is it, Didi, don't use no credit cards connected to me when you're booking these flights. Now that shows to me he doesn't think he's being monitored. Because if you were being monitored, you wouldn't do that, right? You would be thinking like, I can't even. You wouldn't even say that. Don't book no. So you're saying
supposedly he was using it under a phone that wasn't under his name, or he was using it on a phone that wasn't under his name.
Man, the feds hate this one simple trick. That if you use a phone that's not under your name, they can't get your info. Like, bro, that's the dumbest thing.
All it's just gonna take is one witness to say, yeah, I communicate with Durk on that number.
Right. And all that stuff's archived, all that stuff's there. I don't know.
Plus, if they had it tapped, I'm sure they got him on the phone talking at some point.
100%. I mean, to me, one of the things that was craziest, right, is like I actually was so flabbergasted when I found out that Durk flew out on a private jet and was just chilling in LA when they killed Lil Pab. Like that on its own of just like I never would have even imagined like what you were just chilling in the city when your guys went there to do the hit. Why would you go there just to chill? I'ma just be in LA while they do this murder. Like I just want to be around the vibes. That in itself is just wildly reckless and just like what you just chilling on the sidelines while the hits happen. Like you just want to be in the city. You just want to be around those murder vibes in the city. Like that's pretty damning to me. and it just, I think it just shows a sloppiness.
Yeah, because it's going to be hard to sell to the jury that you were on the plane with the guy that did all the planning, and you didn't know about this.
It's like, what did you guys talk about on the plane ride?
Right.
Nothing. Oh, we just talked about music.
That's a tough sell.
And what were you doing in LA? You didn't have no performances. You didn't have nothing booked. Like, you just went out there on August the 18th, 2022. Yep. With Didi. And what was Didi going to do? Like, you both land on the private jet together and you're like, I'm gonna go to the hotel. And Didi like, I'm gonna go to get some souvenirs. Like, again, it's just like, it's just impossible. Like, what alibi are you gonna prove? What are you gonna, like, I thought, for example, when they basically said, oh, that song, the Babyface Ray song, Wonderful Wayne and Jackie Boy, that was all recorded before the murder.
Since our last interview, you went on Math Hoffa's show with Adam. And in this show, they kind of came at you really hard about your documentaries influencing the kids. Like, what's your thoughts on that, looking back on that conversation and, kind of how hard they came at you?
With what I do, I think part of the job has been defending what I put out there as much as it is actually putting together good journalism and research and putting it out there. I think a lot of guys do come at me on this whole, you're contributing to the violence in the streets by reporting on it. I would defend it till I die. I disagree. I feel like the idea that just like we're not allowed to have certain conversations about certain things is just kind of absurd. Like, whether it's the conflict in, Israel, Palestine, no one ever says, oh, CNN are stoking the beef by talking about it. They're bringing it. They're responsible for the violence because they're talking about it. They're just bringing our awareness to a situation that's very culturally important and is impacting a lot of people's lives. The drill music scene is extremely relevant. It's impacted the culture in so many ways. It's impacted people's lives in so many ways, good and bad. It's changed the lives of certain artists and young guys coming up tough and given them a route to get out of that situation. It's also potentially inspired other young people to go down the path of the lifestyle and gangbanging that they shouldn't have gone down. And a lot of young people have lost their lives to the streets and the culture that surrounds this drill music. So I certainly don't think that there's... if anything, I feel like, why don't they have that same energy for the musicians? They're never going to have rappers that go sit down there, whether it's, I think they had the UK drill rap, UK road rapper Gigs on there a little while after I was on there. And, he's had a bunch of crazy criminal cases, whatever. He's turned his life around. But it's like, they didn't come with that energy for someone like Gigs. Gigs is a tough guy. Maybe people look at me through the glasses, they see that I'm looking like a nerd and it's easy to press me. Then there's the whole kind of racial element. I think because I'm a white guy in hip hop, there's always going to be like a certain degree of tension and disrespect and kind of this sort of unacceptance of me as an outsider. But I would always defend myself and my intentions. My intentions are to be the best journalist I can, to provide a very thoughtful and thought-provoking outlook on like very dark subject matter, like drill music, gangster rap, crime, adjacent to music itself. I think is a very touchy subject, but I think we should all be able to have an open conversation about it. I don't do what I do to offend people or to disrespect people or to create any kind of like negative outcomes for anyone. I'm not a channel. You won't catch me dropping videos where I'm like, Dirk should slide. Yeah, Dirk slid and that's lit. And like, we're so glad that Dirk slid for Von and D-Thang. Like, if you watch my documentary on Dirk to the very end, I basically say this is a complete tragedy. You got a guy that reached the very heights of the industry and he threw his life away trying to be a gangster. That's not something that should be condoned or replicated or followed. And I try and make it clear and have a very responsible outlook on what I do. I think some people that either don't understand what I do or haven't watched it much, they make these assumptions that like, I'm somehow celebrating the violence. You would never catch me celebrating violence or a murder. You'd never see me talking in a video about this person got killed and that was lit and they slid and they got back. I think it's very sad and very twisted, and covering all this stuff does affect me in a very negative way. Like, I don't love looking at violence all day long. It's not really what I got into this for. I got into this for my passion with the music and the folklore and the stories behind it. So the Math Hoffa thing, it was kind of tense, and I did definitely feel like I was kind of getting cornered and ganged up on. But at the same time, I would always defend what I do to anybody because I do really believe in it, and I don't feel like I have anything to hide. Those aren't conversations that I want to run away from or shy away from. If somebody takes issue with what I do, I'd happily stand on it because I stand on what I do. I stand on everything. And I believe what I'm doing is really important. I believe that we need responsible voices to give an extra bit of perspective to this drill gangster rap culture that, let's be honest, has gotten out of control. I mean, if the things that Dirk's being accused of are true, this drill stuff is completely out of control. You got rich guys that are having Billboard charting songs, making millions of dollars, and then spending that money to have people in their community murdered when they don't need to be doing that, when they're worth tens of millions of dollars. This stuff's out of control, and so we need a responsible guy like me to basically step up and say, like, yo, this is wrong. Like, I'm one of the only people calling out Lil Durk for being wrong. The amount of fanboys that are on some shit right now of like, Durk did nothing wrong, Durk should get out, like, they ain't really got any evidence on Durk. Let's see how the trial plays out, but like, I'm a stand on it that like, if you're arranging for people to get killed, probably shouldn't be out here, probably shouldn't be celebrating you. People talk about, I mean, the Math Hoffa thing, they want to put me down for what I do and say, well, you're somehow responsible for the violence. Bro, when is someone going to stand up and say, bro, Dirk's wrong?
Have you ever checked your demographics?
Well, I can see country and age and that kind of thing.
I have 0.1% who are under the age of 18. Less than 1%. 0.1% of the people who watch my videos are under the age of 18.
The thing is, though, I think that's an unreliable metric, because I think if you're under 18, you technically have to use the YouTube Kids app. And so I think a lot of accounts be made to say they're over 18, but it's kids running them. So I personally think that the reason that under 18 is so small and so skewed is because the under 18s that are watching are just on adult profiles. But I think I mean, you can make the argument that it's not reaching young people.
The drill audience has grown in age. I don't know, you know what I'm saying? If you look back at your demographics from when I first interviewed Take Capone in 2019, the age was young. Now when I interview a drill rapper, the age is a lot older. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think kids are really tuned in to the drill movement like the kids were, you know what I'm saying, 10 plus years ago. That those guys are they're now adults, and you know what I'm saying, they're in their 20s and 30s and maybe even 40s.
I'll keep it real. Drill's kind of dying. Not in a disrespectful way, but a lot of the great acts have died. King Von's not here anymore. He really was the savior of just drill music, brought the Chicago wave back in a big way. Dirk's looking at life in jail. Even if you want to go to other cities, Fulio's dead. I ain't trying to hear Young and Ace's music the way I was before. Now that Fulio's dead, it's a one-sided beef. I'm sorry, but that's just how it is. It's
New York,
and you know,
jail, those guys are in jail.
K-Flock's looking at potentially life. Yeah, D-Thang came back out. You know, salute to him. Shahji's gone back to jail. You know, it's the drill scene's dying, and I think what's replacing it is we're kind of going almost back to this like SoundCloudy type of era. Your Playboy Cartis, even look, Young Thug, he's kind of like became a bit of a drill gangster rap hero off the back of his case, but he was really on some like wavy fashion gangster trap Atlanta type sound. And I think this murder music, I think people are working out now very quickly that it doesn't really have longevity. You either won't live long, you'll end up going to jail, the scene just dies around you. And I think that
people get older too. You know,
people are growing up.
The less important music becomes.
And the people that have survived these gang wars, you know, you got people like Take Capone doing content. He's not trying to slide. He's too mature for that. He's finding other ways, avenues of making money and building his profile. And you got these guys that were maybe back in the day, they would have been about sliding, or they would have been about badness. And they're growing up and they're realizing, look, I'm still alive. All the young guys that were crazy on sliding are dead now. And we're still alive. And we want to go and do something positive. And that might not be making music about killing people. I mean, even just look at where Dirk was #1 poster child for making it out. And then suddenly he didn't make it out. And he's looking at life in jail because he's allegedly doing what he's doing, rapping about it, putting it out there for the whole world to see, and just crashing out.
I mean, Chief Keef, they say he's the smartest one.
For sure. For sure. He's the smartest one. He got away from it early. Even Lil Durk kind of had those opportunities, and he went to Atlanta. Then he brought King Von out to Atlanta. Then Von's making trouble. Chief Keef is like the chosen one that really was smart enough to get out of that situation. You know, he's lost loads of friends to the streets. From what I understand, he was never a killer, but he was really closely aligned to what was going on in the streets and in O Block and stuff like that. And he really is the smartest one. You know, sometimes you hear Chief Keef talk, and maybe Maybe he doesn't sound like the sharpest tool in the box, but like he really is smart, and he's got a level of street smarts and emotional intelligence that most drill rappers could only dream of. You know, the amount of times you see that clip of even Vlad telling FBG Duck to get out of Chicago, he didn't listen. You know, Remo on No Jumper talking about Jacksonville, Fulio, you got to stay out of the city, man. And then look what happened. You know, it's just like the intelligence is a simple thing, but the intelligence to just get out the way, a lot of people unfortunately don't have that. And there's drill rappers right now that they might not make it to 2026, and all they got to do is move. And some people, the bravado and the ego is too big to let that happen, and they ain't going to make it out this year because of where they ended up, and not being too gangster to just get out the city and to take some quality advice. And I just think that it's really sad. And I think Chief Keef's such a shining example. And even at the level that he's reached, I feel like he don't get the respect he deserves, you know?
Yeah, who was it recently that came out and said that the Chief Keef wasn't the king of drill, that it was Dirk?
I mean, you could say, you could say that he's the king of, that Lil Durk's the king of drill, but he's going to have to be the king of drill from a jail cell. You know, he might have to be the king of drill in ADX Florence. And Chief Keef, you can call him whatever you want, but he's actually out here living his life, having huge amounts of success, having his freedom. He the king of real life. He the king of being a grown man. You know, forget being the king of drill. He the king of just staying alive and like living a fulfilled life and not crashing out and throwing everything you worked for away. Because really, what Chief Keef probably ain't got the money that Dirk got, but Chief Keef's going to be able to enjoy what he's got, and Dirk probably isn't at this point. And that's really the sad tragedy of all the stuff that Dirk built up over his career, all my life. People trying to hold me down, but you're holding yourself down. Really, you're holding yourself and your own community down by doing these negative things, allegedly having people hurt, throwing away your blessing. The amount of times that Lil Durk complained about how his father was never there for him and how he hates rats because someone snitched on his father. Well, you all need to take some responsibility for your own actions. You know, Lil Durk's father wasn't around because he was breaking the law and selling bricks. And, you know, look, I ain't going to knock someone for feeding their family, but at the end of the day, you get caught with some bricks. You knew the game that you were playing. You get caught arranging murders. You know the game that you're playing. And now Lil Durk's probably going to end up depriving his own children of the fatherhood that he missed out on when his father was in jail. And that would be the saddest tragedy of it all, that he didn't learn his lesson and that he basically repeated the exact same cycle as his father and just threw away the biggest blessing. I mean, just imagine that money, man. Like, you know, Dirk been saying on songs he's got 50 million liquid in cash. Like, to throw all that away. I know it ain't all about money. Money can't bring people back. Money wasn't bringing D-Thang back, but having these guys killed, that didn't bring D-Thang back. You got a couple Instagram posts about it. Aha. Really, what do you get? I would think that Lil Durk probably regrets it.
Just for clarity, it was OTF Boona that was taking shots at Chief Keef over the king of drill claims. So it did seem, I mean, to me, it looked like Dirk was like, this is just going to happen, and I'm just going to accept my fate. Like, I think he's been preparing. Like, I you know what I'm saying? I think mentally he, like, expected this to happen.
Yeah, he rapped in that line, what was it? Where do I see myself in 10 years? The feds. And that was a few years ago. But I want people to take away from this, you know, you're not just the product of your environment. Lil Durk seemed to have almost given up. Oh, they killed my brother, they killed my friend. Well, this is going to have to happen. I'm the kingpin now. I'm going to have to slide. I'm going to have to put bags on people, and whatever happens, happens. But no, you do have some control of your own destiny. You don't need to slide. If you're from that environment and someone kills one of your friends, you know, I think Gillian Wallow did an amazing interview with Lil Durk on $1 Million Worth of Game. And I think it's Wallow that's explaining, like, he had to forgive the guy that killed his brother so that he could still be here and provide for his family. And I thought that was so powerful. And the fact that he's saying that to Durk, and we know Durk allegedly had already done some stuff that was going to catch up with him later. And Durk weren't forgiving the people that killed his brother. That weren't happening. And for him to get that perspective, and that's the real shit. And that's why I really rock with Gillian Wallow and $1 Million Worth of Game, because they really be saying to people the uncomfortable truths that other people aren't saying to them. You won't ever see anyone from OTF or anyone from that side or anyone from the Chicago culture telling Durk, don't slide. I think NLE Chopper told him not to do nothing about the Von situation. But the way Gillian Wallow broke it down and just said, like, it hurt to forgive my brother's killer, but I'm bigger than that. And Dirk, so much, these charges, Dirk's bigger than this. Like, as a man, as where he'd got to in his life, this shit is beneath him. But he let himself get down in the mud to wrestle with the pigs, or however you want to look at it. And he got himself dirty and he threw away his blessing. I think that's the biggest tragedy, and that's the saddest thing about this whole thing with Dirk, is that he threw away so much over so little. And again, not to disrespect the dead, but even the guys that killed D-Thang, we ain't, again, no disrespect to anybody, we ain't heard of them until we heard about Lil Durk allegedly having something to do with their murders. They weren't important people to want to throw your entire blessing away, to throw your entire life and your career away to have these guys killed. I'm not saying that there's people that, they'll be worth it to kill him, but, you know, I've not been in that situation, so I do have sympathy. I don't know what it's like. My brother hasn't been killed. That's completely fair enough, and I'll throw my hands up and say it, but I'm not a killer. I'm not a gangster. If my brother got killed, I'd have to honor him in the most positive ways that I possibly could, and I wouldn't be throwing away my entire life to try and slide, and, you know, I'd have to go the Gillian Wallow route.
Well, since our last interview, you made the NBA YoungBoy documentary. Real killer or fake gangster? Talk to me about that a little bit.
Man, over the course of that video, I would say that YoungBoy became my favorite artist. I actually couldn't believe how deep the YoungBoy iceberg went. That's a 6-hour video. I didn't plan to make a 6-hour video, but I fell in love with YoungBoy, and just became the biggest fan of his music. Listened to every project that he'd ever put out, every interview, absolutely went ham just on like understanding and taking in the YoungBoy culture. And that video was very important to me. And as I said earlier, I think there are some similarities between YoungBoy and Dirk. The whole idea was that YoungBoy be talking about all these bodies. I swear on his new album he just put out, I swear he says he's got 19 bodies or something insane. He'd be talking about all these bodies. When I dropped that video, he had just dropped a tape. I think he said he had 13 or 12 bodies. And it was kind of a thing of like when I did the King Von thing, my challenge was like, Von says he got 7 bodies. Okay, let's have a look. Let me look into this and answer once and for all, does King Von really have 7 bodies? In my opinion, the answer was yes. With the YoungBoy thing, it was like, okay, real killer or fake gangster, let's look at these 12 bodies and actually work this out. And in my conclusion, the whole through line of that video was we spent 6 hours, we looked at every album, every case, every murder. They're real murders, but YoungBoy didn't do them. At a stretch, you could take a few of his lyrics and say YoungBoy talking about he drops the bag on this person and that person. G Money got killed very suspiciously. Boulevard.
Did his killer just got out of jail, right? Not too long ago.
Yeah, so NBA Lil Pat was implicated, I believe, in the murder, but I don't think he was fingered as the actual murderer. I believe even G Money's mother said that weren't the guy. Now, there's been rumors about who the guy was. I didn't say it in the video. I know I'm saying it now, but like, shit, you can get on your Reddit and look up who you think maybe was responsible for that one. And but no one's the one guy. He basically, I think he got like 10 years down to 5 or 9 years or something for being, I think maybe as an accessory for being there or being involved in it. But a lot of people say that he wasn't actually the guy that did it, but he did get out recently. But there's not been an officially solved murder. You couldn't say conclusively these are the people that did it and they got brought to justice. But the overarching theme of the YoungBoy thing is pretty much the fact that, you know, over a dozen people have died in opposition to the conflict of him and his crew that have had going on. And he's not the guy, as far as I'm aware, he's not the killer, but like he definitely is benefiting from murders that have gone on in Baton Rouge, whether they're happening to protect him, his career, to avenge things that have happened to him and his friends. But in my opinion, I don't think he actually is responsible like that. And really, he's just had one of the hardest lives you could possibly imagine. And like, even the fact that he's still in jail facing charges now, it's just, you know, that's why I find it, let
me get a quick recap of what happened in there. Like, how many bodies did you accuse him of doing?
Well, at that point, it would have been 12. Okay. So I basically broke down like the 12 bodies, which I probably couldn't rattle them off the top of my head from complete memory. But it's like, you know, the first one is like his friend Lil Dave. You know, YoungBoy is like 11 or 12. There's this older kid that's like 16 called Lil Dave that's like his sort of like mentor in the streets. He's like an older kid from the block that's showing him how to navigate. And you know, Lil Dave ends up getting killed at like I believe it was like a sort of stop the violence kind of event, ironically. And you know, there's been a bunch of lyrics where Youngboy's basically said like, yeah, I dropped the bag, I had a flunky pop the guy that killed Lil Dave, first 20,000 I got, I had to slide for debt, all this kind of stuff. So from that very first body of like Youngboy's like 11 when Lil Dave gets killed, that's like a massive part of his career. Again, I couldn't find who the person that killed Lil Dave was, and I couldn't find who the person that got killed in retaliation for it. I couldn't find the information. Maybe it didn't happen. Maybe there was no get back for Lil Dave, but Youngboy be rapping in the songs talking about he dropped the bag and this and that happened. So there's that. As time goes on, you've then got the G Money situation where, you know, Youngboy's kind of in competition with this guy called G Money from Baton Rouge. They're kind of allies for a little period, and then they become enemies, and then they're kind of competing. And G Money's basically talking about on songs that he's going to have Youngboy whacked. G Money ends up getting his life taken before anything can happen to Youngboy, and you know, the murder is connected to a number of people around Youngboy. From there, that just leads to a completely out of control gang war where a bunch of people get killed. On Youngboy's side, his manager Big Dump gets killed. Then, seemingly in retaliation, one of the guys that was rumored to have been involved in that hit, Boulevard Quick, who was talking shit about Youngboy endlessly, dissing Youngboy's mom, he ends up getting killed. Crime's never solved. Then, you know, Fredo Bang's crew with
you had the whole Florida shooting.
So the Lit Yoshi.
He's convicted of that, right?
I don't think he was convicted of that, but he was convicted of other shootings. A particular shooting where like they shot up a car and there was like a child in the car. So he ended up getting, I believe, 15 years off the back of a bunch of different shootings that he did. But he was rumored to have been involved in that shooting in Florida at the Trump Hotel when Youngboys were going to Rolling Loud. Obviously, the craziest thing about that is I believe in the crossfire,
the girlfriend
got shot, innocent child gets grazed, and then a guy working at a car rental spot across the road gets shot in the head and killed. So again, that's not a body, but it's a death that's attributable to Youngboy. And when Youngboy raps in his songs, he kind of almost like, I don't want to say claims those bodies, but is almost, you know, he's got lyrics where he kind of says he feels responsible for that innocent man getting killed that day, and that he feels like he wishes it was him, and that this war that's been started a bit essentially around in defense of his career has just spilled out into the streets and caused numerous people, some innocent, to lose their lives. And again, I just want to make it clear, it's like, you know, the idea of the video like Real Killer or Fake Gangster, we're looking at all these bodies, like that's real innocent people ended up losing their lives over this beef with Youngboy, you know, and you got guys pulling up at the hotel, shooting it out, bullets flying everywhere, kids are getting hit, people are getting hit in the head and killed, just trying to work an honest day's job. And all of that stuff just drives home how important it is to like denounce this violence and just how messed up and like overarching this senseless street gang violence really is. It's not cool and it's not glamorous. And again, going back to the Math Hoffa stuff, I don't make it look cool. I'd like to think if you watch my Von documentary or my Youngboy documentary or my Dirk video, that shit don't look cool. Like you don't come away from that thinking like, I want to be like Dirk. I want to drop bags on people and go and spend 50 years in jail. You know, Youngboy been on house arrest, addicted to drugs, out of his mind for years. He's not living a good existence. The Youngboy ain't been living good since 2020. He's been on house arrest nonstop. He's been people trying to kill him every day, all the time. That shit in the Trump where an innocent person gets killed, that's the tip of the iceberg. They've been trying to kill him. And so the conclusion of that was basically like Youngboy, you know, it's like, it's funny that his name's Youngboy because it's almost like he's so wise beyond his years. He's like still in his 20s. I think he's what, 25, 26 now. He's dropped dozens of albums, made over $100 million. He's lived the life of like, he's lived like 10 lives over and he's still a young boy. Like think of all the stuff that he's achieved and we've heard about him for years and years and years. And he's still like mid-20s, like he's still a young boy. That's the craziest thing about it. So I feel like that was one of the most important hip hop stories to tell. And I really wanted to give it that perspective of, it's a sensational title, like Real Killer or Fake Gangster. But I actually wanted to make that video and go the opposite direction of the Von video and basically conclude by saying Youngboy didn't kill any of those people. And that was the idea. It was meant to be the perfect contrast of the Von video where I basically say like 7 bodies. Yeah, he did them. Youngboy, talk about 12 bodies. He didn't really do that. That's just the folklore around him 12 people definitely died about Youngboy's career, but Youngboy ain't got 12 bodies, if that makes sense.
Tay Savage, since our last interview, you ran into him, and he had some choice words for you.
Yeah, we ran into each other, man. I would say Tay's a good guy. Thing is, we'd had some tension before when I dropped the documentary. I went back and forth with his management. We had a very tense conversation. They were going to take down the video. We kind of agreed to maybe censor a few things, take a few things out, and to keep the video up. We kind of squashed it. I wasn't expecting to run into him at the Brick music video shoot. We ran into each other. There was a little tension, which everyone saw on camera. But it was, the thing is, I think that the footage made it look worse than it was. And actually, like, after that, we ended up having a good conversation and actually, like, you know, reached some understanding. And, you know, we both did a cameo in Brick's video. That's why we were both there. Obviously not realizing we were going to bump into each other. But, you know, after that, it was cool. We kind of squashed it. And I explained to him, like, I'm a fan of his shit. I'm really just trying to support and push what he's got going on. And, you know, when he came into the scene, his story was just so crazy that, like, everyone just wanted to talk about it and speculate on what was going on with him. But, you know, it really wasn't as bad as it looked. And we talked it out and came to an understanding afterwards. But it was definitely a little bit of tension at the start. And I see where he's coming from. You know, I think he can see where I'm coming from now.
So what was it like when you were making the documentary for him? Because he knew about the documentary before it was coming out.
So, okay, this is where the point of tension comes from, right? So I was making the documentary about him independently of anything to do with him. And then, like, I don't do this anymore, but at the time I used to, like, mad tease, like, videos that I had coming out. So I was in a Sprinter with my homie Honcho. And at the time, when I'm doing a video, I just listen to that artist's music. Like, when I was doing the Tay Savage video, I was just spinning Tay Savage songs back to back all the time, just getting in that mode. Welch World, you know, low end, just trying to really, like, live that culture. So I'm in the Sprinter with Honcho. I took a clip of the TV in the Sprinter. We're playing Tay Savage's song, Turn Up. I think maybe I tagged him or someone tagged him in it. Someone sent it to him. And then he was like, oh, that's love. Like, you tapped in. I don't think he really knew who I was. And so I'm kind of fanned out. I'm just like, yeah, man, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to do a documentary on you. Like, big up what you're doing. This happened to me a couple times, Cam, and, like, I've learned my lesson now, because, like, I'll be on some fan shit, and then I've had a couple people, I feel like I'm getting positive vibes from them, and then I slowly realize, like, now they're not fucking with me. I was sort of saying it on some casual shit, like, yeah, I'm working on something on you right now, and I feel like, in hindsight, I think he felt like it was something like, oh, we're going to collaborate on something, you're going to bring me in, and there was not really any conversation. I don't think he was super familiar with what I did at that point. And then after I dropped the documentary, I think he was offended because he felt like, oh, I thought you were going to, like, talk to me and we were going to work something out and we was going to collaborate. And that's not how I work, not on a disrespectful thing, but it's like, my thing is I just go away, I find out what's going on, I put my shit out, and that's how it is. So he was kind of blindsided by it. I don't think he really understood, like, what I do and what I was saying. I probably shouldn't have been fanned out telling him what was going on. Nowadays, I don't really tell people what I'm working on. I just pop out with something new and you find out about it then and there. You know, I'm definitely not hitting Lil Durk up saying, I'm doing a little documentary on you, blah, blah, blah. That's not really happening. So, yeah, I pretty much kind of fumbled that afterwards. I ended up in a interview with, not an interview. I ended up on a phone call with Tay and his manager and an A&R from Empire. So I ended up on a phone call with Tay, his manager, and A&R, and they really just went crazy at me, like, yelling. Not Tay. Tay's a very cool, calm guy, but like, his main manager at the time just was going ballistic at me, yelling at me, calling me a cracker, like, really going after me hard. And I was just like, damn. But at the same time, like, I'm a fan of Tay, so I was kind of like, I was just mad apologetic. I was like, look, it was no disrespect. Like, the way I was groveling in that clip when Tay pressed me is like how I was on the phone call. I was like, I'm a fan. Like, I'm just investigating this stuff. Like no disrespect. But it was a classic one of those things where they was really pressing me, and they was just like, this is disrespect. Like, oh, and I was like, well, what are we gonna, like, you want me to take it down? They're like, well, let's not take it down. But let's maybe clean it up a little. Let's maybe chop a little this and that out of there, and then keep it up because it's good promo. So we ended up coming to an agreement. I did a couple extra things to help them out. I tried to push and promote Tay's music on my social media a little bit more. And really, like, again, like, I'm a fan of Tay, so I was showing love. And after that, regardless, anytime he drops something, I'm pushing it, promoting it, showing love. Like, big up Tay Savage. New Tay Savage just dropped. So that's just me as a fan, full stop. Now, I wasn't expecting to bump into him that day, but when I see him, I was kind of like feeling, because we'd squashed it. I didn't go up to him on some friendly stuff, but I was almost like, oh, it's Tay. I was like, I think we're good.
Are you worried about, moving out here and running into the wrong people?
When I'm out here, I come out here for vacation a lot, and I like it out here. Obviously, it's always a worry. I mean, I've had issues with rappers and gang members in London that have been kind of scary as well. So there's always a possibility of something happening everywhere. I feel like out here it's a little bit more intense with the guns, and obviously I mainly talk about American artists. But at the same time, Tay Savage pressed me on a man-to-man type thing of, like, he was almost just reminding me, like, he didn't really respect the way he handled it, and that I need to do things a certain way if I'm kind of on his side type thing. But, like, in general, I didn't feel like he was kind of putting me in my place on some verbal shit, but I didn't feel like he was going to shoot me or nothing like that. And I think Tay Savage is actually like he's a very smart, wise character from the Chicago streets. I think he would, like anyone else, I don't think there's anything to gain by actually attacking me. I don't think Tay's on probation, like beating me up or whatever, that ain't doing nothing for him other than causing him a parole violation. For me, I don't think there's anything tough about pressing me. I'm sure a lot of people would like to press me. I've been getting a lot of death threats since the Dirk thing, but a lot of people love to hop on Instagram and say they're going to kill somebody and say they're going to do this and that.
A lot of death threats, like just from fans or like from people like actually in the drill scene?
Mostly fans. Couple guys in the drill scene connected to the whole thing. Definitely not happy with me right now. Couple guys definitely not trying to run into. I'm really like what I did what I did. I wasn't trying to disrespect anyone, but it's like, Dirk's indictment and Dirk's charges, they've been on all these different websites, they've been on all these different news publications. Yeah, I know that I'm going particularly hard talking about 6 murders, but at the end of the day, I am just the media. I don't think it's tough to press me. But there's a couple guys, definitely, I've seen messages from someone from OTF and someone from O Block super pissed about my recent documentary. So that's something I've got to deal with. But also, bro, it ain't tough. Like, I don't think it's that tough pressing me. Like, I'm not a threat. I'm a dork that's on the internet that likes to research song lyrics and legal paperwork. There ain't no points to be scored hurting me or getting tough with me. But at the same time, I understand what I do is very controversial. It pisses people off. And definitely not trying to run into any of the OTF O Block crew right now.
Man, okay. All right, well, man, Traveler Ross, I appreciate you.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Anything you want to talk about that you got coming up?
Hey, listen, I got a couple very special projects coming up, man. I don't know if you're ready for the next couple things that I'm doing. I'm about to do something very different but the same. I'm just trying to take things to a new level this year. I'm really just trying to think of more creative ways that I can make the videos more interesting, more insightful. You know what I'm saying? You might catch a little clue as to what's coming next, but I ain't going to say too much.
Anything? You got any more drill-related documentaries coming?
I might have a little something coming, you know what I'm saying? A little something. People can work that out themselves. But you're going to see something dropping from me very soon. That's a very famous street case that was recently in the news. But I don't want to say too much because, you know what I'm saying, they got on my case trying to stop me dropping what I got to drop. So, but yeah, no, I got some more drill stuff coming up. I'm also going to do some non-drill stuff. I think the Diddy versus 50 video that I dropped this year, that was my biggest video of the year. Zero violence. I know people love to come for me like, oh, you just profit off the violence. You just talk about gang members. We did 4 million views on a Diddy versus 50 video that had nothing to do with any violence. It was all just culture, hip hop, rap beef. And that just goes to show you, I think hip hop's moving on. I think that a lot of this violent drill stuff is actually not the most interesting thing that's going on in hip hop as time goes on. I love drill music. I love gangster rap. I always have, but I also love traditional rap music. You might catch me doing some more 50 Cent type stories, You know, I know a lot of people want me to do a big Diddy case breakdown. There's other historic stories. There's cases from all over the world that I want to cover. So don't get it twisted. I feel like there's a lot of different angles and different avenues for me to explore. And at the end of the day, I'm just a huge hip hop fan. So anything that I find interesting in the hip hop space, I'm going to cover. And yeah, next couple of things I'm going to drop are going to be crazy. Trust me.
Are you finding ways to pump these things out faster?
To be honest, I'm trying to slow it down. I went through a small phase this year of kind of pumping things out a little too fast. I actually dropped a video that I had up for a couple of days. I didn't think it was up to my standards, and I took it down. So if anything, I'm actually trying to slow down right now and make the videos even better. I think the Little Durk video was really a return to form for me because I felt like I'd fell off a little bit just as far as the quality. I wasn't really being creative enough with the ideas and with the way that I present the information. And I was just like rushing, and I was trying to do hood vlogs. I was over here doing hood vlogs and interviews and stuff like that. And I really kind of lost sight of my lane, which is the really thoughtful, the really deep dive, and the really fanned out type videos. Like, you know, you go back and you watch my video on 6ix9ine's case. I'm dyed my hair rainbow. I got all the fake tattoos on. Like, I'm really immersing myself in the culture and in the story in a way that nobody else really can be bothered to. So I'm really just trying to like elevate my content, show people just how much I fuck with the culture, show people how serious I am about actually presenting and researching information, going deeper than anyone else is willing to. Like, a lot of people have popped up trying to do what I do, but it's just like, I'm like a real mega super fan. Like, no one's really touching me when it comes to actually me giving a fuck about these stories. I'm not somebody that cranks out videos for money. I'm not somebody that hops onto a story that I don't know shit about just because it's the hot thing right now. Like, everything I cover, I have a deep interest in. Every time I cover a story, I immerse myself in that music and that artist and that scene. And like, I'm really, really about what I cover. So going forward, that's going to be the plan, is to just like go deeper. If that means I got to drop less often, so be it. I'm really trying to chase iconic videos that people are going to watch for years to come, rather than just like a quick check. And I had to kind of check myself this year because I dropped a couple videos that were trash because I was rushing, and that was a mistake.
Do other bloggers take your ideas and make their own videos? Because I see that's kind of like a thing within like people who do your type of content.
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? I do think there's something kind of lame about acting like you own ideas, because a lot of people come at me and say like,
yeah, but they just watch your video, compress it or take what they like out of it, and then make like a 10-20 minute video that might get a 500,000 million views.
Well,
they didn't do none of the work.
Well, that's facts, but it's like I was first to do it, right? So it's kind of like I get the prestige and I get to be the top spot as far as like creating the piece of content. But look, here's something that I'll say, right? Copying ideas that have already been done and building upon them, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that's completely cool. But like getting around people and trying to find out what they're working on to try and like make their shit before them, or to try and like take their moment and do shit that they were planning on doing before them, I think that's super lame and super like super just like weirdo behavior. And I think there are people that like want to do that. And for me, it's just like, I know that I have the passion and the originality, because I know there's a lot of people in this space, they don't give a shit about this stuff. They don't even know the artists that they're covering. They ain't even heard of some of these rappers until they realize that there's money to be made doing a story about them. Whereas me, I've been listening to nothing but hip hop since I was a kid. I love this culture. I'm fully immersed in it. If I cover a story, I'm going nonstop, just flooding my life with like the music, the clothes, anything to do with that artist and what they got going on is just like, I'm living it and I'm enjoying it. So I really don't compare myself to those people too much. I do think it is, thing is, I also think there's plenty to go around. I think if someone else drops a video about Durk right now that's insightful and has interesting new things that I didn't cover, I'm all for it. I think that video is going to recommend my video is going to recommend that video, and I think the ecosystem is all good. But what is lame is if people are just grabbing someone else's video, rewording it, making a shorter version of it, just just stealing what you got and then taking stuff out of it and then just putting that out with like more of a clickbait title. I think that's kind of lame because it's not really contributing to the scene. As someone that loves hip hop and I love the scene, I love anything that contributes to it. And I dislike anything that takes away from it and kind of like dilutes it and makes it trash and doesn't like respect it. Like, I respect hip hop as much as people want to say otherwise. Like, I respect and I love the culture, and I just want to contribute it. I want to bring journalism to the table. Like, even if you're the biggest Lil Durk super fan, like, I'm trying to make the definitive Lil Durk documentary that's exploring all of the questions that you want to know as a fan of drill music. Like, you all want to talk about Durk's bodies, you all want to talk about this and that and the other, and it's like, I'm just trying to make a genuinely insightful, well thought out, respectful documentary that answers those questions. And like, I really do love the culture, and I really do love the stories I cover. So that's kind of the way I see it. I think if someone makes a video about Durk and it inspires me to create something of my own about Durk that's different, I'm adding layers to the culture. But if I was going to like see someone else's video on Durk and just copy all the same words and just like put different music on it and put my face in it, I think that'd be super lame.
Well, I hear you. Well, I appreciate you, man.
Thank you, man.
Dope interview.
Love.
Keep up the work, man. What's up? This is Cam Capone. We got more content like this coming soon. So hit that like button, subscribe, and stay locked in to Cam Capone News.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? Welcome in. I hope everybody had a good weekend. Welcome to the panel. I want to let you guys know from the top that this show is brought to you by the good guys up there at Prize Picks. Appreciate y'all. Let's go ahead and get into it. It was a good weekend of basketball, but we have one main thing to talk about today, and that is essentially what will fix the NBA. Now, it's been a lot of talks that's been going on throughout all the media stations. Players have commented on it. And it's rumblings on the street that the NBA product is not as good as it used to be. It's, I guess, factual that the ratings are down. And a lot of people are just slandering today's NBA, in particular, the analytics and the three ball. So, fellas, let's go ahead and dive straight into it. And you guys let me know how you feel about it.
Sure, Miles, I'll start. I think and I've said this in the past, every business is built, their foundation is built on something specific. The league, the NBA, when you turned on the NBA in the 1980s, the face of the NBA, this is what the NBA is. It was Magic. It was Bird. It was that style of play, playing fast, fun, your dirty work guy, and Bird, your hard-nosed guy. That was the NBA. When you turned the NBA on in the 90s, it was this high wire act and Michael Jordan. What we couldn't do is we couldn't make the NBA what the Detroit Pistons were, body slamming a guy to the ground and clotheslining guys. No, that can't be the NBA. So we got to clean that up, and we got to make it more fun. We got to make it more charismatic. So we got rid of the bad boys. We make Michael Jordan the face of the league. And that style of play, sharing the basketball, that's the NBA. Then we fast forward and you have the big man and Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant. That's the face of the league. That's the style of play. And you turn on 2012, LeBron James. That's the face of the NBA. I don't think we have a face of the NBA right now, Ron. And I think that's the biggest problem that we have right now. We don't have anybody to gravitate toward. We don't have anybody that we can latch onto in terms of their game, not just their personality, because that has to matter. They tried to do it with Ja Morant, and Ja Morant proved that, he wasn't ready to take the mantle. They can't do it with Jason Tatum because that style of play is already getting bashed on. Add that to the fact that people don't really look. He plays for the Celtics, and, he's the good-looking guy. And a lot of people are jealous of that when it comes to him. So they can't really equate him to basketball like that, unfortunately. So I think that we don't have a face of the league yet. And I think once we have a face of the league, which I don't think we've met yet, I feel like once we get a face of the league, somebody that we can gravitate toward, then I think the game is going to change. I feel like the popularity of the game will be back in effect.
See, Chill, that's where we disagree. We've met him.
We've
seen him live and in action. But I'm not going to get into my whole spiel. Mars, I want you to talk about this whole thing.
I think the NBA, I don't think there's a problem, if I'm being honest. I don't really see the issue.
I agree.
But I think Chill's business model or of what the NBA has been. If there were a problem, I would say that's probably a major contributor to it. The idea that people aren't watching the NBA because they don't have a singular figure to identify with. I mean, so when they did, they were only watching that one team, or that was the only team they were really watching. I feel like if you're going to have a league of 30 teams and 450 players, you should probably focus on trying to spread the wealth in terms of who you're promoting. Is that Paolo Banchero? Is that Cade Cunningham? Is that Alperen Şengün? Is that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? Like, there's so many good teams, good young teams to choose from in terms of promotion, and I think that's what the NBA is doing a bad job of. It's not just about finding the next LeBron James, who I'd assume they would probably market as Wemby, but then I would say they haven't even been promoting what Wemby's been doing in the last like 3 weeks, and he's been one of the best players in the NBA. So I don't know what the NBA is doing. All I know is when it was time for them to promote the NBA Cup between OKC and Houston, they did a terrible job of that, and that's two of the best young up and coming teams in the West. I believe the NBA is quoted as saying OKC and Houston isn't the marquee matchup that people were hoping for, or something like that.
Now, Mars,
Like,
I still haven't seen that,
that's
but
terrible
I'm having
marketing.
I'm having a difficult time believing that that's true. There's no way.
That's
It's like going to a
egregious
restaurant.
marketing.
It's like going to a restaurant going, "Don't eat this."
Like,
You can eat this, but don't eat this.
it makes no sense why like the NBA or the people who work for the NBA would bash the product as much as they do. And I'm focusing mainly on Houston because that's the team like I watch more than anyone. But Charles Barkley saying while we're in the in-season tournament semi-final that we don't know how to play basketball. Like if all you hear as a casual fan, because I guess this is who this is about, not the fans who are going to watch regardless. If all you hear as a casual fan is how bad the product is, at some point you're probably not going to want to watch the product. If everyone who's responsible for promoting the product just tells you how bad the product is compared to how it used to be 20 years ago, that's not going to invite new people to watch the product. So I just feel like the NBA is doing a terrible job of marketing their product. I think they're doing a terrible job of making their game accessible to people. And I think the ratings going down is in large part because of how hard it is to access the game in terms of on TV. I know for people in the US, if the team in your local area is playing, you can't watch them on League Pass. Like they make you jump through all these hoops just to be able to watch a game, and then they wonder why the ratings are going down. And then to add insult to injury, these wonderful websites where you can get like NBA clips and NBA film, now they're being taken down. So like I don't know what the NBA wants people to watch the game, but then they actively try and make it harder for people to watch the game. And now people are trying to act like the reason that people aren't watching the game is because the game itself has flaws, when in reality, this is just, I think it's a flawed business model. I think they've got extremely money hungry, and I understand business is business, but at some point, if you're going to try and kill the accessibility to your product in the pursuit of chasing a few extra dollars, I think like you've probably lost sight of what the actual goal is here. So my biggest problem is how the NBA is being marketed, not the problem on the court per se. So that's my biggest issue.
Now, Ron, if I may really quickly pin.
Go ahead, do your thing.
Mars, you were talking about my business model. Well, my business model, if you think about a restaurant, well, the way you get people in is by getting a dish. Well, once you get that dish on the menu, then now that dish goes out to other people. Now, other people come in and then they see that dish and, well, wait a minute, what else is on the menu? As opposed to I'm marketing a whole bunch of different things. No, once I market this one thing, that's prime example is Ron's main man, Ox. Well, the way Ox found out about Scottie Pippen was through Michael Jordan. He's watching Michael Jordan. Turns out, this is the 6'8" guy that plays with him that's really good. I'm going to start watching him. Well, you find out about Dennis Scott because he plays with Shaq. You find out about Kenny Smith. You find out about Vernon Maxwell because he plays with Olajuwon. So the way you find out about these other guys is by having a face. Once you find out about that face, well, who else is here? And then it becomes a bigger deal than what it is. That's how we found out about the rest of the guys in the NBA, as opposed to just this one guy. And when I say I'm marketing this one guy, I'm marketing this guy as the face. That's not to say that I don't have other things in the league that are good too. No, it's just this one thing that you gravitate toward, and you watch that, and then you find out about the other things, which makes the league more popular because you get yourself more involved with these other guys, in addition to already involving yourself with this person.
Trickle down marketing is what I'm hearing.
That's the idea.
Okay.
That's the idea.
I mean, maybe, yeah, sure. But I think it starts with not bashing the product any chance you get.
Can't do that.
If you're working for the NBA or you're on mainstream TV talking about the NBA, and every conversation comes down to how this game is trash compared to 20 years ago, or
Good
how this guy will never be as good as this guy from 2001. I think that's probably where
Mars,
you want to start.
I agree with you on that. I think this whole thing is getting blown out of proportion. And Penn and Ox, glad you're here. I want to hear from both of you guys. I'm not going to be long. I just want to say I agree with Mars. And Mars, obviously, we've talked about this a lot. You have a lot of emotion. If you were to come up here and trash Scotty Barnes because he had a bad game last night, and let's say you just went on a crazy rant, Scotty Barnes can't do this, he can't do that, he can't do that. No matter how much pen caps for him, just say you just went on one. And it was very convincing, but it was true. And I backed you. And then tomorrow, Ox came in here and backed you. And then he played tomorrow night. And then Chill came in the next morning, Wednesday morning, and trashed him too. And then let's say Stephen A. Smith started doing it. Then Shaq started doing it. And everybody started doing it. People can watch with their own eyes and see that Scotty Barnes is actually nice. But they're going to hear everything that we're saying, and it's nothing that their eyes can convince them because we're all saying it, so they're going to believe it.
That's crazy, bro.
That's what I believe it is.
That's crazy.
I think we are what? Basketball is beautiful. Basketball is absolutely beautiful. But we just keep hearing from everybody, oh, the game is this, the game is that, the game is that. So now everybody's convinced that the NBA just needs a solution pill. It needs a quick fix. And
people need to learn to think for themselves, man. People need to learn to think for themselves, man. Like I told Chill on Saturday. I don't care what any one of y'all up here tell me. Pineapple belongs on pizza.
No, it doesn't, Ox. No, it does not.
I love this. I love this stuff. And nobody can convince me otherwise. Because my taste buds work. You know what I'm saying? You can't. I love pineapple on pepperoni pizza. And if Shaq, Kenny, Ernie, and Chuck get on TNT and tell me, man, you can't put pineapple on pizza. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about. I love this stuff. You know what I'm saying? People need to learn how to think for themselves. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I cannot be convinced about anything from these dudes on TNT. If you're watching the game and Shaq doesn't like it, Chuck doesn't like it, Kenny don't like it.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first.
Who's ready for my famous charred duck?
Like, to check the mascot first before bringing food to a tailgate. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Pandora.
What's that got to do with you? I just don't understand their thought process. Why can't we think for themselves?
Well, the think about who it's coming from, though, Ox. It's coming from guys who not only played, but played for a long time and are legends in the game. That's who it's coming from. And to say that we don't care about what people think, yes, we do. We're influenced by everybody every day, by the clothes that you wear, by the way you wear your hair. We're influenced every day by that sort of stuff. And if you like basketball, you got into basketball because somebody showed it to you. That's what influenced you. And if I got a guy like Charles Barkley, I got Shaq, or if I got Kenny Smith telling me this game sucks, well, does it really? Does it? Now I don't think that. I don't think the game sucks, but of course, my wheels are going to start turning. I'm thinking, this isn't good for the league if these guys are telling us that the game sucks, not these guys. Now, the casual fan, because you don't really know much about the game, you don't really have that much influence. Charles does. He's the funny fat guy on TV. There's a reason why ratings on Inside the NBA are what they are. They love him. Shaq, he's the star of the show. Kenny Smith, he's the stoic guy. Ernie, he's the W host as opposed to this dude over here. So, with that being said, these guys know the game. And if you're telling me, and if I'm a casual fan and you're telling me, yo, this sucks, don't watch this. It's like a restaurant, Ox. You telling me that this restaurant, yo, don't come eat here. This food sucks. Meanwhile, you're a critic. I'm gonna be like, well, should I not? Maybe I shouldn't be eating there. And especially if I'm somebody that's not like into food like that. Maybe I shouldn't be eating.
But I've always been a guy like, yo, try it yourself. You know what I'm saying? I try anything twice. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, bro, you should probably go taste that food before you let Kenny knocking ass tell you anything. You know what I'm saying? Like
even outside of that though, like
figure it out.
You might be a regular at the restaurant, and I point out something that I might point out something that A is true, or even say something that's not true, and that might convince you. I might point out, man, they never give me ice with my water. It could be something that simple, and you could be like, well, the spot up the street do that. I'm about to start going over there because they just not they customer service ain't to that level. Or I might say something as crazy as, yeah, I seen a rat in the kitchen. And I ain't never even been in the kitchen. I'm just hating. Well, I'm telling you how things go though. People say stuff and it influences you, whether it's true or not.
But these things are true, if these things are true, then that's different,
better, or that Jamal Murray's better than Penny Hardaway. It's not
but
true, but it influenced. And then another guy, another ball guy might come on capping for him. What?
Right. So, but look, that's so okay. So, but if these things that you said, if they're true things, then okay, that can be made an adjustment. If I find out there's rats in the kitchen, like if I find out the refs are cheating and the game's not really what it's supposed to be, you know what I'm saying? Things like that, then okay. You know what I'm saying, Ron? That makes perfect sense. But if it's just like, oh, they shoot too many threes, if I'm okay with that, like a lot of fans are, you know what I'm saying, things like that, then why would I stop watching the game? If I love to watch players shoot threes, if I love to watch the Hornets and the Bulls miss 85 threes, why would I care? I'm watching that.
On the hook,
you know what I'm
Ox,
saying?
we already got the reason why, Ox, is
No, but I'm not talking about me. I'm not talking about me, because I'm one of the people that I'm starting to not watch games. Right. I'm starting to turn games off in the second quarter.
Why?
So I was on the hook, but they're quickly losing me. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I don't understand how when women's college basketball is on, how can you watch the NBA? I can't do it. You know what I'm saying? So
I rewatched the by the way, hello everyone. I rewatched that freaking amazing USC Connecticut game again. Oh my gosh, man. Oh my gosh.
Man, that was a great game.
Shot making galore. The passing, Ox. I mean, oh my gosh. Like Penn, you know, you and I, we love some passing, some backdoor cuts. Man. I'm talking about before the girl was even open, Ron. I'm talking about threw it before she was open and was able to
throw her open. Did she throw her open?
Threw her open on a backdoor cut. A post big did. Chill. Well, I'm talking about Wilt Chamberlain. So shout out to you. I get it, Ox. I understand.
Shout out to Wilt Chamberlain.
Is my mic better? Is my mic better? You straight?
Yo, Pin,
okay, cool.
I want to hear from you and Swipe at you as well. I want to play this LeBron quote first, though, and then we'll hear some other quotes from Adam Silver, Magic Johnson, JJ Redick chimed in on it too. But this is what LeBron had to say, and you guys let me know if you can hear this. All right, here we go.
It had to change. Something had to change. No, I did not. I was not part of the committee.
He said he didn't like it. I think Book did too.
Everyone has their own opinion.
Pretty unorthodox.
Yeah, I mean, it's different, you know, in a sense. But I don't know. I don't really have a. We see when we get there. It's different. Obviously, anytime you make some type of change, it's going to be some buck back. I don't know. I mean, I have my ideas of what could possibly work.
That's kind of why, yeah, I'd love to get.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
But like coming out of Indiana, when you saw the reaction.
We got to do something. Obviously, the last couple of years have not been a great All-Star game that Sunday night. But I mean, listen, it's a bigger conversation. It's not just the All-Star game. It's our game in general. Our game is. It's a lot of fucking threes being shot. So
you contribute to that, sir.
Just an All-Star game.
You've contributed to that, sir. 100% contributed to that.
Let the goat speak. Let the goat speak.
It's a bigger conversation.
At Novo Nordisk, we know that your true greatness comes from within. And when you live with a chronic condition, it's that much more difficult, but that much more important to look inward, embrace that greatness, and not let your condition define you.
All right, and then Adam Silver followed that up. Ironically, I mean, LeBron has been called the GM. Ironically, he comes out and says that, and then the next day, Adam Silver speaks on the issue as a whole. He said, quote, and I quote, "I will not reduce it to a so-called three-point shooting issue. I think we look more holistically at the skill level on the floor, the diversity of offense, the fan reception to the game, all the above. I think the game is in a great place. I love watching the games, and I think we have some of the most skilled athletes in the world competing, and it's unfair, I think, to the players to lump them into categories as three-point shooters or mid-range shooters or big men playing under the basket. It's an amazing game. We are constantly having discussions about whether there are ways to improve stylistically the game on the floor." So, Pin, talk to me about this thing in a whole, and if you think it's a three-point shooting issue.
I don't think it's a three-point shooting issue, because in the women's game, there's a lot of three-point shooting. Who are we watching ascend with the women's game? Was it a typical post player that pioneered the whole thing, or is it a whole bunch of shooters? Right? It's Caitlin Clark taking logo threes. That's what's getting kids involved. But you know, Caitlin Clark ain't getting people involved because she's shooting threes. Y'all remember this? Y'all remember the ring?
Mm-hmm.
That's what's getting people involved. There's a storyline there. Angel Reese versus Caitlin Clark was a storyline. You know why it was a storyline? Because someone was willing to be the villain. You can't have Dylan Brooks being the villain of your league. He's not good enough. Mars, close your mouth.
He gave your team 26. 21 no good enough.
Y'all almost lost to.
Ooh, put the almost on our record.
But Ken, a lot of people don't think Angel Reese is good enough. When she is.
But she is a star. She's a star. You may not respect her brand of star, but she is a key player. She is a top 7 draft pick. She is, one of the marquee names. You don't have to think Bill Laimbeer is good enough to be the villain to Michael Jordan. You don't have to think that. You don't have to think. It doesn't have to be your 2 best players. It just has to be somebody that people care about, not Dylan Brooks.
So, are you saying that Draymond's villain days have?
Draymond's great for the league. Anthony Edwards is great for the league. Anyone who wants to be themselves is great for the league. The problem is you got a whole bunch of politically correct stars who don't want to ruffle feathers, don't want to lose sponsorships. Half of them aren't available. So when you do have these marquee matchups where, it's one versus the other, everyone's showing up to watch it, and one of them does not show up. So now you got nothing, because you're marketing the stars, right? You're marketing the stars of the league, and you're not getting head-to-heads. You're not getting the Kawhi versus LeBron. That's a draw. That's a gate. And you're just killing all your best storylines. Here's my issue. Y'all can point to the threes. Y'all can point to the injuries, the load management, all that stuff. You can point to the talking heads having issues with the game. I don't think more censorship is the answer. I don't think telling Chuck, hey, you got to be more positive about this is the answer. I think the answer is better stories. You need better stories in the NBA.
Where do those stories come from, though, Pen? Like
Storytellers. Storytellers. You see this? Story over everything. That's our hashtag for our film festival, because that is what people pay to see. Right. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese is a story. Women's basketball right now is a story, and everyone talks about that story. People have people have never had more options with what to do with their attention span. This is not 1992 where you got 62 channels and one of them has the Bulls game on and one of them has the Knicks game on. Pick and choose. It's like there's endless sports, right? Like there's endless content. Like
y'all seen on Saturday, 2 NFL games, 3 college football playoff games. I think it was 12 NBA games. It was a bunch of different college games, men and women's hoops.
A lot of stuff going on.
UConn, USC. Like,
I don't think you need to reinvent the wheel here because it's been done. It's being done right now in women's basketball. It's been done in the WWE. If you want a storytelling masterclass, the WWE had its storytelling masterclass, which was the Attitude Era. I think there's certain stars that are just very vanilla,
right?
Very
Would
bland.
Would you agree? First, I want. Well, never mind. Who cares? I don't want to get into the WNBA, but Pim, would you agree? Because me and Chill obviously run the best show on the channel on Saturday. And we were having a great conversation. Pin, Ron, you got something to say? Huh?
I'm sorry.
All right,
I was gonna double down and say I agree.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Oh, okay.
I wish I could be on the show, but y'all don't never give me the invite.
You'll never
suck.
get one.
That's fine.
You'll
We
never-
already got a
you'll never
host.
get
Nah,
one.
Already got a host.
all
I'm
good.
straight.
I'll be on
What's up?
from the logo tomorrow night. Me and
I already
Ben.
got a host. I'm
I ain't
good.
gonna watch if you. I ain't gonna watch if you want it.
I already got a host. I'm straight.
But Pin, would you agree that they're gentrifying the NBA, gentrifying basketball? Would you agree? Would you
Now,
agree?
now,
that
Mars,
there's a
before you make your
demographic-
face like this, hear him out.
Would you
Now, Mars,
would
before
you agree that there's
before you make your
that
face.
Please elaborate. on that.
there's a
Yeah.
certain demographic being priced out?
Sure.
Hear him out.
Can we agree
I
that
don't
maybe
even, I don't even
that
want,
we
I don't
need that
even
we
want to
need a
say
little more of
priced
that?
out. I don't even want to say priced out because that's definitely part of the economic structure of the league.
Well,
and
it's getting a lot more expensive. Like youth athletics in general is just getting a lot more expensive than it once was. I'm not going to act like it was cheap, but there were times where everybody can play, and certain times nowadays it's getting harder and harder for a certain demographic to get involved at a certain level of basketball. And we do understand that once you get to a certain age, maybe 12, 13, 14, it's more so like, okay, if you're good enough, we're gonna come get you. But you got to get to that point. How we got to let the 8-year-olds, the 9-year-olds, the 10-year-olds, the 11-year-olds, the 12-year-olds, we got to get them playing before the big teams, the big AAU teams, the better high schools, before those sponsor teams can see you. You got to get on the court. And a lot of these kids are getting priced out. I think the rougher kids from certain areas, certain demographics are being less able to play basketball. I think they're gentrifying basketball, and it's getting softer. It's getting a little wimpier, if you will. Am I tripping?
I don't know if you're tripping. I don't think that. I don't know if that's one of the top 5 problems, but it certainly could be a part of the problem. I mean, if you want to say more jump shooting equals less athletic league being accessible, like the Seth Currys of the world. I don't know if Seth Curry is a good example. Jason Capono, good example. I don't know. I think the league is more athletic today.
Sure.
So personally, I mean, so it's like if you're talking like there's no room for Reggie Evans, we need Reggie Evans.
I'm not
Okay.
necessarily talking about that, Pin. I'm not necessarily talking about athletic, because you can be from anywhere and be athletic. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about the attitude, the demeanor, a little bit of the toughness.
And on top of that,
talking about inner city kids.
I think Malice in the
I know,
Palace
yeah,
probably changed the face of the league for a while. I think it's weird. Like we've gone through so many cycles with the NBA, right? Magic and Bird pretty much saved it from the 70s and allegedly financial ruin. Jordan took it to a new level in the 90s. I think everything for after that has been like beyond the golden years, right? I just maybe it's because I was a kid, but I just remember not wanting to miss a single basketball game.
Sure.
And
why was that, Pin?
What
was it
what
just
year did you start
because-
watching basketball, Pin? Just for context.
What year?
Yeah, what year do you remember when you first started watching?
1992.
Right,
1991, 92. So this
Do
was
you
the
think
peak
that
of
was
Michael
because of
Jordan's
the?
ascent.
Do you think that was just because like the limited availability of the games, and at the time, when we were getting the you're getting Jordan, Pacers, you're getting Knicks, getting some of the Atlanta games, you were getting the then the Knicks were crazy, from
Michael Jordan was a dog, though. Hold on,
Yeah.
there's a few things. There's a few things that speaking of stories, because I think I know a lot about stories. I'm a film writer. I run a film festival. I believe like stories have been a huge part of my life.
Sure.
One of the most important things in a story is continuity. Jordan against the Bad Boy Pistons doesn't happen if the Bad Boy Pistons pretty much change rosters every week. Every year it's a new team. Well, boom, there goes your rivalry. Reggie Miller at the Garden can't happen if the faces just keep changing and Reggie Miller ain't on the Indiana Pacers anymore. Reggie Miller goes, to the Spurs. That doesn't happen, right? So that continuity, which obviously the NBA is incentivizing through the Supermax and all the contractual structures, that helps. That helps to create rivalries. But you can't force rivalries. Everyone's too buddy now. See, everything's too accessible. I already know these guys are all messing with each other in the offseason. So it kind of breaks the illusion of these guys don't like each other.
But they were doing that Isaiah and Magic was super cool in the 80s. That was his man before they met in the finals. And I mean, these guys, the Bird and Magic thing, I think that's something completely different. Magic had the Magic Summer Nights. He had a celebrity game that he would have.
That rivalry started in college, Joe.
And
that rivalry started in college.
The rivalry between Magic and Bird started in college, 100%. But the rest of the players, I mean, there are plenty of players in the league who are stars who are really cool with each other. Jordan and Barkley were cool with each other. Magic and Isaiah Thomas were cool with each other. They were boys. Now, we didn't know that because, one, we didn't have the access that we have today, so we weren't able to see them as cool as they are today. Just like you just mentioned about the athlete. There's more athletes in the game today. Well, there's more athletes in the game today. Would that largely be due to the fact that there's more teams? I mean, in 1992, there were 22 teams in the league. There's 30 teams in the league.
There's better athletes.
That's what I was about to say, Penn, because there's a difference between more athletes and better athletes. And if we have more athletes,
well, there's more and there's better.
And I do think that there are a lot of great athletes in the game today. I think there were great athletes back then, but I think that what we deal with in today's game in terms of the marketability of these athletes, I think that's the biggest thing. Who are we putting the camera on? Who do we want the league to look like? Because remember, we're talking about a business model here. What do we want the league to look like? Who are we putting the camera on the most? Who we want people to identify with? Because again, us up here or the people that you see in the arenas in Chase Arena or in Madison Square Garden, those guys are already on the hook. What we're trying to get is your sister, Penn, whose son like Steph Curry, and she don't know who Steph Curry is. But she doesn't really know who the Golden State Warriors is.
My sister's already obsessed with the game. But okay. I hear what you're saying. Like, look, I hear what you're saying. I think the end result is the same. I don't need to watch full basketball games to get the gist of what happened in a basketball game anymore because I have 10-minute highlights. That's not counting towards your ratings. If the game's a blowout, first of all, more three-point shots impact the game in one very serious way. There's more blowouts. There's way more blowouts. So if I already know the game ended, like the Memphis Grizzlies Golden State Warriors game, you think I'm watching that? You think I'm watching a 50-point blowout unless Steph went off for or Ja went off for 60? Those are the things that move people. Now, I think that's a really, really big part of it, which is that there's not a reason to watch every game because it's already pretty clear from the Stars' perspective that these games don't matter. If you're load managing a November game, why should I care about a November game? Stars don't care about a November game. Why should I care about a November game? You know what I mean? Michael Jordan was box office because you had to watch. You didn't know what he was going to do. And it was the talk of the town. And you don't want to be the idiot at school the next day who didn't know what Michael Jordan did. You know what I mean? You don't want to be the dumbass at school that didn't know that Patrick.
Do these guys care more? Like when you talk about, I don't mean to cut you off, Penn, but do these guys care more about playing more than they let on in terms of the load management, sitting out? And with them sitting out, are they just sitting out like, hey man, I'm just collecting a check? Or do they really want to play and it's just not being broadcast that they want to play?
I mean, Scotty Barnes wanted to play yesterday. People can't stop ripping him, but he's injured. Shams said he was going to miss he's several weeks. He comes back a week and a half. He has 2 bad games, and suddenly half the Raptors fan base right now thinks he's a bum. So, I mean, maybe some guys don't want to ruin their brand. Maybe some
and this
guys.
Is what I'm talking about. This is
some
what
guys
I mean
are trying
right
to preserve the parlays. I don't know. Jonte Porter, shoot. Like, I mean, there's so much noise now, and I really there's so much money. There's so much noise. I think the end result though is I'm seeing things that people care about. There are HBO series that people care about because the storytelling is great. People said, oh, something I deal with in my industry all the time is like, oh, people are not going to the movies anymore. It's like, yeah, because they're streaming content. They are streaming great network series because the best directors in the world are working on series, not films right now. You just need to go where the greatest stories are, because the greatest stories are what can hook you. And the truth is that people have a declined attention span today, more so than ever. Everything is hijacking dopamine. Every time you're on the phone. How many times have you been on the phone? I don't know about you, Cho, because you might have that OG GOAT attention span. But me personally, I'm on one thing, and then suddenly I think about another thing, and the next thing you know, I'm like 4 minutes later, I've clicked on 18 different things. Well, how am I supposed to sit down and, because the game length hasn't changed. It's still a 3-hour product or 2.5-hour product.
Sure.
Who has the patience to watch a 2.5-hour game that apparently doesn't matter? You know what I mean? Like, unless you're covering it, like I
think and I feel like I'm repeating myself. I think it's the faces. It goes back to if you see something familiar, you might not want to go grocery shopping, but you know that your favorite grocer is there and the food is good. So you go and your attention span is on that. Same logic I feel like with basketball, if the faces are familiar and it's somebody that you gravitate toward, you're going to turn the game on just off the strength that this person might be a little bit bigger than the game. And because this person is a little bit bigger than the game, you want to see them more than you want to see the game, which draws you to the game.
Who is box office for you right now, apart from Jason Tatum? Who is it like, I gotta watch this guy every night?
The problem is the guys that are box office have been the guys who've been box office for years, and we haven't moved away from those guys. James.
So Chill, you think it's a matter of us seeing these guys too much, too long? Nobody else has taken the mantle?
I think we still on James. I still think we on KD. I still think we on Curry. I still think we on these guys, and we haven't moved on from them. That's why this is still going on. If those guys, if we moved on from them, we tried to move on with Anthony Edwards. We tried to move on with Ja, but it's just not working. It's not. So because James is still here.
Honestly, we tried to move on to them too quick though, and that's the problem. As NBA fans, our attention spans, we just so quick.
It doesn't help that those guys are still around too, Ron. That
definitely doesn't help. But it's like we try to move on to Anthony Edwards in his third year in the NBA. We try to move on to Ja Morant in his third year in the NBA. It's third year player that's gonna.
Ron, I mean, we did that with Dwayne Wade. He was in year 3.
Yeah, and we did that to Dwayne Wade after he went and won a championship.
Right.
We didn't do that to Dwayne Wade because he was smiling in the media and saying charismatic quotes.
But we were moving on from Ron. D Wade went on a crazy run in 05 though.
Yeah, we were moving on.
That's what turned us on the way was that first run he went on.
Yeah, and then he backed it up. And then by that time, he was like, okay, Wade is the truth. By that time, you could see with your own eyes, okay, LeBron James is next. And LeBron James came in the league with all that hype. And then Carmelo Anthony was yeah, but it wasn't that. Now look, Ant went on the run last year. Now, if Ant comes and wins the championship this year, things would change. I think we got something. That's what D-Wade did.
That ain't happening.
Okay, so that's what
I'm saying. Hypothetically speaking, Ron.
Yeah, hypothetically speaking, but I'm saying like we can't crown guys if they're not going just based on their smile and the way that they talk and stuff like that. Like it's ultimately at the end of the day, it's your production and what you do. You got.
Unlock a new world of efficiency with Asana. Automate workflows so your team can have less follow-up and more follow-through. Try for free today at asana.com.
You got to be a winner in this league.
But don't you think that's a casual way of looking at things, though, yo? Like I don't need my favorite player to win a championship for me to be excited to watch him play.
Look, if that's not the case, then you better be like Jordan, and you better be just phenomenal. You better be like Shaq before he won his chip. You better be like, we're asking for a star to be a star. You can't crown somebody a star if they're not an actual star.
And see that's the problem.
You're also asking for them to be American because we have Luka, Giannis, and Jokic just running around putting up one-time dominant seasons year after year, and no one wants to market them. So you're also asking for them to be US born.
Well, but Morris, I mean, okay, it might be a fact for some people, but I don't think. I don't need you to be a superstar for me to watch you play basketball.
Yeah, but
that's all I'm saying. Like,